I got two hands, I got my mouth, I know how to earn money.
Thing burger envelope. Popeye wants to get my goat, but it's not working, poops. It's not working. I'm not pulling out my hair at your expense. It's one day leads into another, Pops, just another day for me. It'll continue to be another day for me. I handle things as they come. Period. I know you want to wish all the horrible evil on me, Popeye and some others. But what if you don't get your way? What then? Do you move on? Or do you try to find more fault with me? What a horrible waste of life and breath. It really is. But that's your life. It's not mine. People say, oh, you make judgment on people. Well, I make sort of a judgment based on fact. I'm either living rent-free in their head or I'm not. And I think you know the answer to that. That's not my doing. You do with your life what you want. Do with your life what you want. But if it's not doing you any good, and you're just wasting your life, your valuable breath and time, how's that going to positively affect you in the long run? Yeah. There you go. There you go. As Popeye says, well, there you are. There you go. Show me the passport. Show me your documentation. Show me the... Come on. Show me it. Don't disappoint your viewers. Show me the documentation that my lawyer or anybody else has. Show it to me. Show it. Inquiring minds want to know that you have privy, or somebody you know has privy, to the Bureau of Immigration. Really? It's an unqualified statement. There's something called the Privacy Act. If you violate a Privacy Act, guess what? All that you're wishing on me is going to go away, even if it was going to happen. Because it would have been violating my privacy. Something to think about there. By producing a photo. Well, no big surprise. Jimbo gets dumped by Chantu. Oh, like we never seen that coming. You're on a losing streak there, Jimbo. You're on a losing streak. I couldn't even listen to the rest of the show. There was so much bullshit being tossed around. And we're going to clarify some things on here. It doesn't take much clarification, actually. If I ever thought that Mcfish was ever full of shit, well, I'm more convinced of it now. Let me tell you something about Mick. The only thing that he said on Popeye's show that was correct, the only thing, yes, it is lame. Mick Fisher is lying through his third eye that he sits on. The only element of truth that Mcfish said was that, yes, I offered to pay for lunch. 2, that I offered to give his girlfriend $1,000 toward her charity. That was the only. I know, Bueno. I didn't even finish the show. So much bullshit was coming out of Mick's mouth. Well, let's go through some of the elements of what he talked about. And I didn't write no notes on this. True. Offered $1,000 to his girlfriend. Offered to pay for lunch. True. Let's get to the mistruths. None of his story made any sense at all. It was all bullshit in the sequence of events that he spoke of. He really is a bullshit artist. And no, we didn't. I never asked him if he was a. That was a good one too. I got a few good ones. I never asked him if he was a millionaire. I never said that to him. Another one. Let's break it down. We did not go in the same trike. That was a lie. Sad he wasted his time making that crappy video. Frank, you have the biggest fan club on Popeye's channel. I absolutely do. Hey, Mick, you're a fucking liar, man. That's what you are. You're a liar. You're a liar. And, another one. Let's go through another one. That he told me to put my camera away and put it in my bag. That never happened. And no, I didn't lay my phone down and the light was not blinking. It didn't happen. And never offered me money, and I never asked for money. That was another one. That was bullshit. I never asked him for any money to resolve Barry's situation. That never happened. Another lie from Mick. Mick, I don't know what your gig is. Seriously, I don't. I really don't. But you want to make yourself look big, not just in height and girth. There's something about your persona that seems to be screaming out for some kind of attention. I'm sure you get attention for your size, but you're not an honest person. I guarantee you. And Gilda she just went out, but she heard some of this. And she disagreed with everything he said. It never happened that way. Every single thing other than me offering his girlfriend $1,000 for the charity and me not offering to pay for lunch and his insistence. Okay, that was true. And I'll say when something's true and when something is not true. His whole story was all fabricated. It was all totally fabricated. God, what a POS this guy turned out to be. There's no contract for money. I never asked him for money. Never came up with a figure. The problem is that the problem with him is that my mind was set that there's not going to be any sanctions for Barry. No one is going to offer me money. Not even Mick Millionaire, whatever he says he is. I wasn't going to bite. Nobody came there with paperwork. That didn't happen. Never happened. Never happened. One bullshit tension session to get attention on Popeye's show. None of that happened, like he said. Well, two things, yes. Offering Yats money for her charity. I thought that was kind of kind for me. And to pay for my portion of the lunch or even his. And what did he say about me opening my wallet or something? He made some reference to that. I had plenty in my wallet. Bullshit too. In fact, I had 12,000 pesos in my wallet that I carry with me. And the reason I know that, because I had a couple of thousand in my pocket already, and I went to the machine and I took out 10,000. That's how I know I had 12,000 in my pocket, fresh from the ATM. So Mick, you're a bullshit artist on that too. Total bullshit artist. I don't know how these people even live with themselves. So basically, to sum it up, just one big bullshit story from Mick. One big bullshit story. Two elements of truth, that was it. And we never went on the same trike together. And then saying, oh, I smelled, or it could have been the driver. Do you have anything nice to say about anyone, Mick? Do you worship yourself? Do you like self-worship or something? Or do you like kissing Popeye's scraggly ass? Not one those are the only two elements, that's it. That's it. He didn't lie about two things. The money I offered, that was it. Lunch deal. Oh, he said nice things about Gilda because he knew better. Because he knew if he said some bad things about Gilda, it's her prerogative to do something about it. He couldn't say anything bad about it, but there's nothing to say bad about her. He's right. Oh, that's another thing he had correct. Okay, let's give him credit for that. That he complimented Gilda being a good woman and all that stuff. Her kids are very well behaved. Oh, okay, another lie. Oh, another lie. Another lie. Here we go. Let's examine this. This is fun. This is fun. Let's examine this. That the kids, we can never get to do things like this. And he's saying that he had paid for their rental kayaks, whatever you want to call them. That's not true. Gilda paid for that out of her pocket. Well, came out of my pocket, really. But she paid for that. Because she went on there too. He didn't say that. She was out there too. Okay? Now, he didn't mention that. Nobody, it did not come out of Mick's pocket, those canoes, or whatever you want to call them. Not at all. It didn't go down that way. And the bullshit story that the kids told him some sob story. Yeah, it's been fun. We never get to do things like this. Was just full of crap. Full of crap. Totally a lie. And it was paid for, not by Mick. It was paid for from Gilda, which of course came from me. He didn't pay for that. That is total bullshit. You're a liar, Mick. And I'll tell you to your face that you're a fucking liar. And Gilda will tell you to your face that you're a fucking liar. If she was here right now, she'd be telling you right now. She went off to buy the cake. But I'll have her listen to the bullshit story, the rest of it. She didn't get to hear much. She was getting ready to go out to Bantayan. Never was in the same trike as Mick. Never in the same trike. Because one of the kids was in there too with me and Gilda. And Mick's a pretty fair-sized guy. There was no way that we were in the same trike together. He and his girlfriend took another trike. They did not go. We were going in different directions anyway. Another lie. His whole broadcast was a lie other than what he said about me offering to pay his girlfriend $1,000 to go towards a charity. I thought it was very nice of me. No, it's okay. She said, I'm good. Okay. I don't know. I took that personal something. I don't know. You don't want my money? Oh, okay. It's all right. And pay for lunch, whatever. He likes to change the scenario. And I'm over there, and I didn't even listen to the rest. I didn't even know if he's still on, Popeye. I didn't even, it might be simulcasting it. I don't know. Good. I hope he is, actually. Mick, you're full of shit. You're absolutely full of shit. Sad he wasted his time making that crappy video. Frank, you have the biggest fan club, Popeye Show. Yeah, here you go. I guarantee to my listeners, it never went down the way he said. There was no money offered to me. I never asked Mick if he was a millionaire. I didn't try to ask for money from Mick for Barry's situation to put a can on his situation. That never went down. That never happened. I assure you that never happened. I have no reason to lie because I tell it like it is, but he does not tell it like it is. I disrespect this guy a whole lot more now after that broadcast than I did before that. I mean, what did I expect if Mick was going to be on Popeye's show? Was he going to tell the truth? No. It's self-image. He wants a sterling self-image about himself. That Mcfish doesn't do anything wrong at all. Well, let's put it this way. When he met up with Ricky, let's get down to brass tacks. If he really had a problem with Ricky, what was he afraid of? Why didn't he fucking just cold cock Ricky on the spot? Instead, puts his backpack, and walks away. Ricky said so much shit about him, but Mick didn't do anything. Well, Ricky didn't do anything either, let's be fair. But Mick didn't do anything either. He didn't do shit. He allows Ricky, who was scared to shit, to shake his hand, and he walked away. Now, you've all saw that. Am I lying? Now, if Mick had so much against Ricky, he had his chance and opportunity there. And as far as the TGF, he's correct. All right, he didn't lie about that in the sense that Ricky planned the whole thing. That was another truism there. So let's give him 3. Let's give him 3. Ricky planned the whole thing out. And I never backed away. I don't know if he said that. He might have. I never backed away from Barry. You all seen the video. I got off the table. I'm the one that approached Barry. It didn't go any other way. There was no Gilda playing interference in this at all. Although she told me at the table, leave it alone, leave it alone, leave it alone. I didn't listen to her. And I got up and I approached Barry. There you go. You're so full of shit, Mcfish. I don't know how you live with yourself. Seriously, but you do. The Almighty. The Almighty. That's the story. And I wanted to break this bullshit apart, event by event. I never asked Mick to cover my lunches or anything. I could have handled my own. I did not need his money. And it said I opened my wallet and they made some kind of thing about that, like they were laughing. What did I have one? Well, I wasn't carrying 100,000 pesos. I was carrying 12,000 pesos to be exact. That was it. Oh, okay, she's back. Maybe she'll have something to say after she's finished. Okay, you got the dog food and silver. Give me that. Let me hold that, baby. Okay.
Okay, with my hand.
I got it.
My hands.
There we go. I got your hand too. Okay. Well, I'll let her settle in here before I get into this. What a crock of shit. Anyway, I'm live right now, but Mick came on Popeye's show, whether it's still on, and he was lying through his teeth about everything. He never even took the same trike going home, because he was going to his, wasn't he? He was not on the same trike.
No.
There you go. There's the lie right there. He was never on the same trike. Did I ever ask Mick for money for Barry? Did I ever ask Mick, the Mcfish?
No.
Right. Did he ever tell me that, put your phone away in your bag because he was afraid I was recording him?
No, he didn't say that.
There you go. Coming from Gilda. Oh, he said nice things about you. Oh, it also says that he said that, to get it out of her now, while she's putting some things away here, he also said that he talked to your kids when they were going out for kayaking, and they were having fun, and he claims that they said, we never get to do things like this. Never said that. He also said that he, and I know for a fact that you paid for the kayaks, he said that he paid for that. He said that he paid for that. Which is it? Which is it?
For the kayak? I don't
When they
remember.
went to Paradise.
I don't remember.
You don't remember who paid for that? You don't remember who paid for that?
I don't remember that one.
All right, we'll be fair about it. Do you think that Mick paid for that?
I don't think so. No, because first that's what I said. I paid the kayak. The kayak is not really expensive.
No, it wasn't
It's 100
expensive.
ramen per day.
$10, not even for a couple of
100,
kayaks or something like
100.
that. Yeah, you got money from me to pay for the kayaks. I didn't go out because I was going to be filming you guys having fun on the kayaks. Well, anyway, Mick claims that not only did he pay for that, and I was acting like I was cheaping out, but he also claims that the kids made a statement, we never get to do fun things like this. And your kids would have never said that because you know better.
No, the kids don't say that.
No. So Mick's a liar. It's funny how highly he spoke of Gilda. Mcfish is playing both sides of the fence. Yeah, I noticed that. Yeah.
My kids afford to feed the kayaks. They always grabbing them everywhere.
I didn't understand that. What's that?
For the kayak, it's not so much. It's very cheap.
I know, it was very cheap. Well, anyway, he claims that he paid for it and I was too cheap to pay for it. Okay, and he claims that, okay, he paid for the lunch and stuff. I came up to his girlfriend and I offered 1,000 pesos for her charity. She refused it. I offered to pay for the lunch, but he's claiming that I never offered to pay for that. He's claiming I never offered to pay. I didn't ask him to pay for our lunch. I didn't ask him at all. Never asked him to pay for that. So the lies come out. Oh yeah, he spoke highly of Gilda because he knew better. If he said anything bad about Gilda, he wouldn't go against a Filipina, and he knows that. Lies, lies, pure lies. Pure lies. Anyway, you heard from Gilda here. Oh, he complimented. Oh yeah, great kids. Very well behaved, well adjusted. Well, how can they be so well adjusted if I'm some child predator, Mick? Aren't you part of the side of the fence that looks at me like I'm a child predator? You went along with all that shit? You piece of crap? You piece of shit? Oh, but the kids are so well adjusted. Caught you in that one, Mick. Of course they're well adjusted. Got a great mother who teaches them well. And let's call me the surrogate, if you want to call that, surrogate father, image, whatever. And the kids would not be so well behaved and respectable if they did not have that kind of guidance. So, lies, lies. Yeah, he's playing both sides, of course he is. I don't know what he gets out of this. I really don't know what he gets out of this. Oh yeah, then he comes up with a story. Let's break that down. Oh yeah, he was interested in somebody that was interested in the condo project that was going on. It's not why he came down there. No, he came down there because he wanted me to change my mind about Barry. No money was ever offered. No money was ever asked for. I just want to straighten this out. Never asked him for a dime when it came to Barry, because my mind was made up. Period. That was it. No amount of money would have changed my mind about Barry. Never would have happened. Lies, lies, and more lies, Mcfish. I couldn't even finish the rest of the show. I had to come on and clarify some of the lies this guy was putting out. I don't know, what is he trying to protect about his character? I don't understand it. He certainly has shown his character to me. The things that I mentioned that were true. And I'm saying it's true, as a couple of events went down. But the rest of his story was totally fabricated. Nothing of that, other than what I said. Everything that was a total fucking lie, as the events happened. And was he making fun of me or something? Was it my age or something? Or I don't know what it was. There was something to that. Always something going to be thrown in there. And he said that I don't look him in the eye. Well, there's some truth. Oh, there might be a half-truth on that. I'm actually, when I first get to meet people, I'm kind of shy. It goes for Gilda's friends. things like that. I am actually kind of on the shy side when I first meet somebody because I'm kind of feeling them out. And I was definitely feeling this guy out because I kept on looking toward Gilda to see her expression on her face every time he said something. He was trying to drain some information out of me, what he was trying to do. Kind of feeling me out. Get a feel for the terrain, you know. I kept to my guns. Said I'm not interested in helping Barry out. That's not going to happen. That was his mission while he came down on that event. It was purely to try to get me to change my mind about Mr. Barry Lee Jordan. And it didn't work. So he got pissed off with that. We had communicated after that on Facebook Messenger. He can't lie. Oh, he could lie all he wants. He's been doing lies. And he kept on pushing it again. I don't feel Barry should have been in there long. I said, well, that's your opinion. I said, you're not in my shoes. He went on all this other rhetoric about, well, that ain't right. You know, we feel that he served his time, and I disagree with him. That's what it was. I totally disagree with him. He didn't like that. So I cut my communication off with him. I told him, you shit. Right then and there. I said, you're full of shit. And I removed him from my Facebook Messenger. That's how it went down. And that's the actual cycle of events that happened. Anyway, you heard it all. And my manicurist is here. She's here right now, speaking of. Oh, I don't have a manicurist. I don't have a pedicure. She's here right now. There you go. Frank doesn't take care of his toes. Look, I've heard it all. Okay. No, Frank doesn't take care of his toes. I killed somebody with Frank's toes, right? As we speak, I got a pedicurist here right now. As we speak. As we actually speak. And I'll show you everything. The lies, the lies. I don't know how these people even live with themselves, but you know, they do. They do. They do. They live very well with themselves. All their lives. You know, I tried to get on a certain level where I was trying to find some level of respect that I could have for Mcfish. Oh, that's long gone, a long time ago, but even more so now. Even more so now. I couldn't respect this guy for shit if my life depended on it. Dishing out all these fish tales about me and the things I supposedly did and said, that was total nonsense. And I'm telling you here right now on my show, Gilda was there. She's seen the events. She knows what went down. She knows what went down. She heard everything. And no, Mick did not pay for it. The boats. It was so fucking cheap. I would have to be pretty goddamn petty not to pay for that. And the kids would never say anything like that. Oh, yeah, well, we never get to do fun things like this, which is bullshit. Which is bullshit. And how many times when they were in Cebu, we had them go over to that water world thing, whatever the hell you want to call it. I didn't go on a trip with them there because I was doing something in somebody's office at the time. They went over there, had fun. A lot of events. We paid for the kids, both me and Gilda, together, to go to some fun events and stuff like that. They even went to the, what is that, with the ice? It's like fall snow or whatever the hell it was. They went to a lot of places on my peso. That's why he's so full of shit. The kids would never say, oh, well, you know, we don't get to do fun things like this. Mick, you're so full of shit. Gilda will tell you to your face, too, because she knows the truth. Of course he didn't want to rag on Gilda. Because he knows he couldn't rag on a Filipina. He knows very well he wouldn't take that chance. But if she wasn't Filipina, I'm sure he would have something to say about her. Because that's what he's all about. He wants to be in the big boys club, wants to be recognized and heard, wants people to look up at him as like, Father O'Reilly or something. Well, his shit doesn't stink. Well, his shit stinks just as much as anybody else's shit, if not more. Oh, yeah, playing both sides of the fence. Yeah, of course. Well, you know why? He couldn't give shit to Gilda. He couldn't give shit to Gilda because he knows that wouldn't have turned out very well. He knows that, and knowing me. So, my consensus of that show, which I did not even, obviously, because I'm on here, I couldn't even wait to come on and do my own show and address some of the bullshit that Mick said. Now, what else did he say that was really derogative comments? I'm trying to recall this. Something about my character. Well, speak for yourself, Mcfish. My character's just fine. And I was not. Oh, okay. Something else he said too. Let's discuss that. That I hate Bantayan, then love Bantayan. I hate the food, but love the food. What a bunch of shit. I love Bantayan. I don't like the fact that those have the amenities I want. I never said I hated Bantayan. If I hated Bantayan, I could have bought a house or had a house built in anywhere I wanted to. We chose to buy this house and renovate it. Very happy with Bantayan. That's another lie, he said. Or I hate the Philippines, and then one minute I jumped the fence and I love the Philippines. Where did that come from? Only thing I've ever talked about the Philippines is just factual things. Because there's good and both bad about the Philippines, and we all know that. Without having to make a statement about it. I just tell the truth. No, the food sucks over here where I live. But am I happy where I'm living? Absolutely. Abso-stinking-lutely. Another lie, Mick. The lies just keep on rolling off your tongue. Mick is more concerned about his weightlifting. He reminds me of Jim, Asian's Adventures. He's more worried about his brawns than his fucking brain. As Big E likes to kiss his ass and vice versa, calling him Superman or something, Mick Superman. Well, I don't know. Why don't Big E follow in Mcfish's steps? You know how big Big E is? And I don't mean of muscle. Okay, here's a good one. Okay, I'll read your comments a second here. Double Chin says, people lie for complex psychological reasons, often to protect their self-esteem. Avoid conflicts or punishment. That's what they do. Gain social acceptance. Manipulate situations for personal gain. There you go. Mix 2216 says, I warned you about Fisher at time, and you blocked me from your channel when he told you to. He told me to block you? I hope you can admit I'm not aware. I'm not aware of that. I'm not even sure who you are. Mike, I don't know who you are, for one. And I'm sure Mick didn't tell me to block you, because I make my own decisions. It wouldn't come from Mick's wishes, that's for sure. Double Chin. Lying allows a person to establish, I love this. Lying allows a person to establish perceived control over a situation by manipulating it. It's a defense mechanism that seemingly prevents them from being vulnerable. I'll buy that. Now, you're correct. Now, I have no respect for this guy at all. I have none. If there was even one level, Kano says, Mcfish is like a child who really likes you, but you won't play with them. I get that feeling too. Mcfish knows I'm right about a lot of things on here, but he won't admit it because if he admits it, his best pal in the world, Eric, will be upset with him. And he's got to please Eric. Well, I don't know why he feels he's got to please Eric. I really don't know. I don't know. Any girlfriend, boyfriend or something? I don't know. Eric's got this harem going. I don't know what part he plays in that. I don't know. Who knows? Anything goes on YouTube with these characters. Why does he suck fucking Eric's dick all the time? I don't understand that. Yeah. Well, Mcfish knows I'm right about a lot of things on here. But if he had to agree to that, admit it, then, the big wallet would get upset with him. God forbid he doesn't want that to happen. The big wallet is like his, his newly discovered brother that he hasn't seen in 20 years. His big brother. Mike says that Fisher is not, well, apparently not. Guys, I listened to again, Popeye was doing some of the same skits, the same shit, drawing up some old fucking videos, the same crap that he does on every show that he ever does. The same crap. I was immediately bored. Oh, so clue me in. I didn't get to listen to, where's the big reveal about me? He talked about Barry, that he's not getting out, blah, blah, blah. No, Barry's getting out. It's another lie. Popeye. But where's the big reveal about me? Where's this signed, documented, dated paper from the Bureau of Immigration that Popeye was hinting that he's going to make a big show about me, that he knows everything that's going on in immigration? Was that produced? I didn't even listen to the rest of the show because there's nothing to produce. Mick says, Fisher fooled you that time he met you with the teacher. No, I wasn't fooled in a sense that you're putting it. Well, let me see the details on that. I'm getting deported. That's what they all say. We know Barry is. We know that for damn sure. Where's the documentation? That's what I want to know. Show me the passport. Show me your papers. You're getting deported? Question mark, Lester. Question mark. I'm not going anywhere. And for 19 months, since she put in her fucking report, I'm still here. Mick says, let's put it this way. His motives weren't empathetic. Oh, of course not. There was a time that when I met Mick, I was thinking, I don't know, I'm feeling the guy out and trying to think that, trying to find the good nature of the guy. And Gil was beginning to believe, he seems okay, when I talked to her privately. But then, as I got to listen to him, and we both figured out why he was there. Because even while he was there at one of our lunches or whatever it was, he was still pushing the fact, I just think Barry has served enough time. He was on this religious platform, really. How religious can he be when he tells so many fucking lies? But then, look at all these hypocrites anyway. Religious hypocrites. Yeah. So, I didn't get to listen to the rest of the show. Did they produce a document? Where's the document? Of course, I know better because there's no document. Is there a dated signed paper saying I'm getting deported? I would have heard that right away from my viewers. I didn't listen to the rest of the show, but I didn't need to listen to it because there's nothing going on. Let's look back. It's been almost 19 months, I think. Has it been that long? She filed a complaint on me 19 months, maybe 18 months or more. Where's that gone? Where? Am I in jail? Am I incarcerated? Am I deported? There is no resolution. There may not be for a long time. And I know why. I told you it's something I can't discuss on here. Okay? I know why. I know why there's been no decision made. As I told you, it's not something I could discuss on here. It may not be to my advantage to discuss it, let's put it that way. All right? No one has control on me. Nobody's paying immigration any money to either keep Barry there. No. And nobody's paying immigration any money to not come up with a deposition, not a deposition, a resolution, pardon me. None of that. Only I know what's going on, and only me and my lawyers know what's really going on. We'll leave it at that. That's why there's no resolution. And it may not be for a while. May not be. So where's all your info on that? All these learned people that got their finger on the pulse of what's going on in my life, legally and otherwise. They don't have a clue. That's the truth. Oh, I got a big clue. It's not a clue, it's fact. Yeah, try to destroy people's character. So, yes or no? Did Popeye produce something from the immigration, yes or no? That's all I want to know. Did he produce something? There's nothing to produce. I already know the answer, but did he produce a false document? Did he incriminate himself with something like that? Because there is no documents. There is no white envelope. There is no letter. There is no decision from the Bureau of Immigration regarding the complaint that was made against me. There is none. There is zero. And if he had actual paperwork, that would have been the first thing he would have produced on his show. Because there is no paperwork. And every single one of these liars, and Mcfish being, part of the pack of liars, said that he had the documents in his hand, that supposedly Popeye had the documents in his hand, that Don Fisher, Freudian slip, that Don had these papers in their hand that I was going to be deported. They were waving things around like there was no tomorrow, like they were trying to fan themselves on a hot beach with no wind. There was plenty of wind, but it was coming out the other way. It was coming out their ass. Mike says, I'll put it this way, Frank. Fisher offers the worst of America. He is a stain on humanity. Well, I'm glad people are seeing the same things I'm seeing. Normally, I had nothing against Mick. Never. Except he kissed Eric's ass too much, and I wondered about that. Always kissing Eric's ass, and why is that? Is he part of the harem? I mean, what is going on with that? Was he inducted in Eric's harem? Story at 11. I don't know. Well, I'll put it this way, that, nothing is impossible. They're both sucking on each other's dicks in a certain way, and maybe literally, not figuratively, for all I know. I don't know. Speculation? I don't know. I can't verify it. But certainly, figuratively speaking, they are. They're sucking each other's dicks. Figuratively speaking, I could definitely say that. There you go. I'm glad you guys got to listen to that. So what's the big reveal? What is the big reveal about me? I heard him talk about Barry, and they're full of shit on that too. Barry's not going to be in there a long time. He's not. There is a set of rules that even the Bureau of Immigration or DOJ has to follow. Likely sometime after January, Barry's going to be released. Because the subsidiary, he never talks about that, Eric, though, or Mcfish, McBurger, with a special sauce. Never talks about that. I know a lot about that. It's called subsidiary incarceration. Because if you didn't pay the court what they ordered you to pay, they say, okay, if you want to play that game, you're just going to get more time. That's what's going on. That's exactly. There's nothing that has come up with Barry. There's nothing new going on except maybe he's got his ass kicked a few times in there. I wouldn't put a situation past that. And I don't even know that for sure. I can only speculate with his behavior. And yes, either Popeye or Mick, maybe it was Mick, that said that, yeah, maybe it was Popeye, I don't know, that said that, yeah, Popeye's pissed off every agency out there, from the U.S. Embassy to the immigration, DOJ, to the guards, everything. He pissed them all off. So maybe he's not going to get that break. And like I said, the government could do anything that they want to do. Nevertheless, there's a 6-month rule. There's a 6-month rule, and he's over that. Barry is over the 6-month ruling that we can't legally keep somebody over 6 months for subsidiary confinement because of a non-compliance with a judge's order to pay the court and the complainant, damage. He's over 6 months on that. So like I said, immigration could do whatever they want. Apparently they are, because he's over the 6-month period. Okay, I should read the comments. Mix says, Fisher loves to, yeah, he does, loves to hear his voice. He thinks he is a righteous person, but in fact he is living in a cesspit of lies and innuendo, pretending the teacher is only a friend, pure lie. Look, let's just make it straight on that. What he does with the teacher is his business. I'll stand up with him on that. I don't normally stand up with him on anything. Whether she's a friend or a lover, is his business. So, yeah, let's just get up straight on that. If he was in a relationship, I would not understand why he wanted to hide it. I don't understand why he want to hide it. Why? Did he have a present girlfriend at the time? He was trying to hide a relationship with him and the teacher. Was he trying to hide something? I don't know. I can't answer that. I don't know. What was all that about Mick? Oh, you have to listen to the Popeye show he just had. What was so special and so revealing on Popeye's show? I want to know the answer to that. He had to use Mcfish, Popeye, to do his dirty work, because he knows Mcfish doesn't think very highly of me. So it was planned that Mcfish was going to get on Poppy's show and do a live. It was all planned out. Mcfish had nothing good to say about me at all, except he said some nice things about my girlfriend, because he knew better. Because I'd be on his ass like a fly to shit, and she'd be on his ass like a fly to shit, and he knows that. He didn't dare say anything bad about Gilda. But he smoothed things up by saying, she's a great lady. And, she's got some great children. Oh, how nice of you to be nice about that, Mick. They were well behaved, very well adjusted, good kids. That means that kid's got a good mother. And the kids, under the auspice, shall I say, of me and my influence, seem to be really wonderful kids. As far as them always making me be out to be a villain, that I don't treat the kids right or didn't treat my daughter right. That puts them to shame right there. Right, her kids are really well adjusted. Some of the kids are in college, they got scholarships, great grades. Some of them are in professions right now. One of them gets to travel everywhere as a certified public accountant. Others are in college. One's going to be a lawyer. Isn't that great? One's going to be a lawyer. 2 of them want to be engineers. Good kids, right? They must have had some good influence in their life. Duh. Henceforth, their mom. Henceforth, me. There you go. I like putting them to shame when I have to. That show was totally shameful. It was totally bullshit. It was just Popeye's way of lashing out at me. And of course, he knows there's friction between me and Mcfish So he had Mcfish on it, and Mcfish lied, truly lied about how the events went when he met me. We never were in the same goddamn trike because there's no room. Because it was me and Gilda and one of the kids. There was no room in the trike. We never took the same trike together. And his girlfriend in there too. There was no possible room. They took their own trike to their hotel or whatever they were going from there. When we departed, and no, another lie. Let me get up with another lie. Yeah, misery, right. Oh, I didn't read that part. Mix. Okay. Let me scroll a little bit here. I'm sorry. I'd like to read the comments. I saw no money by Mcfish to release Barry, even though he boasts about himself being bona fide millionaire. Yeah, like I asked him if he was a millionaire. I never asked him such a question. I've never asked him such a question. Another fucking lie. Okay, I need to scroll on here. What's happening with this thing? I can't scroll. What is happening? Really? 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 Oh, okay. Whoops. Whoopsie daisy. Let's get back. If Mcfish was a righteous man, he would have got Barry out of prison. I agree. Plus, he boasts having favor with Mayor in Cebu, but I saw no end product, but he loves being around drama, etc. to cause. Well, you're right on that. Can't disagree with you on that. I saw no money by Mcfish to release Barry. You're correct on that. Well, they're the high roaders. And if Mick has all this money and, Eric is making all these book deals and he's a gillionaire and all this other shit, well, by inheritance anyway, why haven't they helped him? Oh, it has nothing to do with me. Come on. Dad, if they paid Barry, they'd have to pay me. That's not true. They could just paid Barry's court fine. But they didn't even do that. They didn't even pay Barry's court fine. They didn't have to, by law or by helping, have to pay what he owes me. No. They noticed. They're not that stupid. They're stupid in a lot of ways, but they're not stupid. They didn't want to help Barry because they know he's guilty of all the crimes. Oh, yeah. Free Barry J. Free Barry J. Well, how come you didn't free him? High roaders, how come you didn't free him? There you go. Lies, lies, lies. Mcfish, all you got is the muscle you build up in the gym. And God bless you. God bless you. I'm all for that. I'll give credit when it's due. Work out, brother. Work out. That's the only positive thing I see about you. Because you're a piece of shit liar, is what you are. You're a piece of shit liar. You're a nomad with no country. You're a nomad. You don't even know where you want to live, but you want to be close to your twin brother, Eric. I don't know why. Maybe because you were inducted into his harem. I don't know. Maybe that's the thing. You got to honor the harem. That means that you honor the things that this guy does. Are you that kind of a person, Mcfish? You know what I'm talking about. You like debauchery? And I could go on and get deeper, but I won't for legal reasons. You're into that kind of stuff, are you? You like kinky shit, huh? Okay, to each his own. God bless you. I'm not into that shit. I'm a one-woman man. I'm very proud of that fact. And the reason I'm a one-woman man, because I actually did find the right woman. I don't have to scoot around to all the fucking bars in Cebu and Manila to try to be in a companionship of a fucking woman that I wouldn't touch with your dick. Not even close. Mix 226. I saw no money, but okay. Okay, got that. Okay, my rebuttal to Popeye's show. There you go. We now have pretty much concluded that Mick is a total fucking liar. He has to live with himself. I'm sure I'm not the only person he's ever lied to in his life. Is he married? What happened to that? Where's his wife? Who left who? I don't think I know that story. Should I take a wild guess? You're a scum of a character. I tried to find some good in you, Mcfish. I really did. I honestly did. I couldn't find any. That's why I knocked you off my Facebook Messenger. Because your motive was not to be friendly with me. It never was. You didn't come over to see if you could find some element of character in Frank, as you eloquently put it. No, you didn't. You were on a mission. What are they selling out there? Oh, I like that. Listen. Listen to that singing. Somebody's selling. He comes on his motorcycle. He's selling something. A good voice. He's selling something. I'm not selling. Who says I don't love the Philippines? Lies. Lies. No, Mick came down on a mission. Let's bottom line this. I'm not going to be on here all day talking about Popeye's show. But I had to come on and break all his lies apart, one by one. One by one. It might have been something I left out. I didn't listen to the rest of the show. But I heard enough. Mick says, just my feeling on Mcfish. He would not ever be able to hold a relationship with a woman in the States or anywhere really, as he is totally narcissistic. Yeah, that I believe in. No woman would have mentality for this. I can't disagree with you on that. Probably very factual what you're saying. From my own judgment of his character and what I see personally, doesn't have to be influenced by anybody else. But for what I see, yeah. I can't see how a woman would stay someone with such a narcissistic personality. And the company he keeps too. You know, the big wallet. He's one of the biggest narcissists in YouTube history, by far. No question. Doesn't even have to be questioned. No one cares how much money these punks have. Nobody gives a shit. Don't put food on our table. It's what you do with your money. It's what you do with your time. It's what you do with your character. Not to sit there just to get attention and post a bunch of lies on somebody's live show like he did. Absolutely did. I went through most of what I have heard on here. I just went through most of what I've heard. It got to the point I said, this is such bullshit. Let me go live, I said. And I went live. And you also heard from Gilda, who backs me up on some of the statements. So you're getting it from the source. She was there, okay? She was there. She heard everything. Saying that he paid for the kids' paddle boats or whatever it was. Lie. Lie. Oh, the other thing was, there was one more thing. Saying that I decided to go home, which is true. I was hot. It was steaming hot that day. And even the canopy of the bar or restaurant, there wasn't too much of a breeze going on. So let's straighten that out too. Why don't we? And more to the story on that. I had pretty much enough of mixed company. I just wanted my own way to feel things out, and I did. Very nice of him to pay for the lunch. I didn't ask him to pay for my lunch. I was fully capable of paying for my own lunch. Let's get that straight. But he wanted to flaunt his money around. Oh, no, I'll pay for it. All right, pay for it then. You got more money than me. God bless you. Pay for it. I got something out of that gig anyway, right? Besides being a recipient of his fucking lies, well, got a couple of meals out of it. Got something out of my meeting with him. Hey, something's better than nothing. Oh, we got 23 here. Look at that. Oh, Nick says, when you look at Bible and when it says about wolf in sheep's clothing, Mcfish comes to my mind. There you go. I mean, if he even had any respect for Popeye, even, he wouldn't come on that show and say the things he did. But no, he had to team up with Team Popeye. That's what he did. And he lied. And Popeye was sucking it all up. Oh, this is great. This is great. Say some more, Mick. Come on, Fish. Say some more. Let's hear it. Let's make this a great show. Because Popeye had nothing else to talk about. Where is the big reveal about my future? Where is the big reveal? Where is the documents he's talking about? Where is this, this little romance with the Bureau of Immigration from any of these characters that they know information that even my lawyer doesn't know? They're all full of shit. And then these people are supposedly religious too. Both three, Nick, Fish, the Big Wallet, and Popeye. Remember I talk about religious hypocrites? There's your perfect example. See, these people get through life with lies. They don't want to mar their character. They want to keep a certain image of it. The fortunate thing is that people see right through this. Even all the trolls on that channel knew all the bullshit. That there's so much shit that was being thrown around. Excuse me, that you need the Department of Sanitation to come by and shovel it up. No, Mick, I don't respect you at all. I have absolutely no respect for you at all. I tried to look beyond a couple of things in the beginning. Maybe you had something in you. And I don't normally meet on any regularity at all YouTubers. But I took a chance with you. And there was no motive of mine to ask Mick for money, as he stated or implied that I was asking him for money. You are so full of shit, Mcfish. That never fucking happened, you piece of fucking shit. You worthless piece of shit. That never went down. That never happened. There was no request for money. Never asked you if you were a fucking millionaire. We were never on the same fucking trike, you lying piece of shit. Lying piece of shit. Nothing went down like Mick said on Popeye's show. Nothing, except for the fact I'm sticking to that. Yes, I did offer Yats 1,000. The broke guy here that has no money. I offered Yats 1,000 pesos to help with her cause. She didn't want it. Okay. I offered to pay for the meal. Oh, no, we got it covered. Okay. That's true. That's true. What's not true is the rest of the story. And I love this one, when he supposedly told me to put my phone away and put it in my bag. That never happened. My phone laid on the table. He said he saw the lights blinking. He had a microphone on it. A microphone? I had a microphone on there? A microphone is built in a phone, Mcfish. I thought you were intelligent. I saw the microphone blinking. A microphone that blinks? I don't know. I don't have that feature on my phone. A microphone that blinks? Another lie. I wasn't recording him at the table. The phone was shut off. The only recording I did, actually near that little cove of people on the paddle boats, which is inclusive of Gilda's children and herself. And for some reason, he did not want me to point the camera toward. Let me tell you the truth. He did not want me to point the camera at yachts. I don't know why. I don't know why he was trying to hide it. If he reveres her so much as a friend or whatever, why would he care what people think the fact that he was there with yachts? Why? Good question. There you go, folks. I ripped them apart on the day of New Year's Eve, of Christmas Eve, that is. Ripped apart. All bullshit, Mcfish. But the question is, I have for Mcfish, why do you feel you gotta lie like that? Why do you feel you gotta lie like that? I mean, why do you feel you have to? You trying to impress Eric? Is that what it's all about? Mick says it shows teacher what she about when she refused to take your donation. See, I must be telling the truth because he did say the truth about that I did offer donation. There has to be truth in what I've been saying here, right? Because he concluded on that. He refused to take a donation for the kids. That shows she don't have kids. Will of heart. Your money is as good as anyone's. Yeah, exactly. My money's as good as anyone. Don't matter where it's coming from. In good heart, I wanted to donate 1,000. I'm so broke. I'm so broke that I pull out 1,000 pesos here for the kids. If I was hurting so much, I wouldn't even offer. I wouldn't offer to pay for the lunch. It was his insistence that he paid for it, but that's to make himself look bigger. Perfect timing because I got 2% battery here. What perfect timing is this? Let me see if I have time to either plug this thing in. Hold on. Okay.
Yes.
So pretty much, can we sum something up? That all the bullshit that Mick Fisher said was all bullshit, was it not? Was it not bullshit?
Yes. Very bullshit.
There you go. Many bullshit. Many bullshit. There you go. It's not like she wasn't there. She didn't see the shit going down, that she didn't hear.
Visceral fat, on the other hand, there is a certain type of fat that is limited in amount. It's in your omentum, which is the fat around your intestines. Then you have the fat that's in your liver. We all have some fat in our liver. Then we have some fat that's also around the pancreas. And then we have a little bit of fat around our coronary arteries in our pericardium. Now, visceral fat that we talk about pathologically is when there's excessive amount of it. And when you get excessive amount of it, you will know it because it is deposited mostly in the belly. So when you have a belly that is sticking out, part of metabolic syndrome, I can see a patient who has a large protuberant abdomen where the ratio of the hip to the waist is abnormal. That is abnormal. That fat, which is on the inside, cannot be pinched with your hand. That's visceral fat. Visceral fat is located in your omentum, in your liver, around your...
Well, good afternoon. Been an interesting day, hasn't it? Welcome back on this Christmas
Eve show in the Philippines. Well, now that I pretty much exposed certain people for their lies, like I said, nothing burgers. Everywhere around, nothing burgers. Like I thought. Nothing burgers. I wonder what they put on their hamburgers. Nothing. That was a bust of a show, and all you had was a cast of losers and haters. You know, how people band together of likeness. It was an expected show. It was nothing exciting. Mcfish said so many lies that I was losing count, and when I did a show afterwards, I almost couldn't keep up with the lies that Mcfish was coming up with. Lie after lie after lie. On Christmas Eve day. My goodness. Really? Okay, so no big blockbuster reveal of anything as expected. No big reveal. Just Popeye. Just Popeye doing his thing. Pardon me, I had to mute it for a second here. Well, when you present facts to people that don't want to hear your facts and they just want to believe the lies, they're just fooling themselves. But, you know, it's kind of a group effort where you get a bunch of losers together and you try to kind of become conjoined in a way of thought, like the conjoined twins. The one thing that can't separate the people is their aptitude for lying. Trying to make somebody look bad to make themselves look good. How sick is that? How desperate is that? Well, we learned about Mcfish, what a goddamn fucking liar he is. And I think you all know that. The story was convoluted. It was more than hyperbole. It was just pure lies. Not exaggerations, but actual lies. Only a couple of things he said had any validity at all. Now, I had my girlfriend go over that video later on after she came back, and she got to kind of fly through some of it. It was too long to listen to the whole thing, but she heard what she needed to do, and I actually brought her to several parts where Mick was lying through his pectorals. It was the same answer. Her memory is just as good as mine. And none of the shit that Mick said on there, Mick the Fish, had any validity at all, or truth. But, you know, you got to give Popeye his day of doing his extra special that he looks forward to every year. Popeye special. The piece of shit on his mobility scooter who lays around the house all day waiting for Frank to come on. Well, that gives pretty much a lot of evidence to what his life is like. I get kind of tired of using that phrase, you know, living rent-free in his head, but I gotta admit, that's what's going on. The poor sap is so bitter that he couldn't say good about anything about anybody, not just me. I don't think he's ever said anything great about anybody, unless he was trying to kiss their ass to get them to come to his show. But it just goes to prove how sick these people are. You got one guy sucking another guy's dick all the time. Why is he doing that? Is it literal? Or is it, you know, figurative? I don't know. It might be literal, actually. I mean, the shit that goes on YouTube between people is so, science fiction, you would think, or some kind of a thriller or horror movie or something. Some of the things they do in their personal life. You don't have to approve of everything everybody does. No, we don't have to. We could talk about it. And you can come to your own conclusions. But I think people have been on here long enough to realize that most of these people are pretty fucked up. Okay, so Jimbo. Asian Adventures with Jimbo. He fucked up again. Oh my God. Leaving Kokong. You gotta love Kokong. Leaving Kokong. You gotta like to say that. Kokong has a nice ring to it. And a chick was what I thought, taking him for all she could. Free lodging while she goes to work. Yeah. Free meals. Laughing at everything he says. But although they shared a bed, there was no action going on in that bed. I guarantee you there's no action going on in that bed. She told him off, basically. He was too petty. Curryput. Well, I don't know what they call that in Cambodian language. But, I'm sure Dexel was listening to this and she was probably clapping her hands, jumping up and down. See, you fucked up again, Jimbo. You fucked up again. I love it. You gotta love it. Jimbo's just meandering around, chasing his fucking asshole, not knowing what to do with his life. Claimed that his parents' house was his house, which we know is not true. I think even his parents don't want him around. He has a big construction business. No, he don't. Labor, if anything. Yeah. How many lies are on YouTube? It's just incredible. I couldn't even begin to count them. And a lot of these come from your regulars. All the big name shows that you're familiar with, that you hear on all the time, that are very active on here. How many lies have they told? How much clickbait do they put in their title to get you to view them? How many subs have they bought? So much going on behind the scenes on YouTube that you don't see it. It's not meant to be seen. They get you to believe whatever they say. Well, Popeye's show was a bust, as usual. Again, he was using some old clips again, blah, 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 blah. Same old rhetoric, same old bullshit. Just another show. Big reveal. Man, there's no big reveal. Oh, Barry's not getting out of jail. Of course Barry's going to get out. I already told you information that I knew. Now, but as I said, the DOJ was overall responsible, but immigration is all part of the Department of Justice. They can pretty much do what they want. If they don't like Barry's attitude, if he's gotten into trouble since he's been in there especially, they can extend his stay in there as long as they want. It's just forget about him. He is already a forgotten soul anyway. Look how long they kept him in Mandawi. That was pretty extreme. Then throwing him around. Big Kitan, then Billy Bit. Damn. He's getting what he deserves. Firstly, I think he deserves more than that. I thought about it for a while. I was kind of back and forth on that. Now he served his time. He did that. But Mcfish didn't agree with me. The old Mcfish. The fisherman. He didn't agree. I didn't agree with him. Sent him on his way. But I got good joy in listening to all his lies. And as I went through the show with my girlfriend, later on after she came back, I just basically, she couldn't sit there and listen to the whole thing. I don't blame her, but I went to just certain sections of Popeye's show where Mick was claiming this and claiming that and claiming this. She disagreed with all of it. Well, she was there when Mick came over. And she agrees too. Yeah, from the beginning, really. She knew that the fish was on a mission. The mission, yes, was not friendship. What a fucking crock of shit. To see if there was any redeeming values in me, something to that. I don't know, in so many words. Okay. Yeah, we believe you, Mcfish. No, he was on a mission to try to get me to, as I said, to, change the tone of things with Barry's situation. Oh, that wasn't going to happen. Then he figured out it wasn't going to happen, so he became upset with me. And I still held my grounds, and I said, no way. Nobody offered me money. What a crock of shit that was. He didn't offer me no money. I never asked him for money either. Another crock of shit. Anyway, it was a nothing burger show as usual. Nothing but a nothing burger as usual. Popeye got his jollies out of people agreeing with him on there. That's how he kind of keeps going. He feels so big and proud of himself to run a hate show. And that's what it is. It's a hate show. It's not that he even hates me. He hates himself. That's the problem. He didn't become, the admiral that he hoped he was going to be in the Navy. He didn't become the admiral. It's just a fucking drunk-ass security guard. And later on to work for the Parks Department. He made fun of me all the time for working for the Parks Department. Then that was the biggest laugh. One of them I had when it was revealed that he actually worked for the Parks Department, which is not a bad job, don't get me wrong. It's a good job. But he was knocking me so much for working for a Parks Department that when I found out that he actually did, I worked for city parks, he worked for county parks, where he lives in Florida. It was funny for that reveal, of all the times he's knocking me. Hey, I didn't mind my job at all, for the most part, really. I had freedoms, it was great. Working in beautiful parks. You got to appreciate the beauty of where you live. If you're in a Parks Department, if you're a Parks Department worker, it's really according to where you live. I don't think you want to work in a Chicago park or something like that, or a park in Kensington, Pennsylvania area. I don't think so. Where I worked, it was fucking beautiful. Now, if you're familiar with Seattle area at all, you know they have the most beautiful parks in the country. Nothing grandeur like Yosemite National Parks. It was in the national parks, just, city parks, but still very beautiful. And I had the opportunity to work on that, and it was great. But Popeye had to knock that. But yet he worked in the Parks Department. So much for, let's just throw a little hypocrisy there too, on what he said about my duties in the Parks Department. When he was the one that was probably really picking up condoms, weren't you, Robert? I bet you were. Projection. You study psychology a little bit. If you read about it, it's projection. He probably had all the jobs that nobody else wanted. In the Parks Department. Anyway, let's not get too negative here. Today it's Christmas Eve. You heard Popeye's lame show, lame as usual. There's nothing new about it, nothing revealing. White envelopes. Where's the white envelopes? I'm still searching for the white envelopes. But no white envelopes. Again, just nothing burger shows by Poops. Now he'll go to bed tonight and feel so proud of himself that I did another hate show against Frank. Okay. Again, you think people are supporting him, but they're laughing at him. They're making comments on there just to make him feel happy. Good boy, Robert. Good boy. Good show. Good show. Attaboy, attaboy. Pat him on the back a little bit. Make him feel proud. You accomplished something. You didn't accomplish shit. But that's Robert Clausen, who's on a list of one of the biggest losers on YouTube. He's even surpassed some people on here that I really thought at first were the biggest losers, but I had to do a recall on that. No, he qualifies all the way to the top. What an ugly bastard he is. And all these brave people. Oh, yeah. Ricky, brave as he is, almost pissed his pants when Mcfish came over. The fish came over at the bar. And Mcfish, being a big, strong man, Superman that he is, who lifts weights, stood there with his backpack. Instead of slamming Ricky for all the things he said, okay, I'll accept the handshake. And he walked away. And then the fish is just afraid to admit who his girlfriends are. Why was he hiding a particular woman? Why was he hiding her? Why didn't he want her on camera? Why? Something to hide? Fish? Why would you want to hide her? That's interesting in itself. Are you embarrassed of her for some reason? Are you that much of a lowlife that you're making a judgment on how she looks, perhaps? I don't know. What your ideal looking woman is, I don't know. But I suppose he has his reasons. He don't like when he's exposed. That's why he adamantly was telling me, well, don't show her on here. I'm thinking, why? Why? What do you got to hide? You want to hide her? Why? Do you have like another girlfriend that you don't want to see this? Or, what's it all about? Mcfish, what were you trying to hide? That's pathetic, dude. You're pathetic. Oh, you think building up your muscles in the gym makes you a swell guy? Does that make you extra special sauce because you work out in the gym? Just makes you a jock. You're still old, Mcfish. You're in your 60s. Don't ever refer to me as an old man. You're in your 60s, pal. Your younger days are over. But brawn and brain are two different things. You have all the brawn you want, but if you lie, that's a brain function. Nothing to do with brawn. I don't know, I bet you were picked on as a kid, Mcfish, weren't you? Probably were picked on as a kid, weren't you? Because you act like a fucking bully. Stop sucking your friend's dick all the time. Come to some fucking reality in life. Tell the truth about something. Don't give this fucking story that you want the masses to hear. Totally made up to make you look good. I told the facts as it happened. And I will stick to that. There wasn't even half-truths in what he was saying. Other than a couple of items where he did tell the truth. Everything he said was an out-and-out lie. An out-and-out lie. I said, I don't know how he lives with himself. Then now I could understand why no woman wants to be with him. Oh, I just want to be independent and free. Did he say that once? Maybe they just don't want to be with you, Mcfish. Ever think that? That even your little bodybuilding is not helping. Your body's one thing as far as muscle mass. But your demeanor, your character, is a whole nother story. I couldn't see a woman wanting to stay with you. Never. Because you're a liar. You probably would lie to women all the time that you're the girl for me. I'd never cheat around on you. Meanwhile, you're going out there trying to pick up all these broads. If I was a woman, I would never trust him in a relationship. It is better he stays single. Better for everybody all the way around. Seriously. Anyway, I didn't even get to listen to the last part of the show. I heard enough. And I can conclude, again, that he's full of shit. He's full of himself. And this was verified, in case you think that my memory is so bad. It was basically confirmed by my girlfriend. Because after all, she was there when Mick came over. Well, we had met a couple of times. Putting no words in her mouth, nothing like that. Either he said something and she heard it and knows about it, or she didn't. One way or the other. And she confirmed that everything Mick said on there was total bullshit. There you go. End of story. But nice try. You guys have a wonderful Christmas Eve and a wonderful Christmas Day. Maybe start your New Year's off a little bit different, like getting a clue. Yikes. What we have is a thunderous, lightning, New Year, well, keep on saying New Year's Eve, Christmas Eve. I don't know where this came from. They're all out of church. Oh my goodness, coming back on that electric bike's going to be interesting. You're all going to get wet. They didn't put the side panels on there, little vinyl curtains on there that I know of. I don't know if you can hear that in the background. We're getting some lightning. This came on about, I don't know, about 25 minutes ago, somewhere around there. Kind of unexpected. I'm glad I didn't go nowhere. That's coming down out there pretty good. I don't expect a lot of people to be on here tonight because a lot of people listen to me from out of the country. Except one brave soul. Listen. I don't know if you're going to be able to hear that in the background unless it comes closer, but there you go. But I have no idea where that came from. As far as I know, we weren't expecting no thunderstorms and lightning. I'm glad I got the generator, but we're okay now. For the moment, anyway. Thunder and lightning on New Year's Eve. About 25 minutes ago, this shit started. They're out of church. With the electric bike. And I don't think he's got the side panels on there either. They're going to have a great time coming back home. They're going to be soaked. So I'm glad I didn't go. Well, I would have gone anyway. Good Christmas Eve dinner, I must say. Chicken, ham, you name it. I didn't stuff myself too much because I knew better. There you go, listen to this. I don't know if you're going to hear that in the background or not. Okay, there's more people showing up here on Christmas Eve. Even the dogs will want to go outside. It's just thundering and lightning and the rain's coming down like crazy. Please don't let the lights go out. That means I gotta walk out there and try to get the generator going, which is usually quite an effort. Here, listen. I don't know if you could hear that or not in the background, how sensitive this microphone is. It's not a big thunderous pounding, but there was earlier. Yipes. Actually, I'm right in the middle of a movie here. Then all of a sudden it started thundering and lightning. I said, what the fuck? My little tropical chair had to take the pillows off it so it didn't get wet. I almost forgot about it. Oh, let's see. A few of the drunkards are on there. Ray in the Philippines putting down a whole bottle of Jack Daniels. You know, the usual stuff on here. But I'm going to watch this movie. I'm just curious who'd be on Christmas Eve. A very bizarre movie I just watched, but I got one more to go for tonight. All right, folks. There's not too much to talk about. Good Christmas Eve. Had a good dinner. All is good in Hooterville. Except for the rain, lightning, and thunder. That's another story. You have a wonderful Christmas day tomorrow. Wherever you may be. Don't do anything I wouldn't do. Which is a kind of strange story. There's a local vlogger right here in town that somehow disappeared from the face of the earth. And he came on strong. He got monetized and just got married about, I don't know, 6 months back. I don't know, he hasn't been on for like 8 months or something. I don't know, it's been a long time, 5 months, really. And this guy was gung-ho about doing shows because he wanted to get the audience and he wanted to get, you know, maybe make a couple of bucks with his monetization. And he just disappeared off the face of the earth. I've even put some comments in there with some of the, well, people that were commenting on his show. They heard hide nor hair of this guy. He was talking about how he used to be in a county jail in America. He had experience. He was talking about doing an interview with a local police officer in Bantayan town and asking all these questions. How long they were going to be in there, how they treat them, how often they eat. I'll be damned if maybe he didn't become one of these prisoners. It's really strange how things happen. And this guy was gung-ho. All of a sudden, he started getting to these speeches about Filipinos and all that. Watch out for this, watch out for that. He had just gotten married, which made me wonder, did she turn out to be one of the Filipinos that he talked about on his show several times? Was he the victim of a Filipina more madly in love and he gets married and everything? And he had all these shows about how Filipinos will take advantage of you and all that. All of a sudden, he's gone. Oh, shit. I know who he is. I've seen him once before I knew he was a vlogger. I ran into him in a grocery store. Haven't seen him in the streets. Well, the morning is coming alive here in the Philippines. Christmas Day. Now, here we go. Oh, this is a free-for-all talk this morning. Well, I gain my energy and stamina and all that good stuff. Of course, forget about having a great sleep, because when I did manage to go to sleep, they came home because they had to go to church at like 8 o'clock p.m. and there for several hours. I don't know what they talk about, but it must be important. Tell them naturally I'm going to wake up when the dogs start barking. Like I have a choice. Okay. Mattis Schlesinger. Well, no sugar tonight. No sugar tonight. Well, no, I didn't go to church because I'm not a churchgoer. However, my partner, my lovely girlfriend of almost 10 years, and the two of her children that live here with us, did go to church last night. And it is Philippines, and it's after 5 in the morning, which is pretty normal for me to get up if you're a newbie on here. Well, hopefully they're teaching you something good at church. Can't say everybody practices, but it is what it is. And I'm not going to knock you for going to church. It's just not my belief, etc., etc., etc. We'll leave it at that. I got my own rituals every time I get up in the morning. While everybody else is sleeping, I'm up. But there's nothing new about that. Not with me, anyway. If you're up, you're up. And it's hard, really, it's really hard to get back to sleep once you're, well, it is with me. Sometimes I just go back and try to get some more sleep, but when I'm up, I'm up. That's pretty much it with me. Wow, well, I need a shave. Maybe I'll grow a beard. Now, why would I do that? I don't like hair on my face. I just never did. I feel scratchy and I don't know. Never been a beard person in my life. Anyway, good dinner and last night. Didn't overdo it. Now, you're gonna get to yawn, so deal with me. Now, gonna have an empty house today, later on, because my wonderful family here, they have to go to the lovely Cebu, Cebu. One of her boys is going to be getting married, a simple, very simple ceremony. I cannot go because, well, somebody has to be at the house, and I have 2 dogs. No sleep for the wicked, huh? Well, I'm not wicked. Lester, the molester. There's Lester, the molester. No sleep for the wicked. I wouldn't say that. Now you're going too far. All right.
So, I am the designated babysitter for the house and for the dogs. Or will be. But I will be in the lovely Cebu next month. Coming up. Why don't he invite you? Who's he? I guess you're not listening very well. Of course I'm invited to go to, it's like my stepson, okay? Although I'm not married. Of course I'm invited to go. You're not listening. I gotta watch the house. I have 2 dogs that are basically not particularly big outdoor dogs. Gotta take care of my girls, my 2 girls, my dogs. I don't even know her name, okay. Well, of course I'm invited to go to the wedding. And I would go if I didn't have the dogs. Somebody's got to be here to watch the house, watch the dogs, da-da-da-da-da, da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. No, my neighbor ain't gonna watch my dogs. I don't put my dog's hands in someone they don't know real well. I just don't do that. And they're very spoiled dogs. They would be under a certain amount of stress. What are you going to do? They're going to come over the house and babysit the house. They're going to move into my house and watch the dogs. Otherwise, they're going to be alone all day. What are they going to do? They walk in the house, the dogs might bite them or something. I mean, unless they know them intimately. Dogs don't have hands. Sure they do. I don't even know what you mean by that, but dogs don't have hands. What does it have to do with the price of tea in China? I don't know. Well, you see, I happen to care about my dogs. See, that's the whole thing. I actually do care about my dogs. I don't leave my dogs alone. Period. Some people don't give a shit. But I do give a shit about my dogs. I absolutely do. They're my family. You gonna leave your children alone? They're my children. I wouldn't leave children alone. God, all the festivities. Oh, people are probably getting drunk left and right and left. Doesn't take a holiday for people to want to drink. I leave my dog with friends and family. Well, they're not that type of dogs. They're very dependent on us. That's the best way I could tell you that. They're very particular. They're very close to us. They don't really like strangers, okay? And they would feel very uncomfortable. I know my dog's needs. I know when they want to eat. I know when they need to go out. I know. And we just don't leave them outside in the yard because they're really not, yard dogs. I mean, they're medium-sized dogs. They're not little foo-foo dogs. Well, they are like foo-foo dogs in a way. Yes, they like the comfort. They like being in the house. They like being what they call their den. And I got to sneeze, so. The inside of the house is indeed their den. They're not street dogs, no. In fact, they don't even go out with us on a leash because although we tried to leash train them, it never worked from when they were puppies. No, they feel more comfort in the house, and I go with that. You can't take a dog's comfort zone away from them, unless you don't want to do that to the children either. I mean, they're not just dogs to us; they're family. They're actually family. Yeah, dogs can be family, actually. So can your cats or whatever, or your cockatiel or whatever you have. So you prioritize dogs over Gilda's son's wedding. No, it's not weird. There's nothing weird about that at all. If there's nobody to watch the dogs, and my neighbor's not going to watch the dogs, so if my neighbor's not going to watch the dogs, I don't have a choice. It's not a big wedding. It's a civil wedding thing. It's like preacher, whatever they're doing. I don't know, that they decided to do. It's not a big event. There's not even going to be a really big reception or nothing really. They want it that way. They know I would come if I could, so no problem. Not anybody that I want to trust with my dogs, let's put it that way. All right, Lester, what are you trying to get at? You sound more like you're trolling me. Weddings are always a big deal, especially in the Philippines. Well, this is not a big wedding. They're not making a big deal out of it. Simply put. Well, some of them have big events, with bands and all kinds of crazy stuff, and they're not doing that. So, and they know I'd be there if I could, so it's not a big deal. Okay, are we done with this? Lester the molester. It just rhymes. I'm pretty damn sure you're not a molester, but it rhymes. Okay. Hell, I used to have a woman I used to hang with, kind of a quasi-girlfriend, whatever. Her name was Leslie, and I used to call her Lester, or her cutesy thing, Lester the molester. I don't think she liked that, but yeah, it is usually a big deal in the Philippines culture, no doubt. Oh, everything's a big deal here in the Philippines culture, actually. Excuse to party, excuse to drink, excuse to eat. It's never stopped any Filipino out here, that's for damn sure. You're starting to get on my nerves. You know where this is going, right? You know where this is going? Unless you know where this is going. Well, I could say YouTubers shouldn't call me any names, but they do. So you got a big crowd to go after out there, okay? Don't pick on me. Oh, I see. Okay. You're gone. It's too early to deal with this kind of shit. So bye-bye. There's lots of reasons I filed charges on Barry. It's not just one reason. Just to let you know. Who put the bee in your bonnet this morning, sir? I don't know. Too early for that crap. Boy, I'm getting lazy. I gotta hold off on my tea. It's a little bit too early. I'm always having tea so early in the morning. The one thing I do, which I guess everybody should, is to have a hefty glass of room temperature water after you wake up. Well, there's two things. Get out of bed, you should probably sit there for about 2 minutes at the edge of your bed. It has to do with your blood pressure and getting your blood flowing. And after a couple of minutes, you get up and you have a good sized cup of room size water because you've been dehydrating overnight. I learned to get into that practice. I wasn't practicing it all the time, but I am now, more so. Makes a lot of sense too. On a biological, physiological level, it makes a lot of sense. I have my tea, at a certain time. It's just ritualistic with me. I mean, it's medicinal and it's ritualistic for me. And that's why I do it. Pardon me with the yawning. Okay. Yes, and you're right. Celebrations here in the Philippines is big time. Big time. But here in the Philippines, you don't need much of a reason to celebrate. They could have a big party over, you know, their child getting their first tooth in or something, breaking the surface or losing their baby teeth or something. There's always some celebration for something out here. It's just part of the culture. They like to celebrate. They like to play music. They like to drink. They like to eat big time and part of the culture. I'm not a big partier anyway. In any event, I've been to people's weddings out here, but it gets a little bit loud after a while with the karaoke blasting 2,000 watts into a guy that's already half deaf. Okay, and generally the food, of course, is not geared to your American taste because after all, it's, they are Filipinos and they eat Filipino food, which I don't like to eat a lot of different Filipino food. So I go there and I've been to many events actually, but I'll go just to show my face and be respectable and all that stuff. But I don't stay long. If my girlfriend or kids want to stay longer, they stay longer, and that's fine. I always find an excuse to go back home or something because I already have a hearing problem, and I don't like to be around loud music. I think having a hearing problem is very serious, and I don't want to cause more damage. And believe me, they play their music loud enough. The decibel levels are frightening, actually. And I don't need any more. I don't need any more damage, say, to my good ear. Thank you very much. So it's, it's a medical thing, sort of. It's a discomfort thing where I also don't like being around a lot of drunk people. I've always made myself abundantly clear on that one. I don't drink, and I'm kind of uncomfortable around people, especially in a different country, drinking around me because it's just not comfortable for me. I don't know, I guess. And, many times people get pretty rowdy and belligerent when they drink. That's another reason. I've been around a lot of drunk people in my life, okay? I had my fill. I can't say it's always been a great experience. I'd rather deal with somebody when they're sober and I know what their personality is like, and I could probably tolerate them a lot better. So obviously I'm not an advocate for drinking, and for lots of reasons. Things that have hit home, a family member, experience that I've had with people who drink. And I also don't like to, my single years, I never liked to date a woman who liked to drink either. They become something that they're not. So I've never gone down that route. I don't know, people's personalities just change pretty radically when they drink,
roosters are going off this morning. Wow. God, I've been reading and researching so much stuff lately. Nothing to do with, YouTubers, you know. Been learning things I never knew before. That's why I love having this little electronic device that's in my hand because, gee, you don't even need schooling, really. You find out anything you want right here. I mean, I think people take for granted. I don't, though. I think people take for granted having this little electronic instrument here, You can look up anything in the world you want. Information at your fingertip, it's just amazing. And people take it for for granted. I never did take it for granted. Imagine this little device, you could talk to people around the world if they're on there listening, and you could look up any information in the world you want in detail. That's just so great about it. I would say that this is one of the, well, it's kind of two sides to the coin when it comes to having these devices. Because you also have something we're talking on now, which is social media. And that could be good, or that could be bad. But I think that has divided people, just like the so-called leader of the free world has divided the nation. People get divided. And they become very, very, very antisocial. Very, very. It's like when they don't want to be around people. The kids that are growing up, they used to spend time with their friends, physically spend time with their friends. But these days, they spend more time talking to their friends through their communication device, such as the one I'm on. They're not up close and personal. And it's gotten to a point with some people where it gets really bad. But these kids are just not really out there exercising, playing any sports, just sitting home. They can't wait to get home from school to get on their cell phone. Although they're not hanging around with their friends, they're going on electronic friends. That can't be good. They become antisocial. Well, they're social, but on social media. That's the difference. No upfront and personal type stuff. And then, I don't think it's good for kids anyway, because, you'd be surprised. This is amazing. The new age of this cell phones and so forth, that it is actually made like lock key type of children. They just don't go out and, hey, I'm going to go out with my friends. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. No, they just can't wait to get on their phone. When they get home, a lot of people are doing homework online now. I don't know. I think it's just dividing people. I think so. People are getting more divided. No up-close personal stuff anymore. Although they do blab a lot on social media, which can get them into trouble. And they're going to say things they wouldn't normally say to somebody's face, but they'll certainly do it on social media. They figure, well, my speech again about their protective environment. They're behind their computer screen. They can say and do whatever they want. We've been through that 1,000 times on here. They feel protected. Until somebody actually confronts them, then they shut up,
It's pretty normal. But I kind of feel sorry for some people on the holidays, though. We got some of our regulars here on YouTube that are just kind of meandering around aimlessly, not knowing what they're doing. They they haven't built up a solid foundation, you know, a place to live, one place, not going from like a saddle tramp, you know. They're going from one place to another, some backpacker's hotel to another, from town to town, not really knowing what they're doing. I don't know what they're looking for. I don't know what they're expecting. I have no idea. But there are people that just don't settle down, and all they do is hang around bars and drink and eventually get into trouble of some sort because, well, drinking does that, number one. And if you're going to be hanging around a seedy place like a bar, well, that's when bad things could happen because it may not be you, but it could be somebody else who can't control their liquor and will do or say something that, you know, they get irritated by or you get irritated by. It just doesn't work out real well. But people, like I said, I never understood why people come all the way here to the Philippines to change their life in some form or way. But they just hang around bars. I mean, they could have done that in their own country. But that seems to be a gathering place instead of really exploring the culture. And there's a lot of people who do explore the culture, don't get me wrong. But there's a pretty good population that come here and all they really do is, you know, well, they've seen the sights and all that. And okay, well, only place to go, only place to meet anybody is in a bar. That's where they socialize. Mostly a lot of the expats that come out here, they socialize in a bar. There's got to be alcohol involved. And it's a trend I've seen on here. Well, it's always been a trend, really. It's nothing new. We got some regular YouTubers out there. All they do, they'll drink on camera. They're always drinking something, getting drunk, and or they're in a bar, or they're getting drinking at home and on camera. And I think that's somehow glamorous or something that people really want to see. And some people do, because those are other drinkers too that can relate to people who drink. That's the way it is. People will relate to other people who drink. Just as drug addicts will relate to other drug addicts. Just the way it is. So it's just my personal choice not to be around people who drink. You're probably better off, especially in this country, any foreign country, is to be drinking a lot or hanging around people who drink because some people can't handle their liquor and they get kind of belligerent. I'd rather not be around that type of people. They're not lesser of a person than I am. I don't see it that way. The way I see it is that it's just something I don't like to do. And, you know, if my wonderful personality is going to shine out, let it shine out without liquor in me, you know, just be myself. I don't need a liquid chemical. I got enough chemicals in my body, trust me. I don't want to be also doing a liquid chemical to further damage other organs such as liver and kidneys and all that stuff. I don't need that. I like to make it beyond my age. You know, I've got my own things to deal with. One bad habit, I don't need another one. I've always emphasized that on my show. Why further any things that could potentially damage your body when you don't have to, you know? Why proliferate anything? Well, anyway, the show's not about drinking, but it is the holidays. Well, I'll be glad to see this year over, I'll tell you that. Been a very interesting year, certainly has. And of course, New Year's, okay, we're getting back to the drinking again, but partying and so forth. New Year's is just another day for people to drink. Drink. It seems to be a big topic on my show here. I might as well flow with it anyway. People don't need an excuse to drink, but they sure try to find an excuse to drink. A birthday, a holiday, some national or state event or something, somebody's birthday, I don't know, an anniversary. All these executive types all got a stemmed glass in their hand, and that's the way they socialize. Watch all these movies, which is in real life. People have these events, and how do they socialize? See, that glass you have in your hand is like a directional antenna, okay, which is picking up signals. Look at it this way. I bet you never saw it this way, but I'm going to give you another way of looking at it. Hello, Ed. Merry Christmas to you, too, in the sense of the holiday, at least anyway, to another Christmas that we have made it to. I look at it that way. But yeah, actually getting back to that, it's very interesting psychology, actually. You go to these events or you see them on TV, there's a gathering, a lot of these people have businesses or rich people. It don't have to be rich, but it's a way of socializing, and how they socialize is with that glass in their hand. It means we're here, we're a member of the drinking society, and this glass I have in my hand is going to be a tool to socialize with the other people at the party, because everybody's got a drink in their hand, whether it's in a glass of champagne or whatever they're drinking. But this is a tool that makes them comfortable in a social environment. Having that glass in their hands means that I'm a member. It means I belong here, okay? And having a drink in your hand that keeps on getting refreshed, is a way of approaching somebody else who also has a drink, a glass in their hand. Mr. Frank, just to let you know, they say it's a Filipino vlogger who helped Shaw not to... I don't want to talk about this shit, okay? I don't care who it is. A Filipino vlogger. And if it was a Filipino vlogger, I have a very good idea who it was. Now, did you say Filipino or did you say Filipina? There's a difference. I have a good idea. The difference between Filipino, let's be more specific, like the Pacific. I think it's a Filipina, not a Filipino. But nevertheless, give me a break. It's Christmas Day here. I want to hear about ill-minded people. We have enough of them. But the one thing I have noticed, though, is some of the channels that are getting good people counts, that are getting some viewers, are those who choose to drink online, because there's a lot of drinkers out there. When they see you drinking, oh, it's a good excuse. Let's all drink. Come on, let's hold a glass up. Cheers, cheers. Well, as I said, people have a common thread. They stick together. Nothing new about that. A male. All right, whatever. Damage is already done. I just got to deal with it, that's all. And remedy it. And I'll end it on that. Talk about something else. So some guy was asking me, well, how come you're not going to your, whatever, stepson, his wedding? Well, it's unfortunate sometimes when you do have pets, and also very fortunate. Because if you're a responsible pet owner, you just can't leave the house and leave them alone. Somebody's got to feed them. Somebody's got to give them attention. One of the dogs is older than the other. I just don't leave my dogs alone. Somebody was asking me something about that. Oh, you mean that's a big event? You're not going to your stepson's, I call him my stepson. You're not going to his wedding. Well, I would under different circumstances, certainly. If it was more localized here, but it's in Cebu. And it's not making it a very big event either, though. It's not a big party or nothing. It's just a civil wedding. It's not going to be a big church thing or anything like that. I mean, I don't have to make excuses. There really aren't any excuses. I just have a certain responsibility to the house, to the dogs, and simple as that. It doesn't take any kind of brain work with that. It's just, it is what it is. I'll see them anyway, because I have to go to Cebu next month anyway, so I will see them when I come to Cebu, so it's not a big deal. They understand. As long as they understand, it's all good. That's what matters. That's what matters. New Year's approaching. There might be some changes going on, buddies. There might be some change. Let me get my cup. Okay, I gotta mute this for a minute. Okay, sorry about that. Nature called. I had to answer. It's kind of interesting that I've been taking an interest in my kidneys more than ever because I had that kidney stone deal. Here's a little test that you guys could do for yourself. Next time you take a piss, see if you have any foam or bubbles in it, because it could mean you have a problem with the proteins. It could indicate kidney disease, but to figure out if it's really kidney related, if you could hold some of your piss, what a topic, but it's kind of interesting. If you pee in a toilet bowl and you see foamy or bubbles, try to hold off and then pee in some kind of a plastic cup or something and see if you have any bubbles. And the reason is, if most people, I would think, clean their toilets, there's always some residual detergent matter that's on the porcelain and will cause bubbles and foaming.
And a lot of people automatically assume, oh shit, I'm having a problem with my kidneys. But then you pee in a cup and there's no bubbles and foam. And that's another test you could use that I've actually used recently. Because I had that kidney stone situation. I don't think I'm out of the woods with this, though. I don't think I'm out of the woods. Mr. Prince Snob, Merry Christmas. No, it is kind of concerning to me because, let me explain. Any invasive procedure that you have, for example, God knows that I've talked about it enough when I had this marvelous kidney stone it's been about a year now, hasn't it? Wow. And I'm still talking about it because it was pretty intense. That's why. It was pretty intense. And no exaggeration here. Any type of invasive procedure, and this is even going for things like endoscopy and colonoscopy, it's invasive. They could actually cause more damage than anything if you never had any damage. But in my situation, I think they can cause. What they do is they put a stent in there. It's almost like a heart stent. You know what I mean? They put a stent in to keep your ureter open, so free flow of the urine. Right? It's not really a topic I really want to get in the morning here, but I told you I do a lot of research on a lot of things when it comes to my own body and all that stuff. Nobody else is responsible for my body but me, so there you go. No matter where you go, there you are, and it's your responsibility. And a lot of these procedures could be very invasive. Oh, it's Princess Anne. Good morning, Princess Anne. So how many lawsuits you got on me from Biggie, on you from Biggie? He doesn't get into that stuff, does he? But yeah, they seem to have it really out for you, don't they? They really do. You think those shots that you were getting has something to do with your kidney stones? Oh, I think it. I don't know if the right word is proliferated. It probably did. I think it was the icing on the cake. That's what I think. Because I didn't realize how much ascorbic acid, 10,000 milligrams. That's a lot. And I was doing that for several months. So, yeah, I would say there's a connection to that. I would say there's a connection. It all adds up. There's certain calciferous foods you eat. There's spinach, there's all kinds of different stuff that can cause kidney stones. There's that contain a lot of oxalates and all that other crap. It's practically anything you eat is going to add up to something. If there's something in it, I mean, it'll fuck you. If one thing doesn't fuck you up, something else will. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. You can't win at everything. But yeah, I would think it probably contributed. Plus all the vitamins I was taking too. I drastically reduced my vitamins as I did more and more research, my supplements. And it was all good stuff I was taking, but I narrowed it down to a certain amount of supplements that I take daily, to very key ones that really have to do with my age and my heart health and stuff like that, longevity, that kind of stuff. So I'm concentrating mostly on that. But yeah, I would say that has definitely contributed. I'm glad I got off it. And this woman, she goes around, she's a nurse who works at the local hospital, but she has a side business, her and her husband or whatever. They go around to people's homes. They're making good money. But, I wasn't very well researched on there. The main ingredient that was in there was something that's a really good antioxidant, which is known, actually, very good, but unfortunately, they were adding,
it's all for your immune system, which vitamin C does help, absorbic acid, but it could also have another effect, such as buildup of stones. So a lot of these people are not aware of that, you know. But you see, you know, the more shit she puts in there, you know, the more she could charge. You understand how that works? There you go. That's how it works. They were also adding stem cells, but they were from plant-based steroids from China or whatever. I mean, it was... No, not steroids. Stem cells, but not very good stem cells. Stem cell therapy is very good, but it wasn't animal-based, which it should be. It was more plant-based, but coming from a cheap source. It was from China, and it wasn't high quality. Yeah, that could be very beneficial, but they're charging you for that. So we just thought it wasn't a good idea, you know. Then the expense was getting in there too. Both of us, you know, started off as twice a week. Then we went down to once a week, and then I decided it's not worth it. It wasn't worth it to me, anyway. I woke up, you know. It's just creating a business. And since she was a nurse, I don't know, some certification or something, I don't know, she knew how to do intravenous type of situations, you know, well qualified to do that. So it wasn't just somebody from the street. Oh yeah, I learned how to do medicines intravenously. I got the stand, I got the bags, the plastic bags, you know, I got the drip going. It's just a way of making money. People get creative. It's not a bad thing in general, but I said minus the absorbic acid. Now, another reason I used to talk about this a lot, having to do with, oh, by the way, something I've also learned I need to bring up. When I learn something new, I'll tend to share it on my show. Ibuprofen. Ibuprofen that a lot of people take for pain and inflammation, stuff like that. It's not a good thing. It certainly is not a good thing for your liver. It's not a good thing for your kidneys either, but also for your brain. Yeah, they're doing more and more research, but finding that ibuprofen is a big culprit. And did you know, and this one freaked me out because I learned this just last night. Just last night, I learned this. There's a very rare, but it's rare, thank goodness for that, it's rare. There is a condition with your skin, I'm not kidding, but when I say it's rare from ibuprofen and other certain anti-inflammatory medicines that freaked me out. And what that is, and I can't give you the name of the disease, I don't have it in front of me, but your skin falls off your body. I'm not kidding. I didn't make this shit up. And I was watching this video where somebody was completely wrapped up in gauze or something. They were just wrapped up to protect their skin. Because you take it an anti-inflammatory, but some people's systems don't jive with this particular kind of anti-inflammatory medicine at all. And then their skin, strange things start to happen with their skin. And believe it or not, their skin starts to peel off their body. So their dermal layer, certainly at least their initial dermal layer just kind of peels off it's nasty. It's just really nasty. That could open your body for infection and everything else. Fortunately, it's rare. It's rare, but ibuprofen has never been good. I remember when Fazio, in fact, was, whatever he had going on at the time. I don't know if he was taking that because of his leg, the infection. I don't know what he was using it for, but I do have a memory that does take me back to him saying that he was taking like, how many milligrams? That comes in what, 200 and 400 and 800. I forgot how many ibuprofen Michael Fazio was taking every day for a lengthy period of time. He would have died one way or the other, okay, whether it was sepsis or whatever he had, but he was popping them like M&Ms, and you're only allowed to have something like, I don't know, somewhere around 3,000 milligrams a day, and you're still pushing it. And he went way over that limit on ibuprofen. I mean, big time, big time. So his liver was going to shut down one way or the other. Not to mention anything else. Ibuprofen is a tried and true product, but you got to handle it very delicately. You have to not abuse it like anything else, because it'll take its toll on your liver. But it just doesn't affect your liver. But mostly, your liver has to absorb that, try to filter it, metabolize it actually. It's very difficult. Same as liquor, alcohol. But ibuprofen will tear your body apart. We have some at the house here, but there's other alternatives like, acetaminophen or something like that, but it's a choice you have to make. But no, it's not, it's, and that I read up more on this. I just, I'll put it this way. When I was having kidney pain, from, kidney stone pain. Oh yeah, I was popping down those, every 4 hours, I was popping down those ibuprofens myself, because when you're desperate, you're desperate. When you're in pain and you're feeling uncomfortable, you're going to go in your little medical drawer and you're going to say, what do I got here for the pain? What do I have? What do I have? I need to do something, because pain is pain. It's hard to tolerate pain, as everybody must know by now. I don't think there's anybody out there that has ever not had pain in some form or way. If it gets really bad, you're desperate. It's like, hey, give me what you got, and you're going to take it. You will take it. You're not going to care. You're caring about the pain at the moment that you're getting. And you're not thinking about any side effects. You just want to take care of the problem, but you're not really taking care of the problem. It's a Band-Aid, but nevertheless, most medicines are a Band-Aid anyway. But when I look back, when I had the kidney stone, actually I thought it was my kidney that was infected too, and I don't think it was. It was just a urethra that carries the urine. Look, if you had a 9-millimeter stone in your urethra, you're going to know about it, my friend. You'll know about it eventually. Oh, believe me, you'll know about it. Because it's also blocking the flow of urine, which is not good. And what happens when you block the flow of urine? Okay, when you do piss, you're not getting your full bladder emptying, but you're also forcing urine back up into your kidneys. Now, I've been concerned lately because I know it's that chair of mine. So I had to do my own research, because I was feeling a little bit of aching in my flank area of the back. That's where your kidneys are on each side. I'm thinking, oh shit, please don't tell me something's going on with the kidneys again, or a stone or something. So I had to satisfy myself by changing my position. This chair is not comfortable. I have a recliner. And, it's not like a straight back chair, where you're in a proper position with your back, right? And if there's a space, and note this for yourself, if you've got a space between your lower back and the chair, there's a measurable space, then your back, you're not sitting straight. and it's going to affect your muscles. I pretty much figured that's what's going on with me. But it made me think that, oh shit, please, come on. Don't tell me there's another blockage or another stone or something going on, or I have a stricture. There's a lot of tests you have. If you really want to find out, you got to get an MRI if you want to spend that money. If you're worried about having the unfortunate thing about, I talk about how invasive it is when you have a stone and then you have to have some kind of surgery, where, well, they have to go in with a scope and they try to take the stone out. And in my case, they couldn't reach it because it was very far up the urethra. I talked about this before. So that was one procedure that went to waste, but it was invasive. Okay, so they couldn't do that, right? But in the meanwhile, they put a stent in there to keep your urethra open, and that was very uncomfortable. It was also affecting the flow. Well, actually, it was supposed to be helping with the flow by kind of widening, just like in the arteries. Just like in the arteries, you hear people getting stents, Same difference. Only it's a urethra. It's not an artery, but it is an artery in a sense that it's your urine flow. Okay, hope you're learning from this. So I had a stent put in. Had to wear it several months inside. Not very comfortable. So what happens is you try to pee, even with a stent. I mean, it's supposed to be, well, the stent is going to widen your urethra so that, if you have a stone in there, it could break loose. But you don't want, you're not going to, it's not going to break. The 9mm is not going to just break loose. You don't want it to. So you have to have lithotripsy, which is simply a machine that, vibrates the stone into powder. Okay. But having any blockage in your urethra, what happens is that when you go to urinate, we're getting to medical shit this morning on a Christmas day. Hallelujah. It forces the urine, a backflow, back into your kidneys, and that could damage the kidneys. That was what was happening with me. Believe me, when I try to urinate, I didn't look forward to it, because at that time I did have the stent in, I believe. And of course, from procedures and stuff, there's inflammation going on in there too, invasive. So imagine this, you're urinating, then you get this backflow of urine that goes back to your two kidneys, and it hurts. You'll feel the pain. You'll feel your kidneys that you never knew, you never thought about it before, where they're located, or that you have two kidneys at all. But you'll be very much aware that you have two kidneys, believe me, when you get a backflow of urine. Now, what you got to watch out for, can't believe I'm talking about this again, but someone started something off on this actually. When you have invasive procedures being done, and you've had a good-sized stone in there, okay, which is going to, cause some inflammation and damage to the lining of your urethra, okay, whether you're a woman or man, you can get a stricture. A stricture could be caused by the stone itself, by the invasive procedure, or by, the lithotripsy, which, as I told you, it breaks up the stone. Now, the sad thing about that, if you have a stricture, it might be okay for a while, but it's basically scar tissue. Let's just call it what it is. It's scar tissue, a stricture. So if you have that, it causes future problems. So I need to go, and unfortunately, an ultrasound is not going to show everything out. If you really want to be sure of something, well, you have, if you want to go back on a table and have them going in there with a scope and explore it, and you want to go through that and the expense, big expense, which is also, again, invasive. You can't win. What you can do, you can start off with an ultrasound, but it doesn't show out everything. But it might give you an idea. You can start off with an ultrasound, specifically for that. If your lab does it, if your diagnostic center, where I live, they do ultrasound. But if you really want to definitively know, you're going to have to spend at least 10,000, 16,000 pesos or more, according to whether it's a private hospital, public hospital, whatever, or just go to a diagnostic center. You get a little better deal in a diagnostic center, I think. And they also give you a break on their age, too. They do, actually, most places. You're going to have to pay quite a bit of money, and you want to get an MRI. But if you get an MRI, straight MRI, it's expensive enough, but if you do it with contrast is the solution they put in there to kind of make your, make everything kind of show out a lot better on the MRI, let's put it that way. It's better with the contrast, though people can't take contrast very well. Some people get sick on that or whatever. It might be like a very chalky substance that they have you drink, before the MRI. I've been through that once. And it shows out everything a lot clearer. So the only way is to go for an MRI. If you really want to know and you have any thoughts about something going on that you might suspect, And the other thing here too, I had a PSA test, which is a prostate test, basically to test your PSA levels, size of your prostate. I had a good level, 2.1, but there's always a converse to that. There's always it's a good level for my age, but it means I don't have a large prostate. So what's causing me to urinate more frequently, which I do? Sometimes because of the tea and different things and supplements could make your there's so many variables, could make your bladder overactive, number one. But a prostate is not enlarged, and for my age, I'm doing very well in the size, surprisingly. But that also could have an opposite effect. I can't go into details of that because it's still kind of like flown through my mind. Having a really low prostate, I would say a 2.1 level, could also be dangerous. I mean, it's so convoluted. It's so convoluted. Got to go get a medical degree sometimes to go figure out this shit. But I learned, but very slowly. But there's a good to something like that, and there's a bad. A prostate PSA test, you get 2.1. That's very good. It generally means your chances of getting prostate cancer is lower than somebody who has a more larger one. But then their studies have also shown that I told you can't win. There's sometimes a really small prostate could be indicative of something else to come. I don't know. It's a non-win situation. It really is. But it's always worth checking it out, okay? In a nutshell, it's worth checking it out. So ever since it's been such a topic of mine here because I did go through this and I've shared my information with a lot of people on here. Don't ignore your kidneys. And I would say voluntarily, not by need, but voluntarily, it's out of curiosity and preventive maintenance. I'd call it preventive maintenance for sure. Go and get Okay, well, there's no clickbait in the title. I think I'm pretty clear. The next, Elliot Eastman, and of course you're familiar with Elliot Eastman's story, who lived in Mindanao, and maybe he said too much, or a lot of speculative thoughts were on his situation. As you know, he shot and killed and dumped in the ocean, is what the theory is. Well, we got one vlogger here, and I got a short on him, actually, prior to this live. And by the way, Merry Christmas. Got the house to myself, which is sometimes quite lovely. And a lot of, and you're familiar with
what is his name? Expat, living in the Philippines. You know, Steven. Hello, all you lovely people. Yeah, that's the one. Uh, he's making mistakes over and over and over again, and he's not living in the worst area of Mindanao where, you know, history has, pretty much said that a lot of things happen. But he is in Mindanao now. Stephen, who I would imagine that 90% of what he talks about on his show is all made up just to fill in the space, to keep the rhythm going and all that stuff, and you can make money. I figured that out a long time ago. All right, despite him making up all these stories, the problem, the denominator with most of his shows is that, and where people don't understand whether he's coming or going. And what I mean by that is, Stephen is a person who talks pretty much down about the Philippines, the people, the government. And he's got to understand where he's living. He's got a white face. He's a foreigner. He's in Mindanao. Now, it doesn't mean Mindanao is a bad place. I understand there's a lot of great places in Mindanao, but there's some places too that's scattered. You can have your different factions of people there that are good or bad like anywhere else, but Mindanao has been historically known to be a place where, well, a lot of people have met their demise for one reason or another. Okay, let's just leave it at that. Okay, so not to put down the people of Mindanao, I'm sure there's a lot of very good people out there, but historically speaking, there's been a lot of incidents in Mindanao. Okay, I think you understand why. Well, Stephen makes a mistake all the time. I just caught his show this morning, a little while ago actually. I didn't even listen to the rest of it because I knew the story was all bullshit. He makes up stuff about neighbors. He doesn't go anywhere or do anything, so I don't understand where he comes up with this information. But, he's got to fill in the blanks on his show and have something to talk about. He's got to keep the money coming in. He's made a lot of mistakes on there, some of them really bad. And I wish I could just condense it and I was technical and I could just really put together a whole shitload of clips of things he said that would get him into a lot of trouble. But Stephen, or Stefan, however you want to pronounce his name, really spends a lot of time with a lot of negativity about Philippines and the people and the government. And that's just not something you could do out here on any regularity or at all, but certainly not on any regularity. And I don't care what your status is out here, and I don't care what you hold, the 13A, or I don't care what it is, married to a Filipino or not. It's not a place where you want to spend most of your shows pretty much putting down Filipinos, Filipinas, the country, the government, the barangay. And you can't be doing that all the time on here. This is social media. You'd be surprised how many people, if you got a lot of viewers to your show, especially, there's always going to be somebody out there that's going to, oh, did I get my water bottles here? I'm sorry. I didn't hear anybody. I got to put a bell out here. I really do. Oh, gosh. I don't know. These concrete walls, it ain't my deafness because these concrete walls must be, well, there's people coming down. Must be pretty solid because we don't hear shit out here. The truth is, we don't hear shit. The dogs do. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. Feliz Navidad. Okay. And I didn't even hear anybody out here, I have nothing today. I'm sorry. Yeah, I don't have nothing today. We gave away just about all the little goodies from people coming here, and I don't have any change on hand. So I guess they're shit out of luck today. We were pretty generous to the people that came by. Okay. But we don't hear shit in here. The dogs do. The dogs do. And they're very good at what they do. I gotta give them that. Okay. Let's get back to this menagerie. It's my prediction that Stephen is going to
I mean, he's already had some friction. Here's what's going on. Okay. I think it's now been 2 or 3 times, maybe 3 times, that Stephen had some plainclothes supposed policemen come by his place. And it's the same scenario. Let me see your passport. Where you from? Let me see your ID. And asking a lot of questions that mean he's been put on the forefront, basically where they got a close eye on him. Because you'd be surprised how many people in his area probably watch his shows. Word gets out. This guy's got a YouTube show. Let's check it out. And Stephen's been taking a chance for a long time. I would not be surprised. And first of all, he made a mistake by building his house over there. Of all the places, I mean, I personally would not want to live in Mindanao. I've heard too much about it. I'm not saying that there's all bad people there. That would be a blanket statement, but I'm sure there's wonderful people there, but it wouldn't be my choice, being a foreigner with a very, very white face. You can't get whiter than my face if you tried. Open up a bottle of milk. That's my color, believe me, with blue eyes. I'd stand out like a 1,000-watt light bulb. So, my advice to this guy, he's got to tone it down. You know, he's in a little bit of the boonies where he lives, and he's already had 2 or 3 times supposed officers of the law, ununiformed, come by checking him out and asking him a lot of questions. That would be scary. I would be on the alert if I was him. Because, look, they're not going to listen to anybody. You know, he's going to continue to spew out all the things that he finds wrong with the people, wrong with the Philippines, wrong with the government. Everything from, you know, he's kind of labeling that all Filipinos are going to do you bad on a land sale, and that's not true. We did a land sale here a while back of something near the port, and there was no problem with that at all. There was no problem selling it. This is a while back now. Never had no issues. Title was clear, you know, but you can't say or imply that don't do business with a Filipino. You know, we had a situation that we remedied here. And would I do it again, or would she do it again? No, we wouldn't do that again. We did very well in the beginning with it, but it had to take a little bit of friction to get the money back. Okay. All right, end of that story. But you can't just automatically say that if you're going to do business, buy a piece of land or house or something from a Filipino, you can't say that they're all, you know, below the law, well, above the law, whatever. And that, you know, you're not going to get a clear title, or they're selling land that don't belong to them. Does it happen? Yeah, fuck, it happens. It happens all the time. That crazy love of mine. You just got to be careful what you do. Check out all credentials. Check out the paperwork. Make sure who is on that deed, and actually most of the time it's from your tax. What do you call tax situation? You want to check that out. Who's on the tax? Whose name is on the tax? What do you call it? Oh, whatever. A lot of times you don't have titles out here. Okay, so yeah. You got to do your research. But I don't think people should be labeling the Filipinos as all being scamsters and doing fraud and everything like that. If you value your life, okay, and you value where you live, I certainly wouldn't do that. It's just some advice. But Stephen doesn't understand. In his effort to try to produce content for his show, he makes these mistakes all the time. He needs to listen to himself. Don't be surprised when I'm the only show on here today. Well, I got the time on my hands now because there's a wedding going on for tomorrow in Cebu. Familia had to make a trip to the lovely, I say lovely Cebu. Couldn't make it on this trip. Musa couldn't make it on this trip. So, anyway, with that being said, I'm gonna have to pick on something here to eat. A whole damn baked chicken here that they didn't have yesterday. They had the ham. Okay. Where was I when I rudely interrupted myself here? Oh, okay. Well, watch what you say, and especially if you happen to live in an area that could be kind of questionable as far as what they think of foreigners. Maybe they had problems with foreigners before. In Elliot Eastman's situation, it was multiple things that were going on, as we understand. The fact that, he married a Muslim, and there could have been some friction in that situation. Could have very well be. Because I don't know much about the religion really, but they're supposed to only marry other Muslims. I believe that to be correct, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, because I really don't know. All right, with that being said, in the Elliot Eastman situation, there was multiple factors. He was publicly saying that he's lending money and all this other shit. He was even putting suspicion in people's minds how open he was on what he talked about, creating an air of suspicion. Now, maybe somebody does know the truth, but they're not going to say it. And was it because of his marriage to a Muslim, and maybe there was some friction in regarding that situation? I don't know. They make people think he had a lot of money because he was doing a little lending business on the side. I don't know. I think it could have been all of the above. Yeah. But back to, what is Steven's channel name again? Because I never bothered to pay attention to them. It's hello, you lovely people guy. Expat living in the Philippines or something like that, or whatever, Yeah, and Steven, he's kind of a loose cannon in many ways. I would say he's a loose cannon. He's just, in his effort to try to come up with material to talk about on his show, which, I came to the conclusion that most of the stuff he talks about is made up just to fill in the time space. Get viewers and blah, 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 blah. Anyway, that's my opinion. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong, but I'm going with my gut instinct on this guy. And with that being said, enough of that happens with him that he's going to draw just a little bit too much attention to himself, and especially where he's living. And that's what Steven has to stop doing. Of course, it's not my job to tell people what to do, but just for safety factors, I think he needs to consider toning it down a little bit. Maybe he doesn't realize how negative he is on his show about the Philippines. I think that he's stuck in a situation where he can't leave because he's got the wife, a kid, another kid on the way. That's what I think. So he's trying to make the best of it, the best if he can, but then he can't help it because it comes out on his show, what he talks about. He needs to listen to his own shows, really. And maybe he'll understand exactly what I'm talking about. I mean, he's not the only one that does that. I don't normally give credit to Scotty Boy, but he did do a funny short where a little skit there where he gets arrested and he's in court with the judge, and it was because he was photographing people in the street. And what was that one line? I didn't realize I was doing wrong. They're all a cheese sandwich to me with extra cheese. That was his line. Brilliant. Women to him was just a cheese sandwich with extra cheese, Your Honor. Well, I thought it was funny. I don't give people credit when credit is due. So Scotty could be a little creative, do a little AI. Now, suppose he stopped drinking. I don't think that's possible with him. Just my thoughts. You may think differently, but I don't think it's possible. Because it's what he does. Just like Jim, Asian Adventures, he ain't gonna stop drinking. Oh boy, what's happening with that? Well, apparently, I'm sorry, but I am eating something here, and I'm not gonna stop. Well, apparently, a little friction. And Jim was just being too petty with her, and or she was using him, which I thought was from the beginning, because he was housing her. And they got into a little argument. This is what happened. She pretty much yelled a bunch of expletives to Jim. Jim got butthurt and took off. I don't know, man. This guy can't just keep it going. He just can't get it going. He does everything in his own doing, though, you know. So, I'm sure Dexter is very happy to see this happening. So now, instead of talking about kokong, Phnom Penh. Or wherever he winds up, he'll wind up getting in trouble again. You know, history has a way of repeating itself, as I always say. They don't learn. You might be able to get away with some shit in America, but it's kind of difficult here. I mean, getting back to Steven, he's pretty well defining the Filipinos as people that you can't trust. Every woman, how does he know his wife ain't scamming him? I don't know. But the way he puts it, like a broad spectrum antibiotic, that they're all scammers, that they're all after your money, which is not true. Of course, you got a certain element of the female population out here that are out to skin. It's not just females, I mean everyone. But you'll find that anywhere. It's pretty, standoutish in the Philippines, yes. It is. All being said and done, but you can't label a broad group of people like that. And Steven does it all the time. It's like he just can't help it. And sooner or later, he could turn out being the new Elliot Eastman. For real. I doubt he ever listens to my show, or probably doesn't very often. But if he was listening, I'd tell him he needs to tone it down just a wee bit. Well, actually, a lot. And you're in Mindanao. You're in Mindanao. Well, your chances of coming across a little bit of friction from locals might be a little bit higher than other areas. Pardon me, I was in a bad spot here. Personally, I think a lot of people need to tone it down on here. They all just figure, man, I can say what I want. I can get away with it 24 hours a day. But that's not true, and you know that. You gotta be careful what you say on here, because people will use it against you. Duh, you know? You may use it against them. Goes the other way, too. I gotta get some water here. Oh, boy. God damn, it's nice and quiet around here. Don't get that too often. Just the girls, canine girls here. To have the abode to myself. Boy, kind of a good feeling sometimes, you know. Contrary to what you might think about me or believe, I sometimes like my independence a little bit. I mean, I'm happy with the status quo. I probably wouldn't have it differently, but if I were to do it all over again, I wouldn't mind being more independent. But the fact is, as you get older, I hate to tell you that, my brethrens, but you will be more dependent on your Filipina. You will want to have somebody in your life. Because there ain't going to be nobody out there that's going to, you know, take care of you as you age, or maybe you develop some medical conditions that require some care. It's just the way things work. It's the way it happens. Nobody knows from day to day what the health is going to be like. You could be whistling Dixie walking down a damn road, having a great old time, wonderful day. Sun is shining, good temperature, you're feeling good. You wake up the next morning or overnight or something happens to you unexpectedly, and that's how it happens, unexpectedly. It's going to ruin your night or ruin your day or ruin your life. So have somebody out there you can trust. I think that's really, really important. I can't emphasize that more. And I really don't envy anybody who's doing it alone out here. And I don't know, I don't trust people who speak second party, third party, like Scotty. It's like he's third party or something. He'll say, well, Scotty boy says, I don't know, who does that? Who does that? I haven't heard too many people do that on here. But Scotty does that. Oh God, I don't have change here. I got 1,000. Guys can come by for the water bottles again. And I haven't been to the store. Oh shit. Well, they'll trust us. We've been dealing with them a long time. I don't have any small bills or anything here. We don't keep much money in the house. If I go to the store, I could break something, but yeah. And what do they charge here? It's 20 pesos per bottle. Usually we have about 7 or 8 of them. It's about 20 pesos per bottle right there. It's just like, 80 pesos. It's not bad. Some people charge 25. It's not even purified water. No matter what they call it, it's not purified. And there's no minerals in it. It's empty water is what it is. So I'm learning to do something a little different. Every now and again, you could put a little bit of baking soda, not a lot, in a glass of water with a tinge of salt. Preferably like Himalayan salt that has a lot of minerals in it. And you could do that here and there. Because if you drink a shitload of water, you're actually flushing all the electrolytes and everything out of your system. That's what you're doing. Most people don't know that or understand that. I've come to know that very, very well. They say that drinking water is good, drink as much as you can, but it's not true. You should really only drink as much as your body is telling you to drink. Follow what your thirst is. Maybe just slightly more than what your thirst is, but you're going to have to add some kind of a potassium, sodium, and whatnot in there for your electrolytes. Not in big quantities, nothing like that. Speaking of regular guy. Okay, sorry, I've not been reading anything here. Double chin back on. The most important thing you could do is to set yourself up for trusting future relationships, is to choose friends or lovers who are solid. You know, it's hard to find some solid people sometimes. They're out there, man. I found one, but, you know, doesn't mean everybody else will. I say I got lucky, I don't know. Or I don't know, say I made a great choice. It didn't matter what her children's situation was or whatever. That was accepted a long time ago. They're a very close part of a new family for me. It's actually did good for me rather than bad. I'm not taking care of all the children. There's only 2 of them that live here, you know. They're very well behaved and very smart too. Very smart. Your brain is strongly influenced by your hydration status. Well, there is something to say to that, yeah. I don't know, my brain's pretty garbled, but it's hanging in there by a thread. Yeah. I don't know, I hear new different things all the time about ibuprofen now, that it could fuck your brain up, and I already know it could fuck your liver up and everything else, but I'm avoiding ibuprofen like the plague unless I really had it, because as I said, when I had my kidney thing, anything went that was around the house, I needed to, but ibuprofen, the problem is, with ibuprofen, it just doesn't really last very long, you know, and then what, you're going to be taking how many every 4 hours? And how many milligrams you taking? And all through the day, you can't do that. You're only allowed up to 3,200 milligrams per day, and that's really pushing it with ibuprofen. And I mentioned earlier on the show I was on that there's a very rare condition that comes from taking anti-inflammatories such as ibuprofen. The person was actually shedding, losing all their layers of the skin. They were like raw meat. They had to be wrapped up in gauze, whatever. And they said that's an extraordinarily rare condition, but ibuprofen can do that. I never heard of anything like that in my life, but it's true. Anyway, what's going on with you, Mr. Double Chin? I forgot where you are. Are you in the Philippines? Are you in America? Where are you? I don't know. I don't keep track of everybody on here. Well, we got 12 out here anyway. I wasn't even looking at the numbers. One thumbs up, of course. Yeah. No, we got the house to myself for a few days. Yeah. I had to attend a wedding. And I couldn't go, of course. I had to watch the house and the dogs. I already came up with that story. I'm not going to go into it, but I'm here. And it's nice. I got my dogs here, so I'm never alone. Got my neighbors, whatever. When I want to socialize, I just go next door. Gotta get a whole roasted chicken to myself, too. I gotta make the best of that. They mostly ate the ham and everything yesterday, everybody, and the fixings, but they saved the chicken for me. She knew she was gonna be gone for a couple of days. So that could maybe last me 2 days. I could mix and match it with something, you know, potatoes or vegetables or something, or I'll make use of it. Anything else we have around here. The one thing I really don't want around here, which I do have, and I've already had a couple of scoops of it, was the, not Leshy Flan, but the mango float. And if you ever had that, one piece is just not enough. It's not enough. I got a whole 75% of a tray right here now. I just had a couple of small pieces of it earlier today, and that's going to be Hopefully no more. I'm really watching the sugar. I've not been eating bread at all. Oh, wait, it's, I know I did have bread with cream cheese on it yesterday. Okay. One time anyway. Anyway, it was not the intention to be alone at Christmas Day, but there was a wedding going on she had to go down to, and I had to be, somebody had to be at the house. And having the two dogs. So that's the way it is. It doesn't matter. I'm going to be out there. I'll see them anyway. Well, I'll see her son, who is getting married tomorrow. I'll see him when I get out there. Of course, I gave him an envelope. Famous white envelope. Anyway. I'm sure they'll appreciate that. Without my presence. But this gives me a chance to catch up on stuff around here that they haven't been doing. I never seen a household that had so much clothing. We have a wardrobe room. It's full. And on the shelves, we also have shelves in there. A lot of stuff is just placed haphazardly. Some people might know which is theirs. They have a certain spot. Then we wash so much laundry that we actually have another small room, a bedroom, that we got baskets of clean, dried clothes that hasn't been hung up yet for several reasons, because maybe we don't have enough hangers or space. I don't know what to do with it. So we do a lot of laundry here, that's for sure. I don't know how that damn wash machine is even working, to be honest with you. Oh, we had a few problems with it. It was easily fixed, but we've had this thing 8 years, 7 years. I don't know how long it's been. 8 years? I don't know. Still working. But buy the, what do you call brand? Buy the LG brand, because that's obviously something that lasts for quite a while. Which reminds me, I have to clean out one of my AC filters that I did not get. The one right here in the living room. I got to do that. And these damn dogs, they prefer to be in the house. This is like their den. They prefer to be around us. They're social animals. Well, to us they are. To anybody else, you've got to know them. I wouldn't trust my dogs around somebody who's just walked in here. They can't pick up their scent. They don't know who they are. I don't know what they do, to be honest with you. They're good size. They're medium size. I mean, they got a bite if they want to. I mean, they do. I wouldn't want to be on the receiving end of them. But they like being around us. A lot of times I say, well, go out, get some sun to the dogs, you know. She'll look out the door and go, nah, boring. I'll go back inside in the living room. If I don't let them in the living room, they don't want to stay in the hallway the rest of the house. They'll bark to come in the living room again. That's where they feel comfortable. Just like Daddy. Just like Daddy. And I am comfortable here. Got my TV, got my air conditioner, got my phone. Got my favorite chair, which has been horrible on my back. Jesus Christ, I thought I was having kidney problems again because the muscles on each side, the flank of my back was a little bit, not much, a little bit achy. And I'm saying, oh shit, stop being paranoid, dude. Stop being paranoid. Maybe it was paranoia, but I remember when I had pain there and I don't want it again. You know, that's why I'm going to go for another ultrasound next week sometime. Just to be sure, Because I'm not happy until I investigate something, and that applies to everything. Pretty much. When it comes to my body, that's for sure. I got to carry myself around no matter where I go. Got my point? A double chin, you didn't answer my question. I said, where are you hailing from? Are you in the Philippines? Because you comment on here a lot. Are you from another country? America? Where are you from? Uh-oh. Low bat. I gotta go plug in. I don't know when this phone is ever supercharged. I don't know. Now I gotta leave a perfectly good air-conditioned room to go in the bedroom to hook up to the battery charger. What a exciting life. Well, that's according to what you call exciting. I don't know. Some people look forward to retire. There's some people that they'd rather be working and occupied. I kind of stand in between that. I'm 50-50 on that. I'm glad I don't have to punch in a time clock, but work is not just having a job. Work is everyday life. Keeping yourself alive and doing chores and things that you need to do in your everyday life. That's work. You don't get paid for it, but it's still work. Got my famous 13 in here today. Okay, you're in the U.S. Let me turn the overhead fan on. At least turn that on. Jesus. I guess there's going to be a lot of movie watching. I guess so. Oh, much better. Yeah, well, I expected to spend Christmas Day alone. That's why we had a good Christmas Eve. And I got leftovers and some other shit. But every now and then it's good to have a break from the missus. Makes you appreciate them a lot more, actually. We're together normally 24/7. Well, that's not true. You know, there's things she goes out and does too. But she's not imprisoned here with a ball and chain. As she shouldn't be. But no, I don't have a American or foreign hang-around friends other than my neighbor, really. I know some other people. I go to their house anytime. You know, I know them real well. But they don't go out of their way to come here. I don't go out of my way to go there, so I just leave it at that. I'll see their wife, yeah, how's he doing? Blah, blah, blah. Ask about him. And they appreciate that you at least ask about him. But no, it's by choice. I really, I'm kind of set in my ways, I guess. I don't want to hang around a shitload of people. I think I've always been that way, too. I kind of prefer it that way, just like I couldn't go to a beach that was so overcrowded, standing room only. Actually, there's been a lot of AI going on as far as Boracay, because people lately have been posting visitors, and Boracay does not get that crowded where it's like back-to-back people. I've never heard of it being that way. It's a big beach. It could accommodate a lot of people, and the businesses couldn't handle that many people if it was what they were doing their little AI shit with online. They would never have enough food to handle that many people and accommodations to handle that many people for what they show on their videos, so I don't buy it. I don't buy it at all. I wouldn't want to go there anyway. I've never been there, but I've seen enough videos and everything about Boracay, and I'm just not interested. I got beaches right here. I'm going to travel out of my way, way out of my way, to go to Boracay, to go to another beach. Why would I do that? Why would I do that? I got a lot of, talked about white sand beaches right here, man. Right? Walking distance, really. 8 minutes from my gate. Go down there anytime I want. Nevertheless, I'm going to make a trip to Boracay. Follow the cattle. I want to stay away from the cattle. Thank you very much. Okay, who hasn't been on for a while? Big Kevin has been kind of on the quiet side these days. Ricky's been kind of sort of on the quiet side too. Something going down in Funky Town. I've noticed that. Yeah, very quiet, some of them. Yeah, oh, now we're getting 15 in here. Okay, numbers are rising. Mojo rising. Okay, so how's everybody spending their Christmas Day? If you happen to be in the Philippines or Southeast Asia. Family, alone, or home alone. God, that Macaulay Culkin, however you pronounce his name, he looks the same as Home Alone. He's been on the feeds a lot, He's not a tall guy. He's about my height. he gives the same expressions he did on Home Alone. It's like you've seen him all over again when he was a little kid. He's got a, what's his actress girlfriend? I forgot her name, but he's got a really good looking girlfriend or wife. I think it was a girlfriend. I like Macaulay. He went through some hard times with drugs, this and that, but he straightened his ass up. He straightened his ass. He was like one of the highest paid kid actors in the country back in the day. Oh, he's not broke. He's not broke, I'll tell you that. But he had some really bad parents, especially the father. He sides with the mother these days, but the father was abusive to him, very abusive. You know, he's not getting a piece of Macaulay's piece of the pie from him. That ain't happy, but he does take care of his mom, helps her out and all that stuff. But yeah, I like him. God, I should almost watch one of his movies again, but I don't know. He does the kind of movies, you've seen it once, you've seen it, you know, enough. I've just been watching some really bizarro horror or sci-fi movies. The strangest fucking movies I've ever seen. The strangest freaking creatures. I like to get the creature features on. I wish I could find it. Maybe it's on YouTube. Creature features, you remember that? I used to watch that. So you see, I've got an interest in sci-fi. I like disaster movies because, you know, it's pretty well, listen, of what's to happen, okay? They don't make these movies for nothing, okay? They know we fucked up this planet major, so it's a good reason to make movies about that. And oh my God, Kilauea is going crazy in Hawaii. Remember, that was only about 10 miles from where I lived in Hawaii, outside of Hilo in the Puna district. This is up in Volcano district in Volcano Village. And the crater is, it's just nuts. It's nuts. I've never seen anything like it. Even when I lived there, I never got to see that kind of spectacle like that. You go over where the visitor center is. It's a deep caldera, okay? And through some big gap in the caldera, a lot of lava gets through there now and then. And it fills up the caldera. I'm surprised it's not solid to the top, but apparently that stuff melts too. I don't know. But the fountain, or fountains plural, that is producing is nothing less than amazing. I wish I was there to see that. In all the years I lived there, I've seen lava, of course, but I never saw the fountain like that. Then, you know, the only tourism that the Big Island is getting, really, in Hawaii, is to come to see the volcano. But if it takes a different route, some kind of a fissure breaks, you know, the surrounding towns, you know, the Pahoa district in Puna district, town called Pahoa, and even the town I lived in, if the lava got high enough in the town I lived in, it would make it right into that town, yeah. In Pahoa, they had that big scare a bunch of years ago, and the supermarkets shut down, stores were shutting down because the lava was coming that way. The county went and what they did to all the electrical poles, which held telephone lines and electrical lines, they actually built a skeleton around it, made of concrete, so that it wouldn't destroy. It would cost, you know, millions of dollars of damage compared to what they did to the poles. But they were fortunate that the lava didn't come all the way into the town. It did leach into a few areas, but it certainly leached big time into neighboring areas that the lava inundated the houses that were there. And it took over Pohiki Beach area, where I used to go to in Kalapana, where they had surfing. It was a popular place for locals and howlies like myself alike. Remember a famous line from It's a Wonderful Life. Is that the line? But to witness Mother Nature's fury like that, I mean, I've been up close and personal with lava. A very dangerous shelf I was on, but thank goodness nothing happened. We were just stupid, but we took a chance. But there's been people historically that fell into this, got inundated. There was a town in Calapanas. There was a small town with a couple of stores, a gas station, and whatnot. That many, 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 many years ago, going back in '60, when was it? Got covered. You might see like a stop sign sticking out of the lava. It used to be a stop sign, or a rusted car, the top of a rusted car that was just inundated by the lava. Still there. It's still there. Double Chin says, each man's life touches so many others' lives. When he isn't around, he leaves an awful hole, doesn't he? Oh, yeah. I do know what you means. I does know what you means. Like if I wasn't here, they'd all fall apart. You know they would. But lava's not anything to fuck with, man. But I'd love to see the fountains. Oh my God. The great pictures they're taking. And I'm not there. I'm not there. But it does get bad. It's like glass going in your lungs, okay? Oh, believe me, I lived in Hawaii long enough that my lungs got filled with other than my bad habit. Tiny crystalline little particles that get in your lungs from the lava. And then you smell the sulfur. Strong. In fact, you can smell it, taste it in your mouth. Some of the bad times. You can smell it in your nose. And you can't get rid of it for a while. If there's like an inversion in the air, that keeps everything low, holy crap. But there's one town as you're going to go around the island, okay, before you go onto the other side of the island, you go south, further south. In this town, they get the whole brunt of the VOG. We call it VOG, which is, volatile organic gases. They get it really bad down there. I mean, if you had lung conditions, you would have to leave that area. If the wind blows it there, you'd be in big ass trouble. Yeah, I'm gonna have to set up some movies. I may need to go and get some supplies anyway. I don't know, to come back and watch some movies or something. If I could find something that I didn't watch. Because I tell you, a lot of the stuff I watched, I saw a very peculiar movie last night. I won't even try to explain it because it just was so bizarre. But there's some stuff that's out there somewhere that I haven't seen, or maybe it's just not worthwhile seeing. I look at the title, I look at the trailer on it or something, and I like, and it really has not 100% to do with my hearing, but partial. But sometimes when people record this stuff for their YouTube channel, these movies, and where they get their permission and licensing to do it, I really don't know. Otherwise, everybody would be doing it. They'd be getting millions of views all the time. It must be a very complicated process because we'd all be doing this. They'd all be making all kinds of money from advertisers if they would somehow, work a deal licensing these particular movies, the studios that put them out or whatever. They're making a lot of money. I mean, I'm looking for movies all the time on YouTube, right? Well, so is everybody else. Imagine having a show that you're showing somebody else's movie, but you're all legal. You're licensed to do it. Of course, the studios that whatever put on these movies, they're getting a cut, of course. But hey, they can afford. The guys that putting on the movies can afford to give a cut. Oh yeah, Frank Capra. Okay, well, I remember that. It's a wonderful life. It can be. I don't know, what do you call wonderful? Life is not without challenges, my boy. Mr. Double Chin. Life is not without challenges. I think that's what makes life interesting, if you really think about it. I personally like challenges myself. It's according. Especially if I win that challenge. More so. I don't mind being challenged. I've been challenging people for 10 years out here. I don't mind. I like a good challenge, but I like to win. I don't like to be over-challenged, though. Big difference. Then I'll get mad. You don't want me getting mad. No. No. You don't want me to get mad. Just trust me, you don't. I think you know that. Okay, well, I got to do something with my time here, but it's nice. It's quiet. Mind you, the stupid advertisement I seen about they're producing cocoa, the best, richest cacao. Have you seen it when the guy comes on? Well, the richest, and he's whispering. I don't know why he's whispering. And the best cacao is located and only the finest cacao. And he's whispering on his advertisement. I'm saying, why the fuck are you whispering? I don't know, whatever. Whatever. I got my pet peeves. That I do. What's my biggest pet peeve that I mentioned on here? My biggest pet peeve was what? It's among a few, the Jeffrey thing and the Stephen thing. So it's Geoffrey or Stefan. That's one of my pet peeves. I don't know why. It just is. I just call anybody who's Joffrey, I just call him Jeffrey. And somebody who's Stefan, I call him Stephen, and I end it. It's an English thing. I think it's a British thing on how they spell or pronounce those two particular names of men. I don't know if there's any names for women that kind of coincide with what I'm talking about here. I can't think of any short names for women. Okay, nothing radical going on here. I think the regulars on here, we're all getting drunk. I've seen their shows with them getting drunk as usual, and nothing new on here really that we haven't heard before. Let's put it that way. I'm kind of bright light in the darkness. I'm kind of a candle in the darkness to a lot of people out here. I got my time on my hands. Time on my hands. Yes, I do. I'm retired, my friends. Retired. I'm not a globe traveler. Globe trekker. Just little old me doing my thing with my very established and top of the line YouTube channel for a decade or more with 1 million viewers and subscribers. Not. I think I got enough charge to go back in the other room. I'll be out for a few more minutes maybe here. How about the world in review? No, I haven't got time for that. That would take an awfully long time. I'm just sick of one thing, man. Of many things, but this shit going on with Trump and his administration, it's gotten pretty fucking old. Find a better sniper that knows how to aim right. Jesus Christ, really. That guy's gotta go. He's gotta go. He's causing more trouble with other countries besides the very country that he's representing. It's too much. It's just too much. He's the most hated president in history. And by the way, a lot of the Republicans that still try to put on this facade that they love him and everything he's doing, it's all a fallacy, my friends. It's all a fallacy. No, they don't. They're seeing him for his true colors for once. And they're all going in the other direction. MAGA hats going back in the closet. That's what's going on. That's what's going on. I just want his administration to end. It is so deeply corrupt. So deeply corrupt. Even into the CIA and FBI's and all that stuff of America. Everybody's being threatened. Their jobs, their livelihood. Their life in many cases too. If you don't abide by the dictator's rules, the dictator being Mr. Donald Trump. I am so sick of this guy. He's not good for America. He's not good for the world. Trying to cause wars with people. And you should have heard his recent statement. Oh, we're not trying to cause war with, let's see. This time it wasn't Venezuela. It was another country. He goes, we're just going to kill him. Oh, no, I'm not declaring war. We're just going to kill them and make sure they're dead. That's the president, man. And you don't think the guy's demented? Bueno cano. You always come late. But that sniper missed by this much. By this much. Anyway, we got a lovely day here. Beautiful day. There's a nice little breeze, too. Gentle breeze. Like the movie Home Alone. That's me today. Except for the dogs. I would have liked to have made the trip, but I'm going to be going there anyway. Happy Christmas to you and the most beautiful Gilda. You're a lucky man, brother. Well, she's not here today, and neither are the kids. They're on their way to lovely, did I say lovely, Cebu? Whatever kids is getting married tomorrow. It's not a big ceremony or nothing, but they're getting married tomorrow. In case that water guy comes by, God damn it. I don't have on hand any loose money to give him for the water. Guess he's gonna have to trust me. I haven't been to the store yet. No, I don't. I actually don't. Oh my goodness. I gotta keep some loose change and shit around here for shit like that. I mean, these people want to be paid, after all. And they're always paid, but I did not have a chance to go to the store and buy something and get some change. No, we had a good dinner yesterday. Well, Christmas Eve. I didn't eat everything. I didn't make a pig out of myself. I didn't do that this time. I knew better. I'm learning every day. I'm learning more and more every single day that goes by about myself, my health, everything else. I'm learning all the time. Those are the people that have the biggest problems that just engorge themselves. Your stomach can only handle so much food, you know what I'm saying? It can only stretch out so much. You know, it's like the people who go to the buffets. I talk about it all the time. They go out in an ambulance, you know, because all the blood flow is going away from your heart and the oxygen is going toward your fucking digestive system. It's simple math, really, on that. Kano said, okay, let's see. Funny thing happened here. My son-in-law got married. We're spending thousands on the wedding. Now 6 months later, they want nothing to do with each other and they have a child. Oh my God, that's a disaster. That happens all the time. That crazy love of mine. That happens all the time. People don't know what the fuck they're doing. Don't spend. You know, here's the thing. Okay, especially if you're like an average Joe, and you've had to save and save and save because, you know, it's usually the woman. It's not the man. It's the woman that wants that fancy wedding. She wants to wear the white dress. If she's a, you know, if she's a virgin, never a virgin, but purity, you know, white dress. And none of them are virgins, I'll guarantee you that. A lot of women everywhere, not just here. We're not attacking Filipinos. Slow down, you know. Yeah, that money could have been used toward, I don't know, a down payment on a house or some lovely trips, vacations, could pay for the future education of your child if you're pregnant and you say she's having a baby, or let's see, spending thousands on a wedding, 6 months later they want nothing to do with each other. Now they have a child. See, that money could have been used on a child's future, right? Right? There you go. Nobody thinks anymore. But it's always the woman that wants the big wedding. She wants to impress her family. She wants to impress her friends. She wants a whole album book of all these beautiful pictures of her. She's the princess. And don't, let me tell you, she is the princess. She is the queen of that wedding. Okay? That's exactly what she is. And she wants to have that special moment in life she could look back on in all the pictures and how beautifully dressed she was and all the people cheering her on like, you know, Princess Diane or something. It was an amazing wedding. No expense lost. Very ceremonial. No, I'm just going to say stepson, basically, because they are like to me. Even though I'm not married to their mother, they're like my kids. Good people too. Good people. He's a good kid. And I know his wife to be very well. No, they're just having a small civil wedding. Nothing fancy. But, you know, of course, the mother has to be there. And her 2 kids are living with me. They had to go. So I couldn't go because I would have went. But I'm going to be in Cebu shortly anyway. And I'll see him when I'm there. But I had to watch the house. Somebody always has to be here 24/7. There's always got to be somebody at the house here. We don't leave the house empty here at all. Somebody's always got to be home. And I got the 2 dogs to think about too. So you got to do what's important to you. Yeah, I'm sure all these, you know, weddings itself, I mean, I've been to a few out here. Let me tell you something, man. It's quite involved. Quite ceremonial. You're talking 4 hours just to get married. You know, the priest has to do all his incense waving or his choir boys or whatever, altar boys, which, by the way, Gilda's 2 kids here are altar boys. They are. But there's a whole ritual, man. Why can't you just get up there in front of the people and you take pictures later? Do you take this woman to be your lawful wedded wife and blah, blah, blah? But the priest has to go through 3 hours of different chanting and all these rituals and, oh, man. How many times I had to walk? I've been to a few. I was actually involved in somebody's wedding. We had to walk the aisle with everybody. You know, we had to wear what do you call that shirt? Yeah. The whole bit as part of the wedding ceremony. Me and Gilda was. And it was just intense. And although they had all the big fans overhead going, which helped, it still was pretty warm and humid. And I didn't even want to be in there. I'm not into that. I won't go into church and all that stuff for a wedding, somebody we know, but it's just too much of a task, really. Everything is ceremonial in this world. Everything. Something like, you know, we talk about certain things about the Philippines that are fact. Everything you do, and yes, there is bureaucratic stuff. That's true. I'm not being a Steven here. But to get things done in a expedient way is almost impossible out here. We all know that, if you've ever been to the Philippines. It's just the way it is. But even going to the immigration office, they don't need 3 different windows to get everything done. Okay, wait your turn. You'll be called at window number 2. Then you're there waiting for an hour or more, or 2 hours. Go up to window number 2. Okay, you'll have to see the cashier. Wait till you're called. So 3 different windows you're going to. You don't need that much. It keeps people employed, though. That's good. But you like going through that? I have no patience for that at all. I've walked out on things that were important. Believe me. I told you when I was in fucking Seattle, I had enough with the judge. I had a thing going on with my landlord, this rich lady, just trying to get my deposit back. We had a big flood. I was in kind of a lower apartment that had a drain outside. You go down the steps, and the drain has never been cleaned out for centuries, you know, in the U District. Well, we call it the U District. It means University District, University of Washington. The UW. We don't call it the University of Washington. We call it the UW. You got to be a Seattleite to live there for a while to use that terminology, the UW. Anyway, had to go to court. And I had this copy of the Landlord-Tenant Act in my hands, trying to read, you know, understand my rights. And anyway, he wound up seeing it her way. I looked like a punk. My hair was on the longer side, and this was a redneck type of judge and all that. And he cited me for contempt of court. And why did he do that? Well, because I deserved it. Because when, he saw things her way, I said, obviously there's no justice in the courtroom. I'm getting out of here. And I ripped up the copy of the Landlord-Tenant Act. I certainly did. UW, yeah. And so my girlfriend at the time, we're married later on, her, she walks outside. Frank, come in. He won't cite you for contempt of court. If you get in here right away before he presides to his little back room, whatever, chamber, or his chamber. Oh, a little too late. I came back in. All rise. There's a policeman right behind me, ready to handcuff me. Apparently, sir, you got a chip on your shoulder, and I certainly did, because I had every right to get my deposit back. But, and they were seeing it her way. They were. There was a lot of prejudice going on in there. The rich, well-dressed lady who owned all kinds of properties lived in Richmond Beach area of Seattle, of North Seattle. And there's this punk-looking guy with, longer hair. Probably thought I was a saddle tramp or something, whatever. A little prejudice going on there. And I was a good guy. She gave me a day and a half in the county. That's my big history of my horrible, horrible crimes. Horrible crimes I committed. Other than some seatbelt violations, that's about the sum of it, really, on that. I got out the next day anyway. But it's funny, though. I don't care if you're just in a county lockup or something. You get to learn the jail lingo real well. Calling the guards screws, and if somebody wanted a cigarette, they say, hey man, they knew you smoked. Can I have one of your smalls? They call your, whatever leftover cigarettes you didn't smoke and you put out. Can you spare one of your smalls? I said, sure, man. Glad I did. I gave him a whole cigarette or two. Here, enjoy. This one guy was in there. He was a real asshole. This guy had, I don't know what was wrong with his arm. The guy had a bum arm. White guy. And there was this big guy in there, Big Bubba. There was like 12 people in that little cell. Kind of like about the size of, a little bigger than Bummer's original Mandowi room. Oh, bigger than that. A little bit bigger. But, and there's a phone right outside the gate. You were allowed to make a call here and there. If you're going to call home, call your wife, or whatever. But this one guy, okay, I got to go hook up this thing again. But this one guy, the white guy, he was too impatient because Big Bubba was using the phone. I know his real name. I call him Big Bubba. He's a big black guy. You don't want to mess with him. Not because he was black. He was a big guy. Okay. So the guy with the bad arm, the white guy, got tired of him being on the phone because he wanted to use it. And he kept on throwing digs, whatever, at the Big Bubba. And Big Bubba got so fucking sick of it, he just cold-cocked him. Got to witness that. And the guy shut up. He let Big Bubba use the phone. It's funny. You pick up all these things. If you want to send something to the guard, information to get out, you want to distribute some information to... if you had a lawyer, whatever it was, it's called kites, at least in America. You need to send a kite. A kite, like you fly a kite, was a communication procedure. Like you want to get the guard to send a message to so-and-so for the lawyer, or whatever it is, call you, or something like that. It's called, or written, could be something written. You're going to give to the screws. And the screws. Not even a day in the county.
I was talking the lingo, man. Barry must got it down real well because he's no stranger to being locked up. He had 6 months in America, at least, on one occasion for hitting his wife, you know. I'm sure he's got the lingo down pat, you know. I'm sure he does. The screws. It's very easy to pick up that shit. It's like in the movies, man. No, it's real. It's real. It's real. Okay, anybody have anything intelligent to say? I'm going to probably watch a few movies, or actually, I may need to get out of here for a little bit. Get out of my prison on the movie Home Alone. Alone. But sometimes I do like quiet. I might even decide to go down the beach if it ain't. No, it is pretty hot today. I could do that toward the end of the day, take a good walk, get some steps in. I might even bring my camera. We'll see. But sometimes I do like it quiet. And when a kid, one of them here, is playing games on the phone, you know, he's got the strangest laugh I've ever heard. How he yells out a strange, strange laugh. There goes Kai again, you know. It's like sometimes he plays with his brother, plays his games with his brother. What's on the street? People walking up the street. Are these carolers? Uh-oh. No, I'm not even going out there. Yeah, Christmas carolers. I ran out of candy and goods. I should have stocked up on that. Oh God, we're very generous with them. I don't even have any coins around the house. I feel bad. Surprised the dogs don't hear that. They hear everything. I guarantee in about 2 minutes, if they start singing, the dogs will hear them, you know. The UW. That's correct. It's a good school, actually. Has a pretty nice campus, too, actually. But the university district itself is pretty worn out. It's just, you got a lot of losers hanging around there, hanging around head shops and, you know, jobless, just sitting on the wall, you know, smoking cigarettes or drinking or something. A lot of robbery, thievery goes on. And Seattle went to the pit hole, you know, it really did. This is north of the city, actually. The university district, just north. But I've always liked going down to the university area. They had a couple of interesting stores there, but not really much, really. I'd go there as part of my job because there was one or two parks that was in that area, but so I used to frequent it. But a lot better places than that. Seattle actually is a very beautiful city. It actually is. I can't knock it too much. It really is I don't know. It's getting better now because it went downhill. You know, the drugs have taken over the city, and the biggest problem they had was they did not enforce any drug laws. I mean, you had people shooting up in the middle of the street, their needles were all over the ground, crazies popping out of a garbage can, yelling at people. Stores were boarded up, some of the most quality stores you could ever be in, like the Bon Marché, Bon meaning good, Marché, I don't know what that means, good march or something, I don't know, it's a French name, but I don't have any subsidiaries or whatever or of that store. It was called the Bon Marché, a very expensive, good quality department store. You had some other stores there too that were really good quality stores. They're not there anymore. All the quality stores just ran out. Too much drugs and people weren't visiting. And then when COVID came, oh, forget about that. It just destroyed everywhere, really. But no, I would never live in Seattle by force or anything. There's no way I could even afford it. Most people can't. And it's just changed. You know, people change, places change, you know. And Seattle went through a lot of changes. It was even dangerous for me working in some of these parks because we take off in the morning, it's still dark. Okay? We take off sometimes in the morning, but it's still dark. Headlights on the car, you know. I'd go into some of these well, they seem to be remote parks because the darkness in early morning, right near Lake Union. And you don't know what's going to be around there. That's, of course, when we were servicing the CRs, looking for condoms, you know how that story goes, right? Pressure washing, bathrooms resupplying the toilet paper, reporting any damage to the various other departments, electrical, plumbing, whatever. We had to make reports and all that, call in on damage and stuff like that, But, we'd go there, and some of the chicks who worked on this job, they weren't getting out of their car. They'd go over there and just sit around for a while. They wouldn't even get out of their car. But I didn't blame them. There's been a lot of instances where some crazies, drug crazed fucker or drunk, come out of the dark from nowhere, man. You don't want to be around that. And I was careful too. I had a little spotlight on the truck I'd have on. I had my headlights on, high beam. And I kind of perused the area with my sight just to make sure of what I was going to get into or not get into, Oh yeah, you always run into some crazies out there in Seattle. There's no question about it. In fact, I will say that I said a long time ago when I lived there, I don't know why, but Seattle area, most of the crazies moved into Seattle. I don't know if they came from Oregon, because they're all fucking crazy in Oregon. But Seattle had more people that have to just say off the beaten path, shall I say, to be nice, than you could count. I don't know why they chose Seattle, but there was a lot of crazy people and a lot of crazy chicks too. And we had our share of Karens out there. Oh, believe me, I know. I told you a story. We had our share of Karens. No lack of that. But however, as a city, it used to be called the Emerald City. I don't know what the hell they call it now. Beautiful. You go downtown, the waterfront area. That's what I loved going downtown for. I love going downtown there. You had to go down a hill because it was actually a more depressed area. Seattle was built up, So you're going to go down whatever road takes you to the waterfront. There's so many of them, side streets. And the road is just lined with interesting curiosity shops. I used to go to the Ye Olde Curiosity Shop. And they had like a mummified remains of somebody. I forgot what they named it. Had like a bullet wound in the stomach, and that's how the person died. It was like a perfect mummification. They would sell little knickknacks and souvenirs, some of them really odd and bizarre. Things that you can't find, that every tourist would love to come home with. Gadgets, you name it, in there that had to do with tourism, had to do with the state, had to do with the city. Crafts from local people, even some of these, they even had a machine in there, put your coin in there, and they had the fortune teller machine in there, and a strength machine and all that stuff. But they had some oddities, they had in glass bottles, they had some oddities like two-headed pigs and stuff like that. It was kind of cool. They sell taffy, salted, like sea salt taffy, very popular taffy. And it's right on the waterfront, man. And it's so cool. It's so nice to look out down there over the harbor, and looking out at the mountains, which was the Cascades. Just beautiful. Just beautiful. You could take a ferry ride from downtown there to the various other islands, and there's many of them. Whidbey Island, and a whole number of other islands where a lot of rich people lived, actually. They had their own mooring, for their yachts, and you got to see how people were living out there, man. And all they had to do when they want to come in is just take a boat over. Or just take a ferry over. They didn't feel like taking a boat, but the rides were really nice to take a ferry to these islands. I used to go to Whidbey Island a lot. Whidbey, one of them. Then another direction, I used to go to Kingston. I used to go to Kingston, me and my daughter. Even bring the dog, too. There was a beach there, and you come into Kingston, that I used to take the dog, and and you go into town, just for the ride. We take the ride on the ferry, nice cool ride, nice temperature, and we'd go there, we'd have an ice cream or something, and I took her out to things like that, and just kind of walk it. In fact, I was interested in real estate once, a little bit outside of Kingston. The area is called, oh God, it's been a while. It's very big developed now, though. If you were going to buy land in that area, if you bought it back then, it's worth a fortune now. So I was contemplating, instead of buying that house that I did in Seattle, I was contemplating buying some land to build a house just outside of Kingston. And if you're familiar with Washington State, outside Seattle, you know where it was. It was it was a very, like, I call it a nautical town, You had the Ballard area of Cebu, all the fishing boats were, and some of the captains of your favorite crab shows and all that stuff, That's where they lived, or where they moored their boats and stuff, and you could see that all the time. You might even run into one of them. There's a bar they used to hang out at too, called the Sunset Bar. They always go there. Yeah, Deadliest Catch. Some of the members of Deadliest Catch, yes. And then, of course, the downtown area and other areas. And then, of course, you had Lake Washington, a huge lake. All the rich people live around there. The people that bought these rundown houses back in the 50s, still looking rundown today. You know what the fuck they're worth? Millions. The house may look like shit. But because it's right on Lake Washington, and don't forget, Bill Gates lives on Lake Washington. He actually moved his mansion, believe it or not, to the other side of Lake Washington, to a more expensive area. You got money to do that. He had a huge house. How did he do it? But he did it. There's a lot of rich people in Washington State, especially Seattle and its surrounding areas, man. Around Lake Washington especially. There's so many wealthy people out there. A lot of them are in the, high-tech industry and all that stuff. A lot of wealthy people. Wealth was all around you. I even dated a couple of wealthy people. Jeez, money was out there, man. But I never had my hands on it. I never had my hands on it. Still is. A lot of people, maybe they don't want to live there anymore, but they hold on to their properties. They know their investment. If you were smart enough back in the 50s or 60s to buy property so goddamn cheap, well, it's all relevant. It might have been expensive at the time in the 50s. It might have been expensive, But if you were smart enough to hold on to that property and pass it on to your family, oh, hell, man. Oh, hell. Those places are worth a lot of money. Same goes around here, too, in the Philippines. Not as much money as you get in America, but people have been passing down their properties for decades, for generations. And they don't do anything with it. Sometimes it's in the paperwork, pretty much. It says, no, it just has to be kept on, passed on to family members. That you are not to sell it. And some people, it was open game to sell it. They made a lot of money. Even out here. So I wasn't, those days, I wasn't in Seattle in the 50s. I was just born in 54. But that's when the real estate, man, houses were cheap. It didn't have to be. And I'll tell you what, I've been to some really beautiful places in Washington State that had these glacier lakes and stuff. Oh, shit, man. Who couldn't live there? Those houses, and my friend Bill was contemplating buying a house around this particular lake. I forgot what they named this lake. But it was a quaint little lake. It wasn't huge. It was big enough that if you wanted to do a little bit of water skiing, you could do some water skiing in there. Other than that, they didn't allow any other motors. They were kind of looking down on that. But these houses had to have their own septic, And a lot of them were just cabins. But just delightful cabins overlooking the lake. And you have a little boat in there if you want. Go swimming. Surrounded by pine forests. Such a beautiful fucking setting. Bill never did wind up buying there, but it would have been a nice place, but I don't know. It was a cold place to live in the winter around there. The lake would turn ice. I don't know. It got cold, believe me, in Washington State. It did get cold in the winter. Just trust me on that. I lived there a long time. Beautiful pine forest, evergreens, beautiful settings. And then the glacier lakes were so beautiful. The water was so clear. You walk out on this little walkway, a little dock. I remember I went to this one lake. It's known to have some bears around there too. Pine cones all over the ground. I used to take some home for decorations, pine cones everywhere. You can smell the pine, lovely smell of pine. I love it. I love it. That's why I like when I went to Baguio. There were pine trees. I was at home in a way. I wouldn't live there, but it was nice to have pine trees. But in Washington State, this place I went to, you walk out like on a little dock, like a little walking dock, and fuck, man, you can see right through the water, trout swimming around right in front of you. The water was that fucking clear, man. That's beautiful shit. That's beautiful stuff. Lakes are nice. You know what I don't trust is rivers. I like rivers, but I think I'm more scared of rivers than anything else. You don't know what the hell's in that river. If you want to watch that, guy show River Monsters, Rivers are kind of scary to me. They got some funky currents sometimes, and they overflow a lot, so you don't want to live near a river. You don't want to live near one. People make the mistake of building near a river. I wouldn't make that mistake. They don't go high enough. But lakes are kind of scary. The rivers and lakes are scarier to me than the ocean is. Because you really don't know what's underwater in a lake. Dead body, old rusted cars, get your foot stuck in or something. I don't know. Just some kind of lake monster or something. I don't know. Do you know how many bodies and shit are dumped in lakes and rivers, man? They got these guys you see on the internet that go around with a magnet thing. I don't know. They go diving in these lakes and they're maybe looking for a body that might have, been in the water in their car, and they was coming up. There's one place they were at. It wasn't even a totally huge area, but there must have been about 30 cars. 30, count them, 30 cars, and that one embodiment of water. And they found people, of course, in one of the cars, maybe a woman and a baby. It's on the internet all the time. These guys go there and they kind of look for missing persons and all that stuff, Of course, they're not going to show what's in the car, But a skeleton hanging out or something like that. But there are more bodies being dumped in lakes than anywhere in the world. I think even more than the ocean. I think there's more bodies being dumped in a convenient local lake that's out in the countryside or something like that, Or people get drunk and I was at Lake Washington on my job and early in the morning I seen a car submerged in the water. I said, what the fuck happened, man? I didn't know if there was a body in there, but I called the police. Hey, I'm parks maintenance worker. I'm here in I'm over in so-and-so park. It had to be in Sandpoint area. And they got over there right away. To investigate. Had a diver going in the water just to make sure it had a tow truck there. To make sure that nobody... I was the first to see it. And I certainly didn't want to see a body in the water. As it turned out, there was no body in the water. I'm not sure. It was a modern car, I'm not sure how the body got in the water right off the shore, They were drunk or something, or they didn't leave the brake on. Something happened. Car was dumped. Maybe it was stolen. Possibly, more than likely. Anyway, I've been on here for a while. Thanks for listening. I got a captive audience here. Kept it at 14 people. I have no argument with that. Lots of stories to share on Christmas Day, but I got to go spend a little quality time for me. I'm going to watch a couple of movies. I may have to head downtown, get a couple of supplies, and pay attention to my lovely dogs who depend on my attention constantly. I'm their doorman in the living room. They're in there for 15 minutes. They want to go outside. I let them out. 5-10 minutes later, they want to come back in. They want to go back out again. Got to hire a doorman. But I usually give in. I give in to it a lot because I happen to love my dogs, but it becomes a pain in the ass sometimes. But they're my dogs. I wish they were, more active. They'd run around and stuff. I wish I'd run around more, never list the dogs, but I keep active the best as I can. But the dogs, I'd love to take them to the beach and stuff. They just don't want to go. I've had them there. One of them swam in the water, but then there was always a shitload of dogs around there. They either wanted to attack our dogs, or one of my dogs wanted to go home, and probably would have ran away if I didn't have a leash on it. So they're not, my old dog Maggie back in, and my brother's dog, the pit bull. They were, well, we had them at different times, but they loved going in the water, chasing the ball, throw a stick out, to go retrieve it. They loved it. Even back in Seattle, same dog I had in Hawaii, Maggie, I had her in Seattle, and same thing. She'd love to go out in the water, take it over toward the Lake Washington area. No, what Lake Washington? Let me see. There's in Hawaii, but I had her there. But in Seattle too, over in Edmonds Beach, I take her. And loved going in the water, cold water. Okay, gotta go. Hey, I appreciate the audience today. Home Alone, Frankie McCullen, McCullen, Calkin, whatever. Home Alone. I should do the Home Alone surprise face or something. Alone at last. Got the house to ourselves here. Me and the dogs, meaning ourselves. Which is okay now and again. But I don't mind. I don't mind either way. You guys have a lovely, lovely, lovely day. And we'll catch you another time. Enjoy your Christmas and your leftovers. And the one
guy, and this Filipino was called to the barangay as well. It just made matters worse. The barangay captain didn't really side with the foreigner, which is very rare they do, to be honest with you. They join ranks. They kind of take care of their own. And I've experienced that in a motorcycle accident, where even the police joined ranks with the Filipino that had an accident with me. But my saving grace was there was CCTV, what showed that what I was telling the police was I was in the right, basically. So they couldn't do anything else but agree with me. Otherwise, I'd have had to pay a lot of money to this guy who caused the accident to me. Anyway, it made matters worse in the barangay. Now they have confrontation all the time. And this foreigner decided...
Wow. Just when you thought you've seen it all and heard it all, there's always more to come. Okay, soldiers. A good Christmas Day to all. And speaking of Christmas, I'll wait till a couple of people come on here. I hate repeating myself, I really do. Well, a lot of people will spend Christmas Eve and certainly Christmas Day with family, right? Pretty traditional. But what did Breavis do? Our Breavis, the stalker, the nut job. Well, instead of spending Christmas with his girlfriend, who was the mother of his child, and instead of spending it with his child, his little baby Goyle, he decides to grandstand a little bit and go and visit Fazio's old homestead, trying to find remnants that he could auction off to make money. Is it that bad, Breavis? Found a yellow construction hat that he was thinking of auctioning off. I didn't know things were that bad. I thought you were doing great with the Bitcoin, Breavis. Apparently not. He went there to rummage through Fazio's belongings. Can't make this shit up. It's out there. It's on there. Can't make this shit up. Breavis is always trying to grandstand, Breavis. So he spends his Christmas day Christmas Day, going all the way over to Bohol to go look at Fazio's old lot. Oh my God. Just when you think you heard it all, with this guy, something always comes up. His Christmas Day. Christmas Day. Trying to rummage through Fazio's remaining rubbish at the old Pont Rose, the shack. The shack. Is that sick or what? What about spending Christmas? Or did he fuck that up too? Did he fuck that up too with his girlfriend? Did he leave his girlfriend, leave her helpless, and his child? I don't know. I would have liked to spend Christmas Day with mine over here, but she had to go to a wedding. And I had to stay here and watch the house, but I got an excuse. But we spent Christmas Eve together, made sure of that. But is that what one does with their time? On such a big holiday? To grandstand and go to Fazio's old homestead. I'm not sure what to say about it. And I'm not one without a lot of words. This guy really is creepy. He really is creepy. Then he's questioning one of Fazio's neighbors to find out where he's buried, to find out what's going on. Well, apparently, according to Sir Breavis, Drew Norty, that Fazio's infection went to his brain. Well, I don't know. What happened before that infection? What was wrong with his brain before that? That's a better question to ask. But it's not like Fazio never had warning shots fired, and I did. I fired a lot of warning shots with him. That he needs to have these very serious wounds. See a specialist and get specialized treatment, in which he would probably have to spend probably a good month in a hospital, but he probably didn't want to pay for that. It's all about money with him. He didn't want to spend. He thought going to a 400 peso doctor was going to be the solve-all solution to his ultra ginormous infection. I've never seen anything like that. Well, on the internet, maybe I have. I never seen. He had craters at one point, oozing well beyond the capabilities of the Pimple Popper show on the internet. I mean, this was some serious eruptions going on with pus, infection. But he didn't want to spend the money to go and get the proper treatment. He's dead. I don't know, my predictions always come true. I saw that coming a mile away. Don't listen to me, though. I don't know anything. Don't listen to me. I don't know nothing. Pardon me for a second while I hit the CR for a quick whizzer. Nothing ever ceases to amaze me over here on YouTube. I mean, absolutely nothing. Christmas Day? He's going to go over to Fazio's old place? Like, what? You know, really? Really? That's pretty sick, dude. That's pretty goddamn sick. Always trying to grandstand. Oh, the neighbor thought he was a nut. Well, Fazio was a nut. We've at least established that from the Ace reporting. The Ace reporting. Your man on the spot, your man on the street. Drew Norty. The Ace or Ash reporter, whatever's more appropriate. I know one thing. I wouldn't spend my holiday visiting Michael Fazio's leased land that he used to live at. That's the last thing I'm going to do. The guy's dead. Leave it alone. Fuck it. Not going to bring him back. There's nothing going to bring him back. Sorry, I'm actually multitasking at the moment. Thank you. Pardon. Now, I don't have a vision into what's going on with Drew's life. And, you know, and I honestly don't even really care. But when I hear, well, see stuff like this, it makes everything I've ever said about the guy more factual. Where's his girlfriend and kid? Didn't look like she was there with him or the kid. Unless I missed something, and I don't think I did. Christmas Day, you're going to go over to Bohol, the Panglao, to go to Fazio's place? Really? Really? Damn. Did he screw that situation up too with his girlfriend? Did he run away from that baby too? How many other women did he impregnate? That's another question. Who the fuck? The extraordinary goings on YouTube with many YouTubers. People who've never been on YouTube, watch that kind of shit, you know, would never understand. I gotta turn the volume down here. Would never understand it, or even, for that fact, even believe it. The characters that we have on here. God, I could go through a list. But I'd be on here all day trying to recap some of the personalities we have on here. And poor Scotty Boy, not Scotty Man, but Scotty Boy, the one who talks third party, is all alone in Angeles City, no girlfriend, never probably had one, a caricature of a person with his hair looks like it's been blown by 100-mile-per-hour gusts, all to one side, looking like a cartoon caricature. Is aimlessly roaming the streets of Angeles City and wherever else he goes, but now claiming that he's quitting drinking. Well, that's been part of his whole persona. That won't last very long. He's been warned by YouTube. He's being very careful. Photographing people and the other things he puts on his show. He's on warning right now. He fucks up one more time, I think he's pretty screwed. He's going to lose his show after what he built up. Oh well. And what does Scotty do? What does he do? He doesn't do anything.
walks around the street with his camera, putting his camera in the face of people that don't want to be photographed. There's still a law with that, but, I guess they're not really reinforcing that law. And he gets himself into trouble all the time. I mean, the guy is unhinged. But I think Breavis is more unhinged than Scotty by far. He's really unhinged. Inviting himself to people's homes when they don't want him there. I wouldn't know about that, would I? He's unhinged. A lot of them are unhinged. You got fucking Mcfish burger out there, who did a good portion of a live show while Popeye was on, spreading bullshit lies about how he met me, what was said. All lies. All lies. They want to, it's something to do with their image. But nobody cares about his image. No one does. Boy, did he come up with some stories on that when I met him. What I supposedly said or asked him, or 98% of what he talked about, me, was totally bullshit. Total lies. This is what people do. They decide that they don't like you. So all they want to do is they come on somebody's show and they spread and make horrible allegations, horrible lies to make themselves look good. Shit, if I was a woman, I wouldn't be with him. I don't know any woman that would really want to be with him and have him as a boyfriend full time. I couldn't see it. And that's why he's probably not in a relationship. Because he lies. And if he lies to the public on YouTube and lies to everybody, and even people that somewhat support him, and his opinions, that's all they are. Well, that would give you some pretty good insight as to why he can't connect with just one woman. They're all excuse, a lot of these guys. Oh, I want to be independent. I don't want to get tied down with no woman. Well, maybe, just maybe, a lot of these people can't get a woman. They can't score with a woman in a real relationship, a long-term relationship. But then when that doesn't happen with them, their excuse is, I'm not looking to settle with one woman. I like my freedom. I like going from woman to woman to woman. Well, someone who works out is concerned about his health. Ever think about woman to woman could spread disease? How do you know what they're carrying? You know what they say about the history of a woman or a man? You have sex with a woman, you're having sex with 7 years of their whole sexual history. 7 years. It means any man that she's been with, if he's carrying some sexually transmitted disease, the likelihood of her getting it is pretty high. And it's like, spreading the wealth. The gift that keeps on giving, sexually transmitted diseases. It happens. That's why I like being in a long-term relationship. At least I know who I'm with. And I don't ever want to take a chance like that. I've taken chances in the past. Oh, believe me, I have. Because it looked good. But that's not a good enough excuse to not use protection or to kind of figure out where she's coming from. How many men, as an example, did they have a big dating history? I mean, a lot of things you've got to explore. Anyway, back to the original topic. Breavis, Drew Norty, at Fazio's old place on Christmas Day. Can you believe that shit? On Christmas Day. Does that say something about this man's psychological makeup? It speaks volumes to me. He's dead. Leave it alone. Leave it alone. I ain't talk about him much these days. He's dead and gone by his own doing. People do stupid things to themselves, just like Barry being in jail. It's all his own doing. And what Breavis does, it's all his own doing too. He's gotten beaten up in fights. He stalked people. He's lied also to people, spread false rumors about people like myself. This is how they get by in life. Hangs around bars, seedy, smelly bars with other alcoholics. Does he not? Would this be a lie? Would this be cyber libel? No, it wouldn't. Because we know and we've seen his behavior. We've seen what he does. On Christmas Day? Oh, we'll probably hear something that, no, my girlfriend spending it with her family. Well, why aren't you there with the family? Christmas, it's her family. Oh, no, I just didn't want to go there. Lies, lies, pure lies. What a character, huh? Drew? Yeah, they definitely did bust a mold when they made you, and thank goodness they threw away that fucking mold. Away from your girlfriend and kid? On Christmas Day? Are you kidding me? Says a lot about you. It was more important to go to Fazio's old place and hound his neighbors to find out information about Fazio? To go rummage through the rummage. To rumble through the jungle of junk that was left behind? Well, I'm glad to hear anyway on his fantastic reporting, because he's our man on the spot, that Daisy made a little money. She sold the old excavator, sold whatever she could, tools and whatnot. Good for her. She had to get something out of that. Personally, as much as Fazio, since we're on the topic, always trying to make money off people, I think he's had some of his mom's jewelry. I think he's had something hidden away. Now, did Daisy get that? That's a good question. Did she find it? Did she find it? Did Daisy do real well? What did Michael actually have in his bank account? Did Daisy get that? You never know, because Michael was one of these people who was a hoarder. I've seen these people in New York. People who've actually had money, but they always pretended they didn't. They were pushing a shopping cart, held their belongings on. I've seen that many times in New York City, because I've spent a lot of time actually in New York City and other boroughs, but mostly New York City, Manhattan. Yeah, former doctors, former lawyers, on the streets, mental illness, huge bank accounts, pushing a shopping cart with their belongings. Fazio was one of these people. He was one of these people. I'll bet you he had something in that place that he hid that even Daisy's not going to talk about. If so, fantastic and good for her. See, Breavis was hoping that he'd find a little trash or Travis. You remember the first time he went there when Daisy was there after Fazio died? Remember that? And he was going through all kinds of shit. His personal diary, he was reading some stuff. He had no right to do that. But basically, Daisy said, if you see anything you want, take it or something, or buy it. He walked away with something, I know that. I wouldn't be surprised if actually Breavis has Fazio's diaries, because Breavis is a stalker. He's a fucking stalker. I could see him sitting down reading all Fazio's notes and kind of reliving Michael Fazio's experience. He's that sick. He's that sick. Boy, there's a story behind that guy. I'd like to know more of the story behind that guy. We know a lot of stuff about him. We have a pretty good idea why he left America to come here. I think there's a whole lot more to that story with this guy. A whole lot more. So that's the way Breavis spends his Christmas Day, Fazio's place, and then to try to, squeeze information in the brain of Fazio's neighbors, asking a lot of personal questions. Well, it's true, though. They all thought he was deranged. But to them, he was an old white man who was out of his mind, and they would come to the rescue. They came out, but they didn't stop Ricky, though. Said they called the police. They didn't want to get involved. A lot of Filipinos won't want to get involved in something between two white people. I understand. But Breavis over there picking this guy's brain about Fazio, and just to know that on Christmas Day he spent his day traveling to Bohol to go to Michael Fazio's old place. He was looking at remnants. He was looking at a cardboard beer packages that had a little bit of yellow paint on it. He was like salivating at the mouth at that. Maybe I could make some money off it. He's seen an old construction, the yellow, of course, construction hat of Fazio's. Well, maybe I could put this on an auction and make some money on it. What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? Oh, my goodness. All right, folks, continue your wonderful Christmas day. And I'm just watching movies today, but I'm not at Fazio's place rummaging through his rummage. No, I couldn't do that. Yeah. Whatever's gone has been gone, and what's left over is a bunch of trash, but there's Breavis rummaging through Fazio's trash.
Red Horse bottles were his. He was more of an Emperador Tanduay drinker, a little bit more on his budget. But yeah, we're here in Bohol, Christmas Day 2025. Some people are with friends and family, and I'm here giving you guys a tour of Michael Fazio's, what's left of his shack. No shack, no backhoe, no storage containers. Right next to the Stanley House here in Panglao, Bohol. Thanks, guys. Merry Christmas. Happy holidays.
Merry Christmas to you. Okay. Oh, I hear some partying going on across the way past the road and field. People getting drunk again. Drunk again. Nah, spare me the hangover. Not me. And you're mine. And you're mine. Anyway. Okay, it looks like we're getting through yet another holiday here. We got one more to go. And that one is called New Year's. That's one's called New Year's. Dogs passing by here, someone walking their dogs. Arrr, arrr. Fucking Scotty was like kicking a cat on his last show. Scotty's all alone, Jim's all alone, they're all alone. Well, I'm kind of alone. She has to be in Cebu for a wedding tomorrow, but got my dogs here at least. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's the old dog barking that stays in front of my neighbor's place. I feed him all the time, and so does he. A couple of old boys hang around there, actually, too, these dogs. He used to belong to the guy way out back, but those guys were running away from some big loans and shit. They abandoned their little shit house and, never took care of the dogs anyway. So, I guess we're kind of helping him out when we can, and my neighbor, dogs always hang around his place, actually, to help him get these dogs out. They're both old and kind of sickly. So I come out with dog food. I'll spare it, even if I'm running low. I'll come out with dog food for them. He's pretty old, I can tell by his bark. Well, you have to look at him to understand. Well, I hear music going on a distance from here. Everybody's out drinking on New Year's Day evening. Is that what it's called? New Year's Day? New Year's, so I'm not there yet. Christmas Day evening.
Can you hear that in the background? In your mind, in your mind. Young Lee, what's his freaking name? The guy sounds like he's drunk when he's singing, but they love his music though. This Korean guy, I guess he's a Korean guy. Anyway. He's still barking. Yeah, he's got some energy in him anyway. Fucking Scotty kind of pushes the cat away with his... Oh, him and Barry should get together. What is with Scotty's hair anyway? What the hell? Like a typhoon hit him. The guy's like a walking comedy, and Scotty is walking around on his lonesome all around Angeles City. He's not drinking at the moment, and he's going crazy. Jim's going crazy. Old Jimbo, who's in Phnom Penh now, because his quasi, or shall I say pseudo girlfriend pretty much told him where to go. It's never the other way around. All right, let's be nice on Christmas here. Let's be nice. Let's be nice on Christmas. It's Christmas, whatever that means to you. To me, it is a holiday I grew up with. I respect it for that, at least anyway. Yeah, it's a holiday. Pardon me. I might be going to bed a little early tonight. Not this early, but actually, I don't really go to sleep until after 10. I don't go to bed too early. You know, this old man, you know. I may hit the bed after 9 or something, but I don't really try to fall asleep until up to an hour later, maybe more sometimes. So I'm actually up a little bit, you know. A deadly ancient creature awakens beneath the ice, and the hunt for survival begins. English movie. God, I think I've seen them all. I must have by now. I don't know about this one. I had it on, actually. It didn't look very interesting. I tried to watch a couple of movies tonight, but I get kind of distracted unless there's something on that's really interesting I haven't seen, which is kind of hard, you know. Yeah. There's not many movies I haven't seen. I got 6 people hanging in there, so, yeah. You come here to see what I have to say, huh? What do you want me to say? You want me to sing, or what do you want me to do? Am I that bored? Yeah, I'm talking to you guys. I got a thumbs up out of that. Okay, all right. That must be Ed Savino, I bet you. I'll bet you it's Ed Savino. I bet you it's Ed Savino. Right, Ed? Is that you? He gives me the thumbs up. I think he's the only one that gives me a thumbs up on here, Ed Savino. Isn't that sad? I know I got 2 thumbs up. Oh, another person came in. Wow, we got 2 thumbs up now. God damn, some of these shows that are on, they're getting like over 1,000, 2,000 views per show. I'm lucky I get 14 people. As I said, what is the use of this channel? Except to entertain people, but, you know, they usually see me after the fact, you know, after the live. That's when I'll see my numbers rise on here. I got a couple of videos on there that have like 500-600 viewers. Yeah. Okay. Talk about expats starting business. Talk about expats starting business. You want me to talk about it? What do you want me to talk about? I'm not starting any business. Well, you can't. I mean, you could if and you can. Unfortunately, you have to be through your Filipina or Filipino connection. You can do a business like 60-40, but the thing is, though, that I understand, I could be wrong about this. All right, let's say you opened up a bar, and it's a combination bar and restaurant. I've seen this guy doing it. He's not supposed to, but I think the law says that, you know, you can't run a business. You can go through your partner, but you're not even supposed to be behind the counter. It's my understanding. Oh, we got 11 in here now. Oh, geez. And by the way, let me give you a little hint. Eat fiber, but don't eat too much fiber. Don't eat too much fiber. That's all I'm going to say. And why? Okay.
a lot of people take a chance they could lose their license or something, or a Filipino can, because you're not even supposed to be there cooking or serving or anything like that. That's what I understand, yeah. So you're talking about expats starting a business. You can, but it's going to have to be through a Filipino citizen. You know, it could be through your wife if you got a wife out here. But wife or not, you're really not supposed to be on the premises serving or cooking or helping out. A lot of people don't know that. I mean, they do it anyway. I said they wind up being closed down, though. But yeah, it's a chance they take anyway. Oh, hell. I don't mean to be a holiday buster, but, you know, I'm like this every year. I'm sorry. I'm just not. I just don't get into the holiday spirit anymore. I really don't. It was different, you know, when I lived in a temperate climate and we had snow in the winter. Well, growing up mostly, you know, growing up, the holidays were fun. We were always hoping for a white Christmas. You know, I'm dreaming of a white Christmas and make snowman, go sleigh riding at a hill somewhere in the neighborhood. Yeah, all that stuff. Yeah, I miss that. It's not the same anymore, though, you know. Talk about expat story. Okay, that's okay. I got you on that one. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. It's just not the same. Well, you know, here's the thing too. If you're living in the tropics, which I am, you don't. I don't know. You don't get that holiday spirit. Well, you can get that holiday spirit when you're in a mall and it's nice and cool and they got all the decorations and all that. You can get a little bit in the holiday spirit, but then you go back outside in the hot tropics and you realize that, well, you know, you don't live in a temperate climate anymore. You're living in the tropics. You know, there's no real Christmas trees and you're not going to see snow in the Philippines, you know, so kind of takes away the spirit of it, you know. But doesn't stop people from getting their artificial Christmas trees with phony snow on it and all that stuff. I mean, I don't know. I'm not really a holiday person. I haven't been for decades. I really haven't. You know, and maybe like, you know, many, many years ago when I was raising my daughter, I had a little holiday spirit. I enjoyed having a tree and I made the lousiest trees. I couldn't decorate for shit, I'll tell you the truth. I really couldn't. But anyway, you know, I tried my best. But, you know, I had a more holiday spirit when you had a kid you were raising and put presents around the tree, something to open and all that. That was nice. You get a little bit of holiday spirit. It wasn't a religious thing for me, you know, it was holiday period. But, you know, then we'd have snow outside if we were lucky. But then even that got old because I remember one Christmas time in Seattle where we had like 14 inches of snow. And that got old real fast because I had a 4x4 and I couldn't even get out of my driveway with the 4x4. And when I owned my house in Seattle, you know, my block was kind of like if you were going to come out the driveway, there was an incline. My gosh, almost 45 degrees to go up to the next block, which leveled out a little bit. But then to get to the main artery of that area, you had to go up another big incline. This is all in the snow and ice, you know. So when you got to that area, which was more the main artery you were trying to get to, when I was going to go to Safeway to store to shop or something, that was also a hill, and you couldn't even get up that hill. So yeah. Philippine family, Nicole and Dime me. I buy all the food. They show up and eat. That gets Philippines family. Oh, nickel and dime you. Okay, no, Nicole. Okay. Philippines family, nickel and dime me. I buy all the food, they show up and eat. It gets old. Yeah, they take a lot of it home too, don't they? No, nothing like that going on here. We had a, you know, we had a dinner yesterday. Yesterday evening. For New Year's Eve. But no, nothing today because she's gone in Cebu. She has a son's wedding to go to. So I'm eating leftover roasted chicken is what I'm actually eating. We didn't have that yesterday. They were all eating the ham, but I had a whole chicken that I'm eating. And it's going to make another meal for me for lunch tomorrow. And some leftover meat for my dogs to mix in with their kibble. So that worked out. Yeah. I don't make that big a thing out of the holiday. I just really, mostly I've never had. I mean, of course, as a little kid, it was exciting to you. Oh, the presents, see the Christmas tree all lit up, see the decorations. I used to take my kid in Seattle to a particular area that was known to be, they're all in competition with each other for the best Christmas lighting, and I used to take her in a car and go down there to see the Christmas lighting. It was exciting for her, and it was nice to see all the lights. And then they had a ship out in Lake Washington, and you'd be there a certain night. The ship was going to come by way out in the water, and it had speakers and all lights on it. It was play Christmas music, and everybody on the shore of the lake, kids would be happy and all that. So yeah, there was some really interesting neighborhoods. They just competed with each other, competing with each other for the best lighting and decorations they had. Some of them spent a lot of money, man. He didn't dump his girlfriend, man. He didn't dump her. She dumped him. That's why she didn't want to bring him. Well, first of all, she was playing him, which you don't understand. She was playing him. She probably had a husband or something. That's why he wouldn't take her to the mother's house, to his parents' house, her parents' house. See, she was working, and where he lived was convenient. She'd come over there and she'd stay there with him. Okay, and he'd be buying her lunch and all that other shit. She figured, what the fuck? Okay, then it got to a point where Jim was starting to cheap out, is what happened. And she spoke up pretty much, I guess. That was going on, No, yeah, he didn't dump his wife either. No, he's too aggressive. He's just too, with that fucking testosterone and steroids he takes, and then he drinks, he goes into his binge drinking, and, no one's going to stay with a man like that. All this Jim got is his little gym to go to and make his muscles, and that's all he's got. He's in love with his muscles. The only love affair he's going to have is with his fucking muscles. And even they're all tweaked out with steroids, but look at his biceps. They're all gnarly because he ripped some muscles in there, and it looks like shit. You can't be in love with your muscles. How about a real person? No person can stay with Jim. Even Scotty boy, calls himself Scotty boy. And he speaks in what do you call that, third person? Well, Scotty boy here is going to go down to the Red District, and I'm going to go get myself a coffee. So Scotty boy here is batting 0. I'm alone on Christmas. They're all alone. They're all alone. I'm not alone. I got my dogs here. Oh, at least I have my dogs here today. A lot of these guys, they're alone. And then they really feel it when the holidays come and they don't have a chick and all that. Don't have any friends out there at all. And Scotty don't have any friends. I don't know if he's actually ever had a girlfriend ever since he's been in the Philippines or traveling around Thailand, Philippines, whatever. I don't even know if he ever had. Did he ever score with a woman before? We don't even know that. See, some guys, they just can't do it no matter how hard they try. Because no matter where you go, there you are, meaning your personality. You look like some cartoon caricature. It's really hard to go snatch some lady, you know. John Smith says, I don't think Jim fits in. No, he doesn't, man. Aggressive people are not received well. No, they're not. They're not. I can't even raise my voice if I'm walking in the street about something with Gilda. I can't even raise my voice about something we're talking about. She'll tell me to tone it down, you know. Yeah, they're kind of, I don't know, they're not out there, you know what I mean? Here in the Philippines, they're not out there like that. You can't be, even in the streets, you can't be aggressively speaking if you're talking politics or something with somebody or with a girlfriend or you know, you're relaying something and you raise your voice a little bit. They'll say, "Oh no, come quiet down," you know. Yeah, and you can't fit in. I think Jim would do well in the bars in the U.S. Well, I don't think he can afford to live in the U.S. Well, you know, he stays at his mom's house. They got a couple of bucks. It's a very nice house, actually, that he shows on. He makes believe it's his house. It's not his house. It's his mom's house. No, that's a fact. I'm not making it up. It's his mom's house. It's his mom's house. Oh, he got construction business, this and that. He ain't got shit. Do I believe he ever done construction? Yeah, I could believe that. But, you know, he kind of builds things up, you know, with great exaggeration as to what he did or claims he did. Well, the problem with Jim is that he gets too rowdy. He gets belligerent when he drinks. So he couldn't hang around a bar without getting in a fight, you know. It'd be really hard. And there's always out somebody there to kick his ass. He thinks he can kick anybody's ass. I don't think I can kick anybody's ass. I'm realistic. There's one person I know out there who's a YouTuber. I know I could kick his ass. But I can't say that about everybody. And I'm also an older dude, so I mean, you know, I gotta be realistic sometimes. Oh, I'm real sparky and I'm real spicy, and I could be really aggressive when I want. Believe me, I could. But maybe not for my own good, really. If I kill somebody, I'm going to go to jail. Or they may kill me, I don't know. Either way, you're going to lose, you know. So just don't get into a fight with anybody, that's all. Or restrain yourself if you can. Just kind of restrain yourself. It's not worth it. Remember, wounds heal. And heals wound. No, they do heal. You know, the bones are just going to grow back. I mean, they're just going to mend. Their cuts or abrasions are going to heal. And that doesn't do anything. If anything, you're just going to piss somebody off more than they were before you had the fight. What do you think of Jogo Wonder for... I don't watch that. I don't watch Jogo. I heard the name. I know the name. I heard it talked about, but I don't watch that. I don't even know why I even watch Scotty, you know, because he's boring. Maybe I just like him fucking up and waiting for some ladyboy to beat him up, and that almost happened. He don't know what he's doing. These people are, you know, man, let's just get it out. A lot of these YouTubers you hear doing shows, they're all chasing their tails. They don't know where they're going and what they're doing. They don't even know what to talk about. You know, they're going, living like a saddle tramp or something, you know. And they're going from backpackers, motels to another. And they're living off their YouTube revenue. Because I don't know what Scotty has. I don't even know what Scotty did for a work living. I mean, he's like, what, 48 now or something like that? How old is Scotty? And what did he do as a job before he went outside the United States? I don't know. I can't picture this guy doing anything. He has an odd look, you know. He's odd looking. His eyes, the contour of his face, how his hair shifts all to one side like a typhoon blew his hair over to one side of the scalp. He's like a caricature, man. My God, the characters we got on here, man. Oh my God, every one of them is a character. There's always something about somebody on their show. Oh, I know I'm a character, but a different type of character, you know. A more positive character, really, yeah. I mean, look at these people. I don't have to name all the names, but they all, you know, I don't know, their physique, how they're built, their bellies, their looks, their balding hair, their balding head. So many common denominators with all these people. You know, obesity, drunkardness, that's a commonality. Obesity and drunkardness, you know. It's all I see on here. You're like Ray in the Philippines, another one. A drunkard, always on there. Drinking and drinking and drinking. As I said, I don't want to really have to get deep into that. It's always my favorite subject about obesity and drinking. Because I tell you, my gosh, I didn't know. I always knew alcohol was bad, but what I learned is that even two lousy drinks, even one drink, what it does to your liver immediately. And they're drinking regularly all the time. They're finishing whole bottles of Jack Daniels and shit. I'm saying, holy shit, why don't you just take a fucking bottle of arsenic and just get it over with? Of course, arsenic will kill you quicker, but yeah, straw hair, I don't know what you call it, man. He's odd looking. Scotty is odd looking. No wonder he can't get a chick. Look at Jimbo, you know. Fuck, of course he ain't get it. He's belligerent. He's narcissistic. You know, he's creepy. He looks about 10 years older than his real age, 54. What is he? Yeah. He's obnoxious. What do you expect? You got to buy your women. When you're in situations like that, you're going to have to buy your women. It's the only way you're going to have companionship. And even that doesn't guarantee you're going to get laid. You might have them as a company if you keep on buying them drinks. Sure, they'll stay with you all goddamn night long. You're going to buy them women free drinks. And proprietor of the bar don't mind because he's making money off you talking to one of his bar girls. So you're buying a drink for yourself. You're buying a drink for her, then you're buying another drink for yourself. You're buying another drink for her all goddamn night long. You know, the owner of the bar is loving every minute of it. And the chick, you know, they all become alcoholics. Free is good, free is good, free is good. Yeah, pour me another drink, pour me another drink, pour me another drink. It all works out for them. You'd be surprised how many bar girls are alcoholics because, you know, they're not going to refuse a free drink. It costs money. They don't make that much money working in a bar. Sometimes they only make money from any tips, you know, or some percentage of the drink sold. I don't know how that works. I don't exactly make a reputation of hanging in bars, you know. The only time I paid a bar fine was I was an idiot and I was in Manila. That cost me a lot. I didn't know what the fuck a bar fine was coming from. I never heard the expression bar fines because the last place I lived in was in Hawaii and South Seattle before that. I never heard any expression like bar fines, you know. I've only heard that in Philippines. Seriously, yeah. But I don't know, man. I just don't understand some people. They come all the way here just to hang around the streets with their camera. There's a babe Rooney. The guy's like fucking 48 years old, whatever the hell he is. A grown-ass man. What is he, like a little teenager? Oh, there's another babe Rooney. And Scotty Boy, talking in third person, whatever. And Scotty Boy here, having a lonely time on Christmas. Oh, there goes another babe Rooney. Is this for real? It is for real. Yeah, it's for real, man. God, do we have characters? How many times have I say that? I'll say it again and again.
Yeah, you want to be entertained, definitely come to this genre, this community. You'll definitely be entertained. We got plenty of characters on here, man. Plenty of characters. They're all like cartoon characters. Every one of these popular people, well, the majority of the people that you know very well, everyone from Big E to Mcfisher to Popeye to all these people, they're all Big Kevin, you know, Jim Asia, Mike's Philippines Retirement. They're all cartoon characters, man. Look at them. They're all cartoon characters. It's a fucking freak show, man. It's sad walking in Manila and seeing a bunch of 60-year-old running after ladyboys and hookers. I think they all go both ways. That's what I think. Well, it's Ricky we know does. He proved that, didn't you, Ricky? Sick grandpa. Sick is right. Whoa. They're singing a George Michael song. I was just reading something about George Michael's, that Christmas song he did. You hear it? Listen. My neighbor's got his little karaoke, little portable little machine here with a speaker. They're not very loud, it's cool. Listen. Yeah, they're singing that Christmas song, whatever that, you know, George Michael sang. That seemed to be a real popular one even after his death. Isn't it nice to be remembered for something, really? What are these guys going to be remembered for? Really? Here we go, listen. Feliz Navidad, pa 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 pa. They all say the same thing, pa 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 pa. I don't know, it's like a ritual or something out here. They tear a song apart. Merry wish you a pa pa pa. I want to wish you Merry Christmas, then pa pa pa. See, Feliz Navidad, pa da pa pa pa, pa 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 pa. Do you guys hear this music? This is my neighbor's kid's wife. Christmas, I want to wish you a Merry Christmas. I want to wish you a Merry Christmas. Bottom of my heart. There you go. I try to be jovial as best I can because I think all of us, coming into the year, let's have a little end of the year speech shit here, you know. No matter what adversity that you have in life, you always make the best out of an adversity. It'll always come through. You can't go through life, you know, thinking that, oh, they got the best of me. No, you let people get the best of you. You're the one that lets that happen. Not them. It's not them. It's not them. Well, I can't leave this over here. Just not. That's going to gather some ants. Oh my God, I had something on a fork. What did I have? That wasn't a good idea. Okay. It's not a game of win or lose. It's really not that. You lose if you give in to people. That's what it comes to. You lose if you give in to somebody's adversity. You're the loser then. But they're the losers when you don't give in to the adversity they put on you. We all got things going on in life. I got something going on. I mean, I'm not ruining my life over it. I'm not sit there and cry my eyes out and pulling my hair out. My life goes on every single day until it can't go on. If I got any adversity, I face the adversity. That's it. That's all you can do. You know, as I said, it's not a game of who wins or something like that. Not really. According to how you look at it. It's really not. You allow people to upset you. You're doing it, not them. They want to get your goat. They want to do this. They want to get a reaction from you. If you allow them to do so, then they are winning. Then they are winning. What is this on here? I think it's time to get a new chair here.
I hate this fucking chair. It's bad for my back. Yeah, I know. 60-year-olds and older. I'm up in that age range. Older than 60. God, is time going by that fast? I mean, seriously. God, it really has. You hit a certain age, man, and time just goes, you know, it just whizzes by. So I don't know. Do you got a bucket list or something that you want to do? Do it, I guess. Or if you're happy with the status quo, that's fine too. You can't do things beyond your ability, for one. Do whatever you can that makes you happy, not what satisfies trolls on YouTube or anything outside of your YouTube life. They don't control your life. They'll try to, but they can't. Nobody's ever controlled my life out here. Nobody. And nobody will control my life. See, that's the way I see things. You hear me singing on my shows and all that stuff. It's not a put on, really. I'm not an unhappy person. Not really. I got my moments, but not as much as you might think. Just like a normal thing. I'll have good days and sometimes I'll have bad days, but some of my days are self-inflicted, you know. It's not because somebody says something mean to me. That slides off me. I just examine the source. And that's what you should do. Examine where it's coming from. Because most people who are highly critical of you are not living the life that they're trying to make you believe that they're living. Factual. But they want you to believe that they're doing everything right and they're better than you, bigger than you. They're going to call you names like frail man, orange hair, which I don't have orange hair. And Big E likes to say I have freckles. Really, freckle face? Now I'm freckle face. What else is now? First orange hair, then freckle face, frail, which I'm not. I'm not as big as him. I'm not frail. That seems to be their key word. I'll show you somebody that's frail. Believe me, I'll show you. Now, unless Barry has gained a ton more of weight since his incarceration, and the last time we saw him on camera was actually when Breavis went to... Oh, and again, that Breavis, we'll get to him again. We're going to get to him again. Is when Breavis went to visit him in Mandawi jail. Boy, he blew up like a fucking balloon, man. It's like somebody forgot to turn that valve off the helium bottle. God knows what he's looking like now, unless they got an exercise machine there, but I don't think he could lift the weights even to do the exercise. He came on one time, made a comment, "You can see my biceps now." Okay, we'd love to see your biceps. Okay, show us it. Maybe I'll be impressed. I'll actually be impressed. Impress me. Impress me. I know one thing. If I was incarcerated, if they had weights and workout something there, I'd be doing it. If I had the space to even work out, I'd be doing push. I'd be doing whatever, you know. If I have to walk around the cell 300 times just to get my walking in, I'd do that too. I wouldn't sit there like a lump on a log. I'll guarantee you that. I'd really go crazy. No, you got to keep occupied if you find yourself in a position like that. Yeah, I got freckles. I got all kinds of spots on my leg. That's why I got to have them checked out. I'm looking at something right now. Because my skin is so light. I should be wearing long pants and a shirt with sleeves on it, but I never do. I mean, it would be kind of a good idea. Because I am light-skinned. I don't tan really easy. But I'm not exactly laying on the beach, you know, sucking in a bunch of sun. Sunbathing, that's ridiculous. I was laughed at. All those white people. There's a lot of very prejudiced racial people out there that hate blacks or people with brown skin, black skin. But they're all laughing. Especially people of African-American background. Or even, you know, some Hispanic, you know, darker skinned people, in other words, okay? they're laughing at the white people because a lot of white people call them all kinds of, precious names and this and that, and a lot of them are racist, prejudiced. They don't like black people, as they call them. But they're laughing at all the white people because they'll go to the beaches to try to darken their skin, and all they want to do is work on their tan. Now, I can understand where they get their laughs from that. That is a laugh. Trying to get their skin darker, and they're making fun of people who have darker skin that come from different ethnic backgrounds. That's funny, to me anyway. All right, what's going to happen in the new year? Are we going to finally get Trump out of office? Oh, God, I hope so. He's doing some really creepy shit, man. I was listening to Michigan, one of the governors said, boy, Trump, he lost his ratings. Oh, my God, he's like minus something now. He's trying to start war with everybody. He's insane, in other words. Why don't I just say it? He's insane. He's not just to rank him out, call him names, but no, the guy is actually insane. And he's leading, the biggest country in the free world. He's a leader, commander in charge. And the guy's insane. And he carries a missile code on, nuclear codes on him. I mean, oh my God. You fucking Republican people. Are you also out of your fucking minds? You start burning that MAGA hat, man. He's making promises to people. We're going to give you these tariff checks, $2,000. And yeah, it'll be sometime next year, probably mid-year. But because he pissed off the armed services, what did he do? Is this not politics or what? Tell me. What did he do? You guys are going to receive before Christmas, all the military personnel, a big check on my big, beautiful bill. It's always a big, beautiful bill. $1,788. Oh, that's going to make their day. It's going to make their year, going to make their life. They put themselves in harm's way, many of these military people, and he's going to give them $1,788. Gee whiz! How much does he give himself in office? He's fucking tearing down a piece of history at the White House, for God's sakes. Because he wants a big old ballroom with his name on it and a statue. Oh my God. Goes over to the Kennedy Center and puts his name on it. It literally takes an act of Congress to do that. You can't do that. But he sends the workers over to put his name on there too. The guy is insane. Truly insane. And you idiots voted for him. Boy, I bet you're red-faced now, aren't you? I know we have a lot of Republicans out there. You ain't wearing your MAGA hat anymore, I'll bet you. I think you're too embarrassed to go out in public with that hat now, aren't you? Because everybody's against it. The news stations, the media, everywhere. Independent media, mainstream media. People against him now. Even people in this cabinet, the Congress, senators, the people are quitting. There's people that don't want to be under his administration. You voted for him. You're going to be eating so much crow. Oh my God, you are already. But the plates of crow are still being served. The man needs to be in jail for the rest of his short life, whatever he has. He's 79, going to be 80 sometime. When's his birthday? And why don't he take that stupid toupee off? With all his money, he's a billionaire. He can't get a better hairpiece than that. Somebody did a thing on him with the AI where he's like, having a speech or something. Someone comes up to him and pulls his toupee off. He's got this bald head. God, Can you picture Trump with the bald head? You want to see an old-looking guy? He's not even being saved with that toupee, to be honest with you. It looks so phony. I would never believe we'd have a president that way. I never would. I never would. Totally insane. And a predator, a real predator, a sexual predator with underage girls, him and all that Epstein people. And there's big people on that list too that have been to Epstein Island, hung around with Epstein. They had adventures together with child trafficking, rape, underage. And Trump was involved in all that, but you voted for him. I know one guy on here, and I'm still laughing about it, truly laughing about it. After all that Trump has done, well, I support Trump. Since Trump has been in office this past year, my financial portfolio, went up 26%. I made $1 million off of Trump being in office. He didn't care about what Trump was done to young women and child sex trafficking. It was more important to him, well, hey, I made money. That's a typical greedy Republican speaking right there. They don't care about the guy who's supposed to be representing this, the country of the United States. Supposed to be a good role model to children. Instead, he's fucking raping children. But you voted for him, you fools. You voted for him. Shame on you. All the red faces out there. Oh, they're not going to admit it. They're going to hide their face when it comes to Trump. All the support they gave for Trump and then realizing, and look what he's doing. Everything's being redacted. Any files are trying to hide. Trump doesn't want them to come out. Redacting. Black line. Because it'll indict him, and he knows it, and he knows he's in big trouble. That's why there's something called, what politicians do, it's called a distraction. Okay? So he'll cause some problems with Venezuela, and he's going to cause some problems with Ukraine or whatever, to distract people. This is the oldest trick in the book that all politicians that were under scrutiny of somehow have practiced. Let's give a distraction. Let's get them off the Epstein files. Let's create something that will get the news media outlets and all the independent outlets concentrating on new business. Let's kind of sweep this under the rug. That's Trump. The most evil president that's ever been in the United States of America, if not the world. Not maybe excluding people in history like Hitler, Mussolini, people of that nature. Even Nero. Nero fiddled as Rome burned. Yeah, we've had some characters in history too, haven't we? He's going to go down as the worst, most evil president, the most delusional, psychopath, sociopath president that's ever been in the White House. He should have never put the wrecking ball to a piece of history at that White House. That was if you're religious, call it a cardinal sin. That was like, he fucked with history, man. You can't replace that wing of the White House, man. You just can't. You could put something up there, it's never going to be the same. The guy's so egotistical, he wants his name on everything before he croaks. He wants to see his name on every street sign, every school, every governmental building. Now that's your definition of a narcissist right there. And a lot more descriptions. It would take me all night. But you voted for him. You voted for him. Shame on you again. But this one guy on YouTube, it really showed out his character. I can't get that off my mind. Because this guy on YouTube, who's very big about money, and he likes to use his money to get what he wants, boasting on a show about what a great job Trump has done for America. What did he do? Please tell me and clue me in what he did. He's claiming all the prices of everything are down when they're not. People lost their jobs. How about when he closed down the government? No federal employees are being paid. Nobody in the military was being paid. Poor people that were on fucking food stamps, they weren't getting their food. He's trying to show that I'm the almighty, powerful. I'm the God. I'm the living God on this earth. I am Donald J. Trump. I am your God. I am your dictator. The valedictorian of life on earth. He ain't shit. He's a psychopath. A fucking psychopath. But you elected him. That's why I will never vote. I don't trust any politician. They're only in office to do favors for big corporations. And they get paid for that. They make lots of money. Lots of money. You can't get buried with, although somebody did. What country was this? Recently, I seen that on a feed. Some rich guy, I think he was a Saudi guy or something, he actually got buried with his Mercedes or whatever it was. Some top-of-the-line, expensive-ass car. Swear to God, that was his coffin. They showed the car being buried. The car being buried. Who says you can't take it with you, huh? I guess sometimes you could. But I'm very happy to say that either Mother Nature, I don't know, maybe they're just going to get a better sniper. Or Mother Nature's going to say a big hello to him. He is getting old. And nobody will have to deal with him anymore. And he wants to go down in the history books. He certainly will. He certainly will. He certainly will. As the worst president, the most evil, obnoxious, arrogant president that ever walked the face of the earth. And you voted for him. I'm sorry, I'm going to rub it in you. It's just beginning. He broke every fucking law. The guy's a fucking felon. He got away with that. He got them to grant him absolute power, absolute immunity. You can't touch me. And the power went to his head. Anybody that pissed him off, he either got him killed or he fired him. He wanted to put fear in people because of his money and power. You want that running the United States? Do you really want that? And I know maybe you're a Republican. Is that what you really want, to run the United States? To be a bully? Is that what you want to teach your children? That this is our president, what a president's supposed to be like? Bullying people? Calling people retarded? You know how many people he's insulted? He's raped little girls. Involved in sex trafficking with Epstein. It runs really deep. But you're happy that you got your 26% profit line on your portfolio. Well, good fucking for you. You shallow person, you absolute shallow piece of shit. Doesn't care that the president was doing all this shit. All the damage the president's doing to the country. And other countries that don't deserve it. Look at Canada. It's our best friends. It's our neighbors. The best trade with Canada. Putting a large tariff on Canada. And other countries. Where the economy of the United States depends on this trade. Well, I'm getting political tonight, baby. It depends on this trade. We're going to make America strong. No, you're destroying America. And he's like a little baby that doesn't get his way. He's going to get even with you. I'll show you.
I'll show you. I'm going to press the button on those missiles. I'm going to personally do it myself. I got the codes. I don't need to give the codes to anybody. I'm going to go there right myself. I am Donald J. Trump. And I'm going to put my finger on that button. Watch me. Put it on camera. Hey, man, you voted for him. I don't want to hear you complaining later on. I really don't want to hear anybody complaining. When all the evidence comes out, and then you're going to realize that you voted for a horrible, evil person. It's only when your personal portfolio gets fucked up and you lose your job over him, or or taxes go up or whatever. Then he goes, oh yeah, when it hits your pocket, then you're going to complain. Oh, I don't like Trump after all. Because the only time anything affects anybody, and let's face it, is when it affects your pocket. Am I right or wrong? It affects your pocket, then you're going to bitch and whine and say, oh yeah, that fucker, man, he cost me a lot of fucking money. Only when it comes to money. Only. It's only 999 pesos. Only. I'm going to rub it into you all the time. You voted for him. Say it again. You voted for him. Pay the price. And you will. And you are right now. And don't say I didn't tell you so. Tell you the truth, I can't go anywhere on the phone and the internet and not see something about him through independent media especially. They're going wild on. They're doing shows based around Trump, and they're getting millions of subscribers, man. Can you see the forest through the trees or something like that? Can you? Can you walk and chew gum at the same time? What does it take to wake you fucking people up? I know you feel embarrassed about voting for him, but why don't you be real and just admit you were wrong? You know you made a big mistake, and you're probably paying for it right now, but it's called saving face. Even to your neighbors. Saving face. All the brouhaha. Trump for president. Well, you got him. Now that you got him, you're going to regret it. And I got to get off. You think I was giving a presidential speech here, huh? Well, I hope you guys had a wonderful holiday. We got one more to go through. New Year's. I will be sober as a monk. I don't know if they drink a lot of wine. I don't know if monks are really that sober. And well, poor Scotty boy, and poor Jim, and poor Kevin, poor everyone out there who's alone. Did Mike in the Philippines, his wife Janet, leave him? By the way, who knows anything about that? What's the truth on that? These poor, lonely souls. Poor Scotty walking the streets of Angeles City. Can't drink. He knows he's become an alcoholic. And he's suffering. I'm so lonely. It's Christmas Eve and I can't even... Christmas Day, whatever, I can't even drink. He'll go back to drinking, he will. I know these people. I don't have to meet them. You watch a number of their shows, and you're going to learn every single thing that you need to learn about these people. It's not hard. They're being real. Oh, other than making up stories, like, Steven, an expat living in the Philippines, or whatever his name is. Hello, lovely people. That's his favorite line. Which I said is a target. It's going to be another Elliot situation. You remember what happened to Elliot? Gone. He's a gone boy. He made mistakes. He lived in Mindanao area, married a Muslim woman, which they're not real happy with, I heard, generally speaking. And if you're Muslim, you could say so. Tell me if I'm wrong, but what I've learned is that they want to keep it in the family, if you know what I mean. A Muslim marrying a Muslim, right? Right? Now, that's my understanding. And if I'm wrong, I'm sure you'll correct me somewhere down the line. Somebody will speak up and actually say something on here. I know you like listening to my golden voice, but, you know, sometimes you got to create a little dialogue. But anyway, I do. Speaking of do, I got to do that too. I do, gotta go. And you're mine. And you're mine. Let's see. Why am I so happy all the time? Because that's who I am. If anybody knows me, has followed me for a long time, I took a lot of shit on YouTube, man. I took a lot of shit. But here I am. I sing on my show. I'm always pretty damn happy. Because I am. In my own way, I'm happy. You know, things turned out to where I wanted to turn out in life, you know, who I wanted to be with, and I am with, and settling down and grounding myself. Otherwise, I could be Scotty, or I could be fucking Ricky, or Kevin, or one of these people who are clueless. Walking around with Steve Montelli. That's a great example. Has he been on lately? I gotta check out before I go to bed. I always like listening to Steve. He's talking about a fuck up. Oh my God. Talking about somebody chasing their tail. Not getting anywhere. That's the whole thing. You can chase things all you want. But usually you chase something, you usually catch up with it, right? And you know, you get what you're looking for, right? But none of these people are. Oh, they hate when I come out with the truth, when I come out with a show like this and I just lay it out. Oh, I just lay it out. I tell you, you know, like it is. Nothing to hide, folks. Go back to your homes. Go to your homes. Nothing to hide. You know, nothing to see, actually, but there is a lot to see. But you got to see beyond the bullshit they talk about on here. None of these people are fucking happy. I have been called and labeled every single name in the books. I've had allegations against me that were turned into alligators. I'm still here. Still telling it like it is. And people don't like that. They don't like that. Oh, they can throw shit in your face, but when you throw it back, oh, they get all upset. Oh, they fall apart. Oh, I'm going to show you now. I'm going to do a special skit on you, Frank. I'm going to do a special skit. I'll show you. You're not showing me anything but your goddamn stupidity and how fucking hateful you are. That's what you're showing me. I'm not impressed by what you do. You're not hurting my feelings. My skin is like elephant skin these days. There's nothing you can say to me that's going to hurt my feelings. Talk about my girlfriend, talk about whatever. Some things don't change, and I don't change. I stick to my own. I'm a very convicted person in my ways. I stick to my own beliefs, my own values. That ain't going to change. Well, you people are really quiet tonight. You're all like coming down from a drunk or something, or what's going down? You like listening to me, apparently, but I guess you're afraid to talk because you probably think that you have nothing important to say. But you know, what you have to say is important to me. You don't have to be afraid of me. Goodness sakes. I'm not going to bite your nose off. I couldn't physically do it anyway from here. Maybe in person, if you insulted me or something, I might bite your nose off or something, but, you know. Watch out for the little guys. We're not all chihuahuas, man. But with that being said, hope you all had a wonderful holiday. Officially, it'll be over tomorrow morning. and just got New Year's Eve for a lot of you folks to look forward to get yourself drunk and stupid again. And you don't have to wait for a holiday to do that, 'cause a lot of you do it all the time anyway. You don't need a holiday to get drunk. Not on here, you don't. And for what I've experienced and seen on here, they're all overweight, they're all drunkards, they're all pieces of shit, they're all losers, walking around on a holiday, no woman, not even a remote chance of getting a woman. It's pretty goddamn sad. It's sad. Call me what you want. Spend your day and night, your whole year, labeling me as something. But what are you really saying? Are you projecting? That's the question. I know the answer. Somebody's always got something to say about somebody. Look at fucking Breavis. Talk about sociopaths. Christmas Day, and he should be with his girlfriend and the child they have together, right? Wouldn't you think? Instead, he goes over to Michael Fazio's old place in Bohol to rummage through what's left on the ground. He goes all the way to Bohol, to Panglao, on Christmas Day, without his girlfriend, without his child. Well, he's out drinking and cavorting to go visit another psychopath that died, to go back to the ground zero and to be, or try to put himself in the spotlight again, like he always tries to do. I thought it was pretty sad. Breavis, who makes claims of fame, oh, I've got coin money, I've got this, he ain't got fucking shit, motherfucker. He ain't got shit. He ain't got shit. He can't even stay in his relationship and be faithful. He can't do anything. Shit, he got another girl knocked up one time, and poor thing had well, maybe she had an abortion from him. Maybe that's what really happened. She didn't want his kid. But I don't know, I heard she had a miscarriage or something. A sad situation. He would have supported that kid anyway. Look at Jay. Jay's got a couple of kids in the Philippines. He don't support these kids. He comes around trying to find all these young women and shit to hang around him, buys them drinks, the same shit. He's not getting laid. Jay's not getting laid. Jay denies that he ever pays money to any woman, he says. I've never had to pay for a woman, he said. I got off for a second here. What happened for a second? Yeah, like Jay. He's not getting the chicks. I mean, look at the guy. You know what he thinks of women? He said it many times. They're only good for one thing. Look at Nico. Oh my God. Look at them all. And they're talking some shit about me. You talking about me? I said, try it. You talking about me? Yeah, they are. They're all talking. They devote channels to me. And if you're new to here, they got a channel that replays everything I put on here. Then you got Popeye comes on, puts skits about me. He simulcasts my show a lot when I'm live in the morning. Wow. Build a statue of me. Build a statue. Well, take a picture, it lasts longer. But they do. They take videos. They record my videos. Oh, my God. I tell you what. Even my worst moment in life, there's no graduating into their positions. You know what I'm saying? I would never want to be any one of these people. Any one of them. Even if I lost my freedom to something, and I could transform and be one of these people and get my freedom back, I would never want to be any one of them. Not for any fucking money in the world. And no, Mick, I didn't ask for no fucking money, you clown. Never asked your ass for no fucking money. You big fucking liar. I don't want to get into him again because I'll be all another hour. He lied about everything he said on Popeye's show. He lied, emphatically lie. Everybody's looking for attention, even if it's negative attention. I gotta have my attention. I gotta come on Popeye's live show and talk about Frank. Wow, I'm popular. There's no hate going on with me. There's no hate. It's not hate for me.
It's envy. Oh, why should we envy you? You know, you're 71 years old, Frank. Why should, well, you're not too far from my age, a lot of them. Why should we envy you? We don't want your life. Well, I don't want your life, I'll tell you that. No trade-off going on here, not even for my actual physical life. The fact is, I am grounded. I'm with a woman I love and vice versa. We've been together a long time now. Everybody hoping that we'd break up or something would happen. I'd go to jail, get deported, die, motherfucker, die. Well, I'm still here. I'm still here. Gave proof to the light that Frank is still here. Jose and Chiquita says, I'm not leaving the United States. I'm a good, hardworking immigrant. For God's sakes, they built America. Immigrants built America. Republicans, put that in your pipe. A lot of your fancy-ass offices and penthouses were built by immigrants. Did you know that? You don't want to give immigrants credit. My grandparents were immigrants. Probably yours too. They built the world. People moving into America. They built New York. They built America. They built those fancy skyscrapers that you know so well. The Chrysler Tower, the Empire State Building, other structures. Thousands and thousands of immigrants, workers, sweat and tears, and even death to build these structures so you could have your fancy office. To gain a 26% on your portfolio at the risk of somebody's debt on one of those steel girders. But no, you don't think about the blue-collar workers. You know, we're low-class people, you know. Well, most of the working people are blue-collar in the world. Did you know that, people? They're not all working behind a fucking boring desk, punching numbers all day, thinking that they're better than you. Most of these people don't even get their hands dirty. They're afraid to get their hands dirty, but they do get their hands dirty in a different way. In their politics. And they're cheating on taxes and payoffs. They all get their hands. They all got dirty hands. You don't have to be a blue-collar worker to do that. Hell, my hands were on jackhammers, all kinds of goddamn power tools. I've had the experience on a lot of different tools. Although Fazio says you got to be only way you're a man is if you have a tool. But I'll tell you what, you could have a tool, all the tools in the world, but you got to know how to work these tools and work it correctly. See, when Fazio was working out in the rain, started raining, he got electrocuted, a little shock. He was trying to do something with some drill or grinder outside. Then one day, you know, he cheaps out, he buys this folding ladder, you know, and he climbs up the fucking ladder. And his excavator was like right there. You know, the bucket has teeth on it, you know. He falls off the fucking ladder and his ass falls right on the teeth of that fucking excavator bucket. And he showed his big black and blues. They were huge. I mean, he should have been in a fucking hospital, but he didn't want to spend the money. He showed his fucking ass. I've never seen anything that expanse, and he's got a big ass to begin with, he did. And it's purple. I never seen anything like that. I never seen any. That had got to hurt. That got to hurt. Anyway, I'm having fun tonight. I gotta go, however. Thank you for listening. Didn't have a lot of dialogue going on here, but I'm glad you're at least sitting down and listening to me. I think I spelt out things pretty good about the trolls on here and what's going on in general. I think I spelt everything going on, what's going on with the world. And what's going on with this sick bastard that's in office in America. And how all you know, dedicated, staunch Republican supporters are all red-faced now. And it's getting worse for Trump, your hero.
The hero who basically, you know, they say they drove the snakes out of Ireland or something. Well, he drove all the snakes to the Capitol building, if you forgot. Said he had nothing to do with that. You know what his Republican Party looks like? Go back in short history. When they raided and they took over the Capitol building. The motherfuckers were wearing Vikings horns and facial war makeup and all the fruitcakes. All the fruitcake Republicans showed up in there hurting people. Some people, I think, got killed, didn't they? Trump says I had nothing to do with it. But he clearly said, actually, he was encouraging them to do so, but he said he had nothing to do with that. And he's responsible for people's deaths, too, not only in that, but people are dying around him. He got Epstein killed in prison because he didn't want anything to leak out. Epstein was too much of a narcissist. He was too much of an arrogant person to go kill himself. Epstein would probably not kill himself. I don't think so. He had him fucking killed because he had the money, the influence, and people are always greedy and looking for money. They'll do anything he wants them to do for money. Of course Epstein was killed in his cell. Of course he was. Trump has had a lot of people killed. And he has threatened a lot of people out of their jobs. You're against my policies? You're fired. He thinks it's on a TV show. He thinks everything's a TV show. You're fired. You don't agree with my policy. You're fired. Or I'm going to kill you. Did you see how he just nonchalantly yesterday said, and I got my last opinion on this, my voice on this. There was a news conference and he was talking about, you know, the Venezuelans. They weren't carrying all these drugs in a boat. They were small boats, small group of people. If you're going to try to bring drugs to this country, I'm going to kill you. Sounds like the last, well, I don't want to talk about anything about the Philippines. Shut up, Frank. So I'm going to shut up on the Philippines. I could say something, but I won't. I'm going to kill him dead. What he's pretty directly saying is that you go against me, you're going to die. He wants absolute power is what he wants. Absolute. Not absolute vodka. He wants absolute power. The hierarchy. The grand pool. Okay, well, Christmas is officially over. Okay. Yeah, it's official. To look over to New Year's, but how much of a good year is 2026 going to be? Yet to come, yet to see. Okay, enthusiastic first one to show. Build it and they shall come. I'd say the relative quiet of morning, but
I'm hearing motorcycles from the highway, and I'm hearing some dogs barking, and roosters going off. But it's kind of quiet you could deal with, you know. It's official. Christmas is over. Everybody's holiday cheer goes back to the drab. The holiday spirit soon disappears when the holiday disappears. Have you noticed that? Or is it just me? Here we go. Just becomes another day after the holidays, doesn't it? Just another day. But as I always say, why can't every day be a holiday? In your mind, anyway. We always need these special occasions to celebrate, but you don't need any special occasions. You don't need special holidays. As I said, unfortunately, maybe it started off the right way, centuries ago, I don't know, where you celebrate something, it's worth celebrating, but you could still continue that, you know, what you get is this holiday cheer, as we call it, holiday cheer, but then it disappears when the holiday's over. Everybody goes back to their, you know, back to their jobs, back to their either wonderful or humdrum life. Well, factual, right? And they're not smiling as much, although the retailers are smiling. The retailers are. Well, it's their best time of year. They depend on Christmas. Sometimes it's a make or break situation. And of course, my tea going here this morning. Of course, some things don't change. Okay, some things don't change. But sometimes that's good. Well, we got a new year now to look over. We got one more holiday. Another excuse to celebrate, get drunk, whatever, eat. Everybody is hoping that the new year's to come is better than the one. But what happened to your previous year? You said that the year before, and you said that the year before that, and you said that the year before that too. It's going to be a better year. It's going to be a better year. Well, the way I see it, you're the one that's going to make it a better year. If you're too dependent on the economy, too dependent on politics, too dependent on trusting people, sometimes you got to be independent of these thoughts. Do your own thing. Do your own thing. That's what I say. Do your own thing. Whatever floats your boat, go with it. And I mean that with sincerity. If you follow the cattle all your life, I don't know, you might get hoof and mouth disease or something. Good morning. Merry Christmas, travel, and make Pete. Yeah, that was a crazy story about Breavis, huh? Well, it goes to show you, man. People's true colors show out. And you think I make up stuff. Some people think I make up stuff on here. Oh, Frank's full of shit. He don't know what he's talking about. I certainly do. I've certainly proved it. Haven't I? I was right about a lot of people. As I said, the proverbial mirror that puts in front of these people on here. It all shows out. And I always say it all comes out in the wash, and it does. Every single time. People are not sincere. They're not. They always want to amplify their life. And I'm living a better... I'm so sick of that crap. I'm even sick of talking about it. Everybody's trying to, my life is better than yours, or my wife is better than yours, or I got more money than you. And they try to prove something to people, or they try to prove something to themselves. That's the question, really. What are they trying to prove? I don't know. Let me know when you find out. People adjust to certain situations when they're under pressure. Let's look. Okay, we're going to talk about YouTubers. A prime example of somebody here is Slim. Yeah, Slim. Why? Well, Slim has been under the gun. Slim has been under a lot of pressure because people, well, even Slim worries a little bit, because of his behavior. I mean, he didn't even call his own baby by its name. We don't even know its name. He calls him Baby Boy. I'm sure that the baby has a fucking name. These fucktards on here, man. Now we can get out of the Christmas spirit and get back to reality again, like I normally do on my show. He calls his so-called son, which I'm not even sure it's his, Baby Boy. That sounds... it sounds awfully impersonal to me. Awfully impersonal. Baby Boy? That's your boy's name? Is he going to grow up thinking his name is Baby Boy? Or Boy George or something? Oh, I got a million of them. Believe me, I do. After 10 years on YouTube or whatever, I got a million of them. But they're all factual. That's the difference, I'm not trying to prove nothing on here. I never have. I'm not trying to prove anything to anybody on here. I try to keep things on a positive note here, but at the same time, being very educational, being, to my audience. Okay, there's the tea. I still don't miss a trick here, Ginger, honey, okay, green tea, ginger, honey, and cinnamon. There you go. That's a good tea. Cinnamon is good for your blood sugar. Okay, honey, well, antibacterial, as I said, green tea, antioxidant, da-da-da-da-da. Ginger, stomach and gastrointestinal system, also acts as an antioxidant. Everything I do is purposeful. There's a reason for a season. Most everything I do is geared toward something particular. I don't expect everybody to do everything I do, but I do it for myself. Okay, adjust my eyes here. Yeah, there was, Breavis. God. Have I been right all along? Tell me, have I been right all along about these people? See, Slim got scared because I think people were starting to report him. And I think there could have been some confrontations or something said by the parents of these young Filipinas that he was cavorting with. Or his wife, off camera, put her foot down. But it's hard to tell about her, though. She's really giddy, laughing all the time. Is it an act? Is she just very giddy? Does she take laughing pills? Or is she just plain happy? But then, does she have a reason to be happy? Well, let's examine that. He's always showering her with gifts. Well, that mostly was because he was allowed to go hang around with other women. Go figure that. Are they married, actually? Well, anyway, Slim really ain't the topic. I'm just regurgitating a few syllables about the things I hear and see. We saw Breavis at his best visiting Fazio's old place on Christmas Day. Christmas Day, he goes to Bohol to Panglao just to rummage through the trash left on Fazio's lot.
Examine that psychology. Go ahead, examine that psychology. That's crazy shit, man. That's fucking crazy shit. I'm always right, or most of the time I think I'm right about these people on here. I'm getting it all out before the new year. I'm just getting it all out. It's never stopped me before, and it ain't stopping me now. I think I've painted a clear picture about the people that you're very familiar with in the Philippines genre. I mean, you've seen it for yourself. But by talking about some of it, we tend to realize as a community here, who's dealing with a full deck of cards. But to go to Fazio's old place without his girlfriend and baby, to spend time. I decided to spend time on my Christmas day. No, not with your girlfriend or your baby, but how sick, how obsessed he was with a lot of people. Obsessed with Fazio for sure. To go back over there to that graveyard of a place. I'm at Fazio's place on a Christmas day. You mean you're not home with your girlfriend and your child on Christmas Day? I mean, really? Sick, man. Sick. Sick. Well, greetings. It's a new morning. It's a new morning. It's a new day. Oh, hell's bells. Get the holidays over with. As I said, I don't enjoy the holidays like when I grew up. I just really don't. I just enjoy the simpler things in life. I don't know. People, if I've always said, well off YouTube, I mean, I've always said and always had the train of thought that, why can't people just be nice all year long and be gift giving and generous and smile and have a glow on their face 365 days of the year? And you don't need a Thanksgiving, you don't need a Christmas, you don't need a New Year's to celebrate life, period. Life, that's worth celebrating. Because once it's gone, you just can't get it back. That's a fact. Do the best you can in a life that you do have, because you just never know. You never know. Okay, where is everybody this morning? We got 5 aboard, 6 aboard, and 3 thumbs up. Well, we got 3 thumbs up. Okay, that's a start. Oh, I got a lot of thoughts this morning. It's a matter of getting them out one at a time. I'm officially done looking at all the Trump shit that's going on. If something big happens, then I'll concentrate on it. He does stress me out. I think he's the only person that really stresses me out. I didn't vote for the guy, for one. So some people will say, like Popeye would say, well, if you didn't vote for somebody, you have no right making an opinion about him, or blah, 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 blah. Well, as I still say, I don't trust any politician. There's a reason why people want to be politicians. There's money in it for them, one way or the other, through the back door, or any other way they can get it. Who wants a stressful job as a politician? It has to be about the money and payoffs and all that other shit that goes on in America, of course. prime area. Okay, guys, you're going to have to help me out a little bit this morning with a little bit of dialogue because I don't have a whole lot of energy this morning. Hear me yawning. That means I'm either still trying to wake up or I'm just bored. Maybe a little bit of both. You know, we all hope that the new year brings wonderful things for all of us, and I hope it does. But you don't have to use the new year to make life better or make, make some kind of a promise to yourself that you're going to do something to positively change your life. You don't need a New Year's to make a resolution of that sort. You could change or make the positive changes in your life anytime. You don't need a certain holiday to do that. But people are trained like cattle to do that. Whether you're going to quit smoking, whether you quit drinking, or whether you're going to stop being an asswipe, begin the new year, perhaps changing your attitude a little bit. And self-reflecting, renew yourself, be reborn. You could do that for the new year. Clean slate of 2025 into 2026. You could clean your slate. But you don't need the New Year's to do that. You could do that any time of the year, of the calendar year. You don't need that one day a year to make a New Year's resolution. Make a resolution, find a solution. Hello, Bueno Cano is back. Sorry, I didn't mean to be rude with the yawning. I don't know, I think all of us, including myself, have to make certain changes in their life. I really believe that. Build upon yourself is what I say. Build upon yourself. You can make every year a little bit better with a few positive changes where you do need to change. And everybody could use a little bit positive change. Maybe stop doing certain things you did before that never got you anywhere. And still may not, I don't know, once a louse, always a louse, more than likely. I did get to see a little bit of Jimbo shows, and he's totally lost. Totally lost. Totally lost in a foreign country. That Scotty boy, I've been mentioning the same people because those are the ones that's kind of been standing out to me lately, who's been vlogging a lot, and the truth comes out about their life. Scotty, who admit he's fucking lonely than shit, he can't find a woman. He's wasting his precious years hanging around particular parts of cities that have a lot of whores. He uses phrases like babe-a-roonies, which is something a teenager would use. Imagine being in your mid to late 40s, you're still not grown up yet. You're not in high school anymore, Scotty. Babe-a-roonies, and people pick up on that. He don't go to the Philly bar, he goes to the Philly Willy bar. Philly Willy. Where's this guy's mentality? What happened? What's his maturity level? Rated from 0 to 10, he's like a fucking 3. Of course, we talk about Slim, always putting on a show. Now trying to change the good word would be, had on the tip of my tongue, but let's just say changing the scenario, because there's been too many complaints against him in regards to him basically throwing himself on these younger Filipinas. It got to a point where he's realizing that he could get himself in trouble. But the one thing that didn't change with Slim, you see him going into the department stores or buying this or buying that. The one thing he doesn't buy, and everybody's up in arms about this, and take a wild guess, you know what I'm going to talk about, right? He will not put the money out on a protective car seat for the baby. For baby boy. Doesn't even call the child by his name. I don't even know the child's name. I just call him Bubba. He calls him baby boy. Don't even call him by his name. I don't know what that living situation is. Nothing seems kosher to me. I don't even think that's his wife. I just a convenient situation that he could call home base, where he basically initially planned out that is home base, that he'd have this little, for the sake of the viewers, to have this little, which seems like a wonderful family life with the wife and the kid. But it was just too obvious to people what his MO was. To go out and find an excuse to be around for young Filipinas, which he knows would bring in the viewers. But I think it caused a little friction on the home front. You don't see everything off camera. Of course not. She's so giddy that it's hard to tell what she feels about this guy. It's like it's on cue card. He comes home, there's automatic run over there, give him a kiss, smiling and laughing. I don't know, smiling and laughing when she's been left almost in prison all day with the kid while he would go out and cavort with these young Filipinas. But I think the biggest gripe that people have, and they continue to have this, is his persistence to go out in the car with that fucking selfie stick shoved out the window, and it should be shoved up his fucking Estonian ass. Oh yeah, he's taking his so-called wife and kid more often now. He's trying to show, I'm really a family man. I gotta prove it to you now. So my viewers are being pissed off at me. See, I'm taking her places now. He didn't before. She was so grateful to get out of her house. You could see when he started taking her out of the house, she was in awe. I'm free. I'm out of the house. Well, he's out there fucking around with young underage Filipinas. She's home taking care of the bye-bye. A baby boy. Baby boy. I wonder if she calls a baby that too now. Baby boy. She's even starting to sound like him. Oh, really? Really? And a lot of different expressions. Honey, be yourself. Don't be him. If she's really that bubbly and laughable in life, that's fantastic. 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 I think it's all choreographed. Or she's so happy that the money's coming in from YouTube. They even end the show together. She repeats the same words in the same send-off line. Really? My first sip. I still think that's too hot. I mean, am I overstating this shit? Really? I'm saying it now. Am I overstating about people on YouTube? I don't think so. I'm kind of presenting it as it is. And you make your own evaluations and conclusions about these people. I can't make it for you. I just present this. I just put the picture up and you can look at it and you can look at all the elements in the picture, and see what's an important part of that picture, or what speaks out. What's the objects in that photograph that seem to stick out to you more than others? Is it a mountain in the background or the ocean in the foreground? What elements stick out to you as a viewer of people's channels, or this particular guy, or the other people that I mentioned? What sticks out to you? And what sticks out to you probably sticks out to other people too. Becomes more obvious. Honey, sugar, sugar, and no sugar. Just natural and honey. Honey, honey. Lonely, 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 lonely house today. No, not really. I got my 2 non-human dogs, but I think they're more human than some people. All dogs expect is, and give actually is unconditional love. You just can't find that with humans, man. It doesn't happen. It's not real. There's always a condition. It's my way to highway, and either in relationships or, I don't know, what expectations people have from others. My way to highway. Well, it can't be that all the time. There has to be mutual agreement when you're in a relationship. There has to be. You got to even meet each other, halfway, and you go on from there. You can't have too much expectations of your partner because they have their own values, morals, and everything else. You have your own. I don't think there's such thing as a perfect couple. There is no perfect couple. We're not perfect. Me and my girl, we're not perfect. We're not perfect at all. We have our dog days. Not many. We have our ups and downs, mostly up, fortunately. He's just going to be listening, bueno, and travel, learn, respect. It's just going to be another monologue like Popeye likes to do. So I'm telling you, it's getting boring for me. More so and more so. And that's why all this talk about just getting off this boob tube fit is becoming more real. I know you like to listen to me, but I get bored too. I get bored. There's some people like to listen to themselves talk, but it's not really me. Not really. I'm not a college professor with my students in front of me. What I'm listening to right now is what I like to hear. I'm just listening to the roosters in the background, greeting a new day, and looking at that wonderful sky out there. Very small, but something like that is what you appreciate. Again, the fact that you can get up to another fucking day, man. Funny thing about life, there's life and death, and the funny thing, the world still goes on when you're not there. People are still going to the store. People are still driving their cars. People are still going to be in relationships. They're still going to be, concerned for world peace far after you're dead. Life goes on after you're dead. Then you become just a distant memory to somebody. When you're gone, brother. Try to make the best of what you have. Because you will be initially a distant memory, and as generations pass, nobody will remember you at all. Unless you're that significant of a person, a popular rock star, president, or whatever you might be, they'll remember you for the good or bad that you do, but he'll remember you. But the average Joe Schmo, when you think about it, he's not going to be remembered for shit. It's like he never existed. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. You die, you rot. And even in your relationship, as years go by, you'll be a distant memory too. People will move on to the next partner, create new memories. And it goes on and on and on like that. Life is so fragile. You're significant only when you're alive, obviously. To somebody, I mean. But when you're gone, you're gone. And you move on. Different endeavors, maybe different relationships. How many women did you date in your life? Do you think you're still in their thoughts? Dream on. It's rare. Something may come up and they may have a passing thought about you. Somebody you dated and you had this great relationship and thought you would be together for a lifetime. Shared emotions, shared the intimacy. But when you were gone, you were gone. When you broke up, they went on and found somebody else. Because life does go on. And you can't dwell on the past like some people do. You can't dwell on the past. You got to live in the present. No matter how close you were to somebody in your past, and you swore at the time they were going to, you're going to be with each other long enough that you're going to have, shared oak rockers together on the porch. You'll be sitting together at an old age, sipping a cup of tea, talking about old days on your oak rockers. And it doesn't work that way, especially these days. Now here's something kind of interesting having to do with a Hollywood star, Bruce Willis. Well, because of his dementia problems, he's on his way out. This is a guy who made 100 films. And they're deciding for him to donate his brain. I didn't make this up. Maybe Bruce would have something to say about that if he had any real cognitive functioning. Maybe he didn't want to donate his brain. But they made a decision that we're going to donate his brain so people could study this and learn about his disease and cure. It's a nice thought. Thought coming from the brain, right? Thought, brain. Only way you can think is to have a brain. Maybe, just maybe, if Bruce had his say in this, he didn't even know who his wife's name is. Doesn't even know who she is. That's sad. That's sad. A little something to know about Bruce Willis, too. He was deaf in one ear. He got deaf when he was making one of his movies. Bet you didn't know that about him. I guess I got something in common with Brucey boy. Now, unless it's in his will, whatever. I don't think you have the right to make decisions for a person that can't make decisions. Did he want to donate his brain to science? Is that what he discussed with his wife? If something ever happened to me on a medical directive or something, maybe he wouldn't. But I understand what they're doing is a positive thing. To try to help and understand how they can fight this disease. I think it's really important. But I also look at the other elements in this. Was it something Bruce Willis was willing to do? Somebody made that decision for him. That's why sometimes you do need a medical directive of some sort, It's a novel idea. And it could possibly, help people. I understand that point of it, that part of it. Okay, a fresh day. The holiday is over. Now people could go back to doing the same shit they did before the holiday. I mean, this is something I've always noticed about people. Why, and I say it again and again, and I'm sorry if I'm just repetitive. At least I'm repetitive on certain things for a good reason. Why can't people be jovial and happy 365 days of the year? You don't need a holiday to be giving, to care about each other, to invite a neighbor over for dinner or something, or you don't need a holiday for that. You don't need a special occasion, but these are people. You're giving on the holidays. Every day's a holiday. Be giving when you can, if you can, as often as you can, if you could afford it. But giving does not mean money. It doesn't mean gifts. Giving of yourself to somebody. So I'm trying to mix in the positive here on this show, besides some of the negative crap that we subject ourselves, sometimes willingly and sometimes unwillingly, here on the boob tube, the Philippines genre. People who are bullshit artists are always going to be bullshit artists. No New Year's going to resolve that. But people are wandering around, literally, not figuratively, wandering around aimlessly. They decide to come to another country, but again and again and again, I don't care how redundant I am. I'll continue to be redundant if it makes a point. Not grounded. No direction in life. None. They can't find a woman because they just don't understand themselves or see themselves as other people see them. As a fucking loser. No goals, no dreams, the same shit all the time, shoving cameras in people's faces when they don't want to, inadvertently getting themselves in trouble for doing so, and other devious acts. Do it every day. They're chasing their tails. I'd see if they got something out of what they were doing, but they're not getting anything out of what they do. They come on camera again and do another show. Again, they're sitting at a bar, getting drunk, or getting drunk at home on camera, but they're getting drunk is the point. What feelings are they hiding that they have to get drunk? That they can't cope in life without a bottle of Jack Daniels or something? Is that liquid sunshine? Or are they inflicting a very thunderous, cloudy sky because alcohol is a depressant? It don't make sense to me. You drink to forget or to ease something in your life, but then you get more depressed because alcohol is a fucking depressant. Go figure. I gave up trying to figure out things, really. Sometimes I find it pointless. But let's try to get things on a more positive note, if that's even possible on here. Understand something, there's going to become a time when I'm no longer on here. By death, by will of getting off YouTube, right around the corner it's looking. You're not going to have me to, as Nixon said, you won't have me to kick around anymore. And you won't. So you're just going to kick somebody else around. Isn't that the way it works? Remember Frank? I remember. Has played his video game. I can see Popeye probably barely able to draw a breath because he's become so old, which he already is. and senile. I'm going to find another tape. Frank's a pedophile. Frank's a loser. Let me play a dusty old tape. Let's remember him. Let me continue to be hateful. And he dies a bitter old man. Bitter. Okay, you guys gonna talk or what? Bueno, you're not gonna say nothing? Travel, then repeat? Okay. Bye. Bye. I don't have any tolerance for this crap. I really don't. When you come on my channel to get the news, to spread it around, you talk every now and then. Might as well do an upload. It wouldn't be any different. You do a live show because you want dialogue. Well, if I do any more, I'll just do an upload. Now, the truth is, I don't have much reason to stay on here. I've known this for a long time. I've known this for a very long time. You can't beat sensibility into a YouTuber's head. You can't. It's impossible. There are things you can do and there's things you can't do. Like you can't force an animal to drink water when they're in thirst. If they don't want to drink it, they're not going to drink it. You can't force thoughts into people's heads. You could try. Well, this guy's a bad guy. Okay, why is he a bad guy? Because you say so. Because you have a personal gripe with him, so you want everybody else to feel the way you do? Come on, that's reality. That's unreality. Remember I said about life goes on, you're in a relationship, they'll go on to another one. Just the same thing on YouTube. One YouTuber dies, another one replaces him, or another one gets off YouTube for whatever reason, passes away, or just decides to get off. There's always going to be somebody else that somebody's going to pick on. The momentum just continues. It's just going to be somebody else you're going to find fault with. I could honestly say, from the people that I'm very familiar with here on YouTube that actually have shows or come on YouTube often or comment often on people's shows or go on their live streams, I can't name one person, not one, that really has their life together. Not one person. Nope, not even one. All a smoke screen. Not one person. Well, of the ones that do all the vlogging, this goes from even all the way to Rike and all the way down the line. Nobody's got their shit together on here. But they're going to tell you that you don't have your shit together. When you know you do compared to these people. Name every character on here that comes on quite a lot. They're pretty messed up. Look at Breavis. Again, on Christmas Day, goes to Fazio's old homestead, when he should be with his girlfriend and kid. I mean, I can't make this stuff up. And I don't make this stuff up. Some people like to live that proverbial life of debauchery. They think people take to it. People can't be real. Certainly on YouTube, people can't be real. They want to present themselves in a different light, but they're coming from a dark place. You could have a harem and say, oh, I'm a real he-man. Oh, I'm bigger than you or stronger than you. Well, you're an old man. Everybody making some critique of somebody. But what's truly going on in their life that you don't see behind the camera? A lot. I guarantee you there's a lot going on. Or, in a sense, there's a lot not going on. They're just pretending to have this wonderful life, of adventure. They got the greatest woman. Even of the women holding a sword over your head. If you don't do things my way, I'm going to take more money off you. We don't know anybody that's happened to. No, we don't know anybody that's happened to. They can say all the shit they want. But if we had the ability to go behind the scenes, behind the camera and what's really happening, is their life that jovial every day? Every day. No arguments, no critiquing each other. Life is just beautiful in every way. Like Trump's big, beautiful bills. The big, beautiful bills. But you're not big and beautiful. All right, back to the roosters here. Mike says, I always feel Mcfish is putting up a facade, making himself out to be a millionaire several times over, and arrogance and self-righteous with it. I don't know how much money he's got. I don't think he's broke. I mean, look, I don't really care, but you're bringing it up. That don't mean anything. It doesn't faze me. It doesn't, make me envy him in any way. I wouldn't want to be Mcfish. I wouldn't want to be Big E. For all the money in the world, I wouldn't want to be either one of these people. For what they maybe don't lack in the pocketbook, they lacked in character. That's what I say. They're not living a reality. Everything is a smokescreen. I'm living a better life. Or I can do things that you can't do, because my wallet is bigger than yours. Could be. Their wallet's bigger than mine. Does that make them any better than me or you or anybody else? Of course not. Mike says, money at end means nothing. Better to be a good person and be humble. Well, I've always believed that. Let me tell you something. My dad, he was a simple guy. He didn't have no fight. He didn't have two nickels to rub together. Seriously. But they respected him because he was a good person. So people talk about class, and they think that money has to do with class, has to do with money. It has nothing to do with one or the other. Nothing. My father was highly respected. They all knew my father was. We never owned a house. He wasn't making a lot of money. Simple guy. He didn't have the great education. He was just a simple guy. But he was highly respected by people who knew him for his character, because he was a good person. Well, it's not officially the 26th in America. It's really what, the 25th? I'm losing track. Today is actually Christmas, actually, the 25th in the USA, right? Yeah, losing track of this. My brother's birthday's on the 26th. So my thoughts go out to my brother who passed away March 8th. My goodness, this is 2 years now? I'm sorry, but time is going by so fast I lose track. Why bother when somebody disagrees with you? Get mad and block them? Because I can. Because I happen to know that they're trolls. And I've got to, I give it enough rope to hang themselves. I always keep the rope ready. I know that most people who listen to my show are trolls, but they come here for a reason. They come to learn. But they want to seek information they can use against me. I'm not stupid. That's why I'm very careful what I say on here these days. I'll speak my mind. It's never stopped me before. No.
Never stop me, never will. I write my own constitution. I'd rather have newbies come on here than to deal with the same old stale people that are basically trolls under a different name. God, what to eat this morning? I gotta get my protein in. How do I make some chicken eggs or something? I don't know. Gotta get my protein in here. Girls, you've been lazy these days, these girls. What are you doing, Ginger? What you doing? What you girls doing in here? Huh? What you girls doing? Other ones get on the older side. Slowing down a bit, I've noticed. I haven't slowed down that much when I think about it. Not really. Really? Not really. I seem to have, I don't know, I seem to have pretty good energy going for me. Where I get it from, I really don't know. But I keep on keeping on. That's the important thing, that I'm able to keep on keeping on. Yeah, I gotta make something this morning. I don't know, what do I do with my eggs, though? I'm not sure what I want to do with it. I can mix in some pieces of chicken breast or something with my eggs. That's a lot of protein. I can do that. And I got this. Oh my God. This is what I'm trying to avoid, and I'll show you right here. I'll take it out. This. Mango float. No, I don't want to have that in the morning. I had some last night, though, bad boy. I put some in the freezer, too, for them. Mango float. I mean, if you eat this stuff, you used to hear the commercials about Lay's potato chips. You can't just eat just one, right? When it comes to mango float, it's hard to have this around and not eat it. But you have to show... You have to show some resistance. Sometimes you have to. Because the one thing you don't want to get is diabetes. I can't emphasize that enough. Because from diabetes, everything else develops. They did a 3-month study. That's what it is when you do an A1C test. And my numbers, I was not diabetic, but getting into that boundary of being a pre-diabetic. But they based it on previous 3 months when you take that test, which is not really accurate. And it ain't accurate because maybe during those 3 months that I'm talking about, maybe during those 3 months, you kind of overindulged a little bit when somebody came over with donuts or something. So I don't go 100% by that. Now I made a few changes, so in another 2 months I'll get another A1C, and I would expect the numbers to be a lot better than I had. So you can't totally go by that. It's a good indicator though, but it's not really accurate. Now what's that, my mix? The likes of Mcfish has no ability to apologize to people for his demeanor. His arrogance overrides everything. The money is used to abuse and threaten people that say everything about him. Sounds like Trump to me. And they're both Republicans. Death threats? You talking to me? Death threats to who? March on, soldier. Death threats to who? You made that statement.
Death threats to who? Who have I made death threats to? Who? Who? Said the owl. Death threats? You better back up your statements, bub. I've not made any death threats to anybody. Oh, Charlie's saying this to Mix. Okay, gotcha. Gotcha. I didn't see that part. I gotcha. I gotcha. Sorry about that. Oh, that's that Mix guy. Okay, now I know who he is. I thought his handle sounded familiar to me. Oh yeah, now I know who Mix is. Okay. Now my slow brain picked it up. Mix says, yes, he was praising Trump for making more money for his family and cattle ranch. Well, no, Big E was doing that. Big E's portfolio. Remember his portfolio? That truly is a statement that I'll never forget with Big E. Say his name. That's something I truly will not forget. That he was more concerned, was truly more concerned about his financial portfolio than he was about what Trump has done to people. He thinks Trump is the greatest president in history. I'd like him to back up that statement and tell us why he thinks Trump is the greatest president in history. Give me some valid reasons why he thinks that Trump is the greatest president in history. Which obviously he's not. He's the worst Trump. He's the biggest embarrassment to the world. But because he upped your portfolio, oh, that's different. He upped his portfolio by 26%. God bless you. God bless you. But it didn't matter what kind of a person was running this country. Oh, no, that didn't matter. The fact that it is believed, and although they're hiding a lot of documents, that he was so deeply involved with Mr. Epstein and the ruthless and horrible things that Epstein did, he was more concerned about his portfolio that went up 26%. Spoken like a true capitalist fucking Republican. Yes, he was praising Trump for making more money for his family and cattle ranch. Oh, talking about Mick. I don't know, does he have a cattle ranch or something? I knew he was involved with some kind of a, I don't know, farming industry or something. Something like that, anyway. Here we go. We got 2 scrambled eggs, we got some roasted potatoes, and we got some pieces of white chicken in here. Cooked on butter, not margarine. And by the way, butter is not bad for you at all. At all. That's going to be my break fast. Let me find a plate here. No oatmeal this morning. I like being a regular guy, but sometimes I don't want to be that regular. And I won't go into detail, so I'll spare you. I'll spare you that. Okay. I always said that Big E funds his life with blood money. Okay, well, you can offer your opinion on here. And for legal reasons, I'm not going to give you a response on that. Although I could offer you my opinion. Look, I've made my own evaluations of people on here, and I'm not going to change my mind about it. I know who's real and who's not. And there's not many that are real. They're all fucking full of shit. They all got something to hide. But it always winds up coming out in the wash. Doesn't it? Look, I don't give a shit how much money somebody has or claims that they have. It doesn't faze me. Not at all. The question is, no matter how much money they have, are they truly happy? Are they truly happy? That's the key question. I don't think they are. That's my evaluation. You can't live by money alone. There's got to be something deeper than that in your life. Character, for example, character. You know, you're either a good Joe or you're not. But money is not the answer to everything. If you happen to have tons of that, it can help you in a lot of ways. Make your life a little bit easier, financially anyway, but no, it's not the cure-all in life. It doesn't make you happy. It takes a lot more than money. Mix. I don't mind people making money, and neither do I, in an honest way and with integrity. But with that said, person, he is in the devil's circle. He will be answerable to that. If I was him, I'd step away from that. It's hard to step away from yourself sometimes. He would be the Pharisee, I'm not getting that word, Pharisee at the time. Well, here's the thing, I don't have to live their life, and they don't have to live mine. I mean, look at all these aimless people on here. You know the shows, look what they're doing with their life. And they put it on camera for all to see. Scotty, Jim and Asia, all these people I mentioned. You got the idiot Steven in Mindanao, who's going to be another Elliot Eastman someday. I predict it. He just doesn't get it. And as I always say, if you're not happy in the Philippines, get the fuck out. Just get the fuck out. Don't come on your show and you can talk about the bugaboos of the Philippines. Absolutely, I do all the time. But I balance it out and I say, this is good, this is bad, you know. Like anywhere else, there's good and bad no matter where you are. But the fact is, if you don't like where you are, get the fuck out. Stop doing a YouTube show and basically knocking Filipinas, knocking the Philippines. That could be dangerous. Fuck, you gonna build a house in Mindanao? And talk the way he does on his show? No. Hello, Mr. New here. And pardon me for the newbies, I'm just not on camera. I'm actually eating something right now. You could hear me chewing away like a chigger. I don't know, people, you do strange things. A good example. You got Nico. He'll spend his money in his garden, hundreds of dollars all the time. He'll make trips to Asia, but he won't fix his rotten teeth. And you got Ricky, who claims to make $8,000 American a month. Ricky Dramas, sick grandpa, who's got this space as big as the Grand Canyon between his top teeth. But he won't, and this guy's supposed to be better off than everybody. He's got all this money he makes every month, but he can't afford to fix his front teeth. Go figure. There's some people that don't have any teeth at all. Don't worry, I'm almost done here in my meal. Wash that sucker down. Look, I don't exactly hate people on here. I may dislike them. I don't really, hate is a pretty strong word. I come very close on hating a few people on here. But it's more dislike than hate. I don't run a hate channel like some of them do. Big E, for example. I'm not going to talk about any more of this bullshit on YouTube. I'm not going to give Frank the credit and talk about him. But he does. A lot of his shows he will mention me. He'll down me, exaggerate my physical appearance, calls me freckle face now. I don't know where he got that. Where's all the freckles on my face? I'm orange haired. And what else did I say? Of course, the famous one that I'm frail, which I'm not. But they like to throw these little digs. Makes them feel better about themselves somehow. Let's see. Mix. I'd say to Eric, have you a conscience? You live a life of a king on debauchery. And your buddies genociding women and kids. I certainly couldn't live with that. And I agree. You know, I'm not a wealthy person. Not really. But I have a lot of different types of wealth. The fact that I made it to over 70, I'm still alive, and as far as I see, I'm relatively healthy. A couple of ailments, that I had, but I'm good as of this recording, or as of this live stream. Another troll in here. Addressed to Mix. Can you actually say things to people like that? Say whatever he wants. I say whatever I want, but within a certain amount of control and limitation. Okay, it's like this. If you're going to say something on your YouTube channel, allow it to be based on some kind of facts. Proven facts, not hearsay, or because you don't like them, you're going to make up a story or make certain allegations against people, which kind of turn in your face sometimes, obviously, right? Let it based on truth, fact. That's all I ever do. As I've said again and again, like a mockingbird, I base my shows on what I hear and see. So that simply means is that it's based on fact. It's based on what I hear. It's not made up. That's the difference. People just make up shit on here. They want to hurt people's feelings. Fuck them. Fuck them all. Fuck them all. But they're not living the great life that they try to project to people. They try and make people think they are. I know for a fact they're not. Because if you listen to somebody long enough, you pick up things. You pick up things. You pick up a lot of things. Even things that you weren't aware, things come to you. You catch them in a catchphrase or something. You catch them in a situation they kind of screwed up and they let loose on something. And you think you don't remember it, What do? You remember it all. As far as a guy with a big wallet, we know damn well on a Facebook post he had, this particular guy was downing his wife big time, because there was some kind of a financial demand being made on him. She was pissed off or something. Maybe because he got some other woman pregnant. Although they're all living in harmony now because, like Trump would do something. Let's amicably settle this matter. And they're all happy and smiling now. See how that works? Am I lying? Did he not do a Facebook that everybody's seen on there? Am I lying? I'm not lying. Sometimes they slip. They forget what they said on some form of social media. They forget that they were heard by a lot of people. Oh, they forget real easy. But if it's been heard on YouTube, then it's real. They actually said it or stated something, right? There you go. Sorry, but I'm actually sweeping the floor while I'm talking to you. And then I got to, oh my goodness. They don't have to do some mopping around here. She's not here to help today. But the dogs were spotting on the floor. You know what I mean by that. Period, Gross. I'm not going to live with that. There's always a lot of work to do around here. And contrary to people believe, I don't sit on my ass. For when I wake up in the morning, I'm doing something besides you think, me just doing a YouTube show. I'm usually busy when I'm talking to you. The only place I'm not going to take you is in the bathroom with me when I'm taking a shit. I reserve that to my privacy. Thank you very much. You can't know everything about me. Although sometimes I will tell you I got to take a CR break. Nature calls. Yeah, I do that. But I've known people on here that have actually taken you to the bath. Barry used to piss on camera. There's other people who used to piss on camera. Fazio there was one on there, he's actually seeing the toilet in this shack, I kid you not. And you can see him on the toilet. Well, he thinks the camera wasn't pointing that way. And you see him reaching for the toilet paper. Yeah, he did that. He most certainly did. He did do that. Well, when he thought he was off camera, he had no clothes on, and everybody saw his small mushroom. The key word of the past several years, mushroom. Oh, they hate that word. They hate that. Boy, they use that against me. Mushroom? It's a fucking, like plant, It is what it is. But they made something out of that. Hey, he exposed his own general. I didn't tell him to go on camera and do that, did I? Really? Oh gosh, I gotta dampen this mop here. This is gross. These dogs need to stay outside a little longer. But no, they want to go back to their little den. One of my dogs goes through a pseudo-pregnancy every time she has her little, her period. Oh yeah, it's for real. What's this on here? Did she try to get... Oh, for God's sakes. She got blood on my covers here on the couch. She'll go on the couch sometimes. She knows she's not supposed to. And if she's bleeding, she's going to stain it. Well, Gilda ain't going to like that. Pretty gross, huh? It is. Okay, I guess I'm not reading anything. Hold on. Mike, does that mean you meet this person's face to face and say that you were brave? And Mick says, I said to him on a live, straight to him. Mick you seem to portray something, apologize for my bad. I don't know, I guess I'm not keeping up with the ongoing texting going on here because I've been busy doing something else at the moment. I don't know, man, I just like a clean house here. Because I don't feel very clean when my house is not clean. And I don't care who does it. It just needs to be kept clean. Whether she does it or I do it, I don't care. It's not her total obligation. I do help out. I'll go Popeye thing about that. Other people, oh, Frank's the washwoman or something like Jerry, or. What? I'm doing something bad because I want to help out my Filipina? Are you for real, You should be helping out. Why not? What did you sign up for in your relationship? What exactly did you sign up for? Did you want a partner, a lover, a wife, a girlfriend? Do you want a maid? A Lola? La Lola, la Lola. What did you want? What did you think you were getting? What were you hoping to get? Does she know you signed up for that? Okay, did a good preliminary cleaning here. I'll have to get the vacuum out later and straighten his hairs before I give it a final mop cleaning because you don't want hair on the floor. It gets wet because it will reek. I'm still to this day trying to figure out who's real on YouTube and who's not. I'm batting 0 on that one. Is there anybody besides myself that says what he means and means what he says? Is there anybody that I'm not aware of? I don't know. Haven't heard him yet. All right, Mick, he's something else to say. We all have choices in life. We know in the back of our mind we are obtaining people through evil. A person with good conscience will step away. I believe Eric's life is funded by a sinister source. Well, I'm not sure what you mean by that. Funded by a sinister source. You mean by Satan or something? Funded by Satan? I don't know. I don't know everything. I don't pretend to know everything. Maybe there's certain things I shouldn't know or should not care to know. I don't govern Eric's life or anybody else. I'm just trying to take care of my own as best as I could. That's all I'm trying to do. What they do with their life is their own business, as long as it doesn't hurt anybody else. That's the way I see it. As long as you're not hurting anybody else. Then it becomes the other person's business to remedy it. Or walk away from it and say, fuck it, and examine the source. But sometimes you can't hold back on certain things. And you know what happened with me. What happened to another person, where he is for the past 3 years. Sometimes you can ignore something. There's certain things that you just can't ignore. You got to make that choice. Fight or flight syndrome. You got to make that choice. Do I walk away from this? Or do I face it head on and take care of business? I I would even suffice to say it's actually worse than drug money. Well, you're making a lot of pretty serious allegations. You trying to say Eric is involved with drug money? How could you say that? No, I don't believe that. Even for Eric. No, Eric's not involved with drug money. Come on. Come on! Drug money? How would you say something like that? What qualifies you to say that about Eric? I may not like the guy. He ain't involved in no fucking drug money. Come on. That's not right to say. It's even worse than drug money, you said. Whatever that means. I wouldn't know that. I probably wouldn't care to know that either. You don't want to know too much about somebody that could get you involved some way. You don't, you got to be careful what you say on here. And we have great examples of why you need to watch what you say on here. Okay? Okay? You got to understand, you could hide behind your camera, you could do all that shit. You could say, I live too far away and behind my computer. You're not going to do shit to me, like Popeye says all the time. His keywords. But there's no guarantee in that. There's absolutely no guarantee of that at all. Oh, you said it was worse than drugs. I don't know. You're trying to say he's living the life of Donald Trump? Only thing I'd say to that is, again, that I can't say I was surprised that he was more in focus on some profit he was making on his portfolio, because since, Trump's been in office, and he totally ignored the fact of what Trump was doing, how evil of a president he is, the worst thing that's ever happened to the country, the devious things this guy has done, trying to hide and get all this shit redacted from the files, to give himself immunity, all the horrible things that Trump's administration has done. It was just coming to it's coming to a head. My thing was, how do you support the behavior of somebody like that? Oh, because your portfolio grew by 26%. Who the fuck cares? But you have to mention that, of course. I'm the almighty powerful. I'm like Trump. I could rule my world with my money. I could form my harem. I could do whatever, But like I said, you think people really respect Trump, the work that in his administration? They're scared of him. They're scared of him because there's money and power. And we have lesser people on here that use money as a tool, just like Trump does. Exactly like Trump does. On a smaller scale, of course, but linked again to Eric Pitches. Oh. You might jeopardize his channel. Mix of the words you said in here. Are we talking a mix? I don't know. I don't know. Everything has repercussions to it. It may not happen now, tonight, tomorrow, but everything has its, there's repercussions in life. What you put out, I truly believe you get back in spades. And we've seen it happen. Again, the best example is Barry Jordan. He's one of the prime examples of what not to do on YouTube. And he thought he'd get away with all the shit, but he didn't get away, did he? Far from. And people want to support his behavior that's just as bad as him. I don't know, you seem to be pretty infatuated with Big E. I'm not infatuated with him. I'll bring him up when necessary.
He's not innocent, I can tell you that. He talks about me all the time. It's very rare that you see a few of his shorts, whatever he has going on. He doesn't mention me at all or make some reference or innuendo toward me. Or my girlfriend. They're all guilty of talking something about my girlfriend. Even the Mcfish sandwich himself said that he didn't find nothing wrong with my girlfriend at all. She was pleasant, was a good mother. See, the kids are very well adjusted. It's the only honest thing that he said, other than the fact that I tried to offer his girlfriend $1,000 for her cause and maybe wanted to make an effort to try and pay for the lunch, which I could have afforded. But no, he wanted to keep empowered by, no, I'm paying for this. Make me look like I'm broke. He made some fucking thing about I opened up my wallet that she supposedly said I didn't have much in there. I had 12,000 pesos in my wallet. I could have afforded to pay for everybody's lunch, including my, the kids. But there was some innuendo that was made on there. I had 12,000 pesos in there because I went to the machine prior to meeting up with him. I got 10,000 out and I already had 2,000 in my wallet. I wasn't broke. Like I couldn't pay for the lunch or breakfast or whatever it was. I had the money. They lied about everything. But that's how they get by in life, by lying. But as I said, everything people say about other people is so insignificant because when they have a life-threatening illness, the scenario changes radically. They start to realize all the shit they've done to people in their life. And now they need to focus on themselves because they've got a life-threatening illness. Then YouTube doesn't matter anymore. It don't matter who's saying what about you or somebody else. Because now you're fighting for your life. And no matter how much money you have, sometimes you can't get rid of a certain disease that takes over you. And all the money in the world that you boast that you have, with the big wallet people out there, is not going to solve their medical problem. Mick says, I thought I was insulting Mcfish. His girlfriend refused your donation. Your money is as good. My money is as good as anybody else's. It spends the same. It spends the same. A peso is a peso. No matter who's taking a peso out of their pocket, it's a peso. It all spends the same, has the same, denomination. It's the same amount of money, no matter whose wallet it comes out of. With me, I try to put my best foot forward, but sometimes it gets stepped on, and I'll let it go until I can't let it go. Step on my foot once, ouch. Step on my foot twice, hey, that's starting to hurt. Step on my foot the third time, buddy, you crossed the line. You crossed the line. People are going to come and go. They're dropping like flies here on YouTube. They're dropping like flies. Who's next? Could be me. Who knows? But who's next? Who's next? Who qualifies as being next? Who's obese? Who's a hard-ass drinker? Who's got a stomach from here to eternity with all that visceral fat and their liver being inundated by all that fat? And their heart not functioning as well as it could because you're a big guy. You're a big guy. And you're carrying that height and weight around with you no matter where you go. It's putting strain on your heart. And you eat like shit. You might eat expensive meals, but look what it's made of. Is it healthy meals? Not necessarily. But they think their money is going to make them survive a long time. Like that's their secret to longevity, is how fat their fucking wallet is. Well, obviously that doesn't jive. Mike says, time waits for no one. That's why don't lead your life by money. You can't. Trump does that, but where's it getting him? He's going to be ousted out of office or worse. He's got his own staunch Republicans after his ass now that wanted nothing to do with him. They don't want to be implicated because maybe they were involved with something. They're all crooked. Everything to Trump is fake news, fake news. Well, we have a lot of fake news right here on YouTube. A lot of fake news. It's all fake news. We could say that, no impunity. Everybody's got a story to tell, but the question is it real or not? What's the driving force behind all these insults and allegations and painting somebody's character to be very dark? What's behind all that? What drives people to do that? Well, the one thing that always comes to my mind is that they're perhaps projecting a little bit part of their life and they don't realize they're doing it. And we found out a lot about a lot of people on here. You see how sick Breavis is, right? Going to Fazio's place on Christmas Day, not spending it with his girlfriend and his lovely child, little girl. What does that say about him? Things speak for itself sometimes by their actions. If you've seen Breavis's video, I decided on Christmas Day to go to Fazio's place. What about your girlfriend and your kid? Spend Christmas with your girlfriend and your kid if they're there. Mine ain't here. I couldn't spend Christmas Day with because, she was off to go see a wedding, which is today. Just me and the dogs. And I couldn't go to the wedding because, well, somebody had to watch the house and the dogs. But I don't have to make excuses. I'm just making a statement. But you got a girlfriend and a kid. It's Christmas Day. You spend it with them. You don't go to Fazio's. The guy's fossilized now. I mean, you don't go to Fazio's old lot and reminisce about the good old days when Sicko Fazio was alive. The guy let the fucking sepsis go to his fucking brain. I warned him. As much as I didn't like the guy and all the ill shit he did behind my back and in front of it too. I tried to give him some good advice. Now he's dead. He didn't take it. And there's a lot of people I give advice to on here that they know who they are. They know who fits the billing. They know whether they're big alcoholics or they got a huge belly and they drink a lot. They know who they are. I can't force people to do anything they don't want to do. I can certainly talk about it on my channel and I can educate people. That's all I do anyway. They could either follow my advice, and as I said, I've never claimed I was a doctor, just somebody who's well-read. And with any of you could do the same thing as I do. Any of you. Seems that this Mike has a hard life. Mix has a hard life. They all do. They're just not going to say it on here, and that's why they don't go on camera at all. They don't want to show their ugliness, both internally and externally. That's all it really is. If you haven't figured it out already, we got 18 in here. I didn't even look at the numbers. 5 thumbs up. Yeah, we're doing okay for this channel today. Well, you got the time now. Christmas is over. Thank goodness for that. Thank goodness for that. When are people going to wake up and realize it's a commercial holiday? You know when the real ugliness of people come out? It's the holidays. With their family, gatherings. Oh, something ugly always comes up at the dinner table. Or in a store like Walmart. Oh my God. Creating all these extra holidays. Black Friday, Black Monday. Then what are you going to do now? Black Tuesday, Black Wednesday, Black Thursday to get the business going? Where does it end, And look what they do in these stores. Is this an example of our humanity, of where we've taken it? They're fighting each other, grabbing toys and other items, electronic items out of somebody's hands because they want it for little Junior Mint. They want to kill each other over an item that might have $20 off, and you're going to get into a fight with somebody because little Junior Mint needs to get it for Christmas. This is people today. Wake up and smell the coffee. This is our society today. And what makes it worse is social media. Well, when the true character of people come out is on social media, because they're all protective, They're in their home, protected. They could be thousands of miles away, some of them. And they feel they can say and do whatever they want. It doesn't always work out that way, does it? Cowards. Hateful people. True hateful people. What's that? it seems that this Mix had a hard life. And Mix comes in and says to I can't even pronounce the guy's name. It's YNA Nanite 7033. Unite, I'd guide you to the Lazarus parable, or whatever that means. I'm not familiar with Lazarus parable. And I'm not even that educated on that. Lazarus wasn't even some religious figure in the past. I may be wrong on that, and I'll admit it if I am. I don't know everything. Let's not get religious on here, because that would be ridiculous. In this community, being religious, with all the sins they commit, and they just think that going to that Sunday confession booth is going to just rid all their sins. Say 5 Hail Marys. If you're real bad, say 10 Hail Marys. And you're going to be pure again on Monday? I don't buy that. I don't buy that at all. That's the thing that's wrong with people. There's always a magic solution. Take a pill, it's going to get rid of this. No, it doesn't work that way. You got to get to the root of the source of the problem. Everything else is a band-aid. You got to change your character, change who you are. You got to learn to see yourself for the good or bad that you are. And if you have bad, you got to find a way to remedy that, to make yourself a little bit better and realize your mistakes. Realize what your attitude has been like and how people see it, hear it, and improve upon yourself. But that's up to you. That's highly personal, that you have to do for yourself. A poor man could be just as happy as a rich man. But maybe the poor man has something the rich man doesn't have, has true love, good character, doesn't lie all their life to make themselves look better to other people. All right, Mama San's here now. Merry Christmas, Sir Frank. I liked your video about Stalker. He and his girl split. Cheating, argue, he always pee in bed after come home drunk. You know what? I've heard some shit about that. Is that really? I mean, I can't take this to heart. I can't take anything to heart on here. I wouldn't be surprised. That's why he was going on trips to Thailand and stuff alone. That's why on Christmas Day, of all the things, instead of spending with his girlfriend and kid, he was over at Fazio's old homestead. Put 2 and 2 together. Nothing's working out for the boy, apparently. So he's taking out his bitterness on other people, including myself. So what you're saying is that his girlfriend, they split because of his cheating, and that he argues, and the arguments that he always pees in bed after he comes home drunk. So he's got a little problem there, huh? He's incontinent with his urine. That is gossip in the bar. Well, I take it as that. Although there might be a level of truth to that. That's very interesting, Mix. How do I contact you directly? It's interesting to hear that stuff, because some things are not far from the truth. Well, okay, look, you know their lifestyle, right? And there's certain things you can put two and two together with, you know. And certain things maybe you can't. But some things are more obvious than other things, you know. We could actually say, yeah, I could believe this. And why? Because, well, I heard the way this person talks, so I know his lifestyle and things like that. So yeah, that could, you know, be quite possible. I told you, they're all chasing their fucking tails on here. I can't emphasize that enough. They're all chasing their fucking tails. They don't know what they're doing from one day to another. They're not grounded in any way. This goes all the way to Steve Montelli and onward. Nick says, you are a real survivor in life, Frank. You are made of steel. You always remain a constant, no matter what threats and lies written against you. Well, I think everybody should be that way. Stick up for what you believe in. But first of all, and most of all, stick up for yourself and who you love. But you got to love yourself. You know, it's an old
worn out, cliche, but you got to love yourself before you could love anybody else. And a lot of these people don't love themselves. And it shows how bitter they are. Look at Popeye. He's a prime example, Can't get more real than that. Well, there's a lot more I could say to this, but I don't know. What's the use, really? People are not going to change. It doesn't take a holiday to change somebody. It doesn't take a new year to make a resolution, which most people don't keep anyway. If you want to help yourself, you just got to go and help yourself and change a little bit, a little more positive in your life, a little bit more. It'll get you a longer way in life if you're more positive and stop attacking people and all that shit, Because there's something lacking in their life, obviously. It just goes to say. It's so obvious with a lot of these vloggers and people that you know on here. Whether it's the big wallet or the Mcfish burger and whatever. There's always something going on in their life that's not exactly kosher, perhaps. They're not going to tell you about why you think they're a playboy or trying to have that, facade that they're a playboy. That they want to be independent. They just want to screw around women. They don't need. Well, all of them have had divorces that didn't turn out very well. And a lot of them, they can't find a woman to go steady with them. There's always a character flaw that they have that keeps women away from them. So maybe it's better off that they don't get into long-term relationships, because that could also screw up the life of the woman too. You got to think about it both ways. I don't blame a lot of these women for leaving these men. I really don't. Because you might think it's just an online character, the way they talk on here. But no, I think it leaks into their personal life, what they're really like. If they're constant in what they say and how they act on YouTube and horrible things they say about people, I'm sure it leaches into it's their personal life that's leaching the other way around. Their personal life that's leaching into their online life and what they say on here. There's certain things that you just can't hide. Let's put it that way. And we see it all the time on here. Again, with my famous statement, it all comes out in a wash, and so far it has. I haven't been wrong about the majority of people on here so far. My instincts have always been good. My predictions have always been pretty good. And here's the way I see things, too. Nick says that it amazes me how Eric and Mcfish get affected by people's opinions. You think with all their money, opinions would not affect them. Well, apparently it does, because if you're telling the truth, they don't want to hear the truth. They want you to kiss their ass. I'm all powerful. I'm like Trump. They try to be like Trump. And that's not something respectable. You want to honor a man that's done what he's done and continues to do? The people in his own world of politics and private people and the public and killing people and fucking little girls and shit? And that's your role model? Well, that says volumes about a person who puts Trump as a role model. Need I say more? I don't have to. But my portfolio is more important than what the guy does. Now that, and something else that this individual did in a bar, are two things that I really hold against this guy. Those are the two main things. It's not what they say about me. It's things they've done, said, or on camera did something that really bothers me. To show me what these people are really, really made of. And I think you guys understand what I'm talking about. We don't have to go into detail. I think you know exactly what I'm talking about. And I would also say, don't be with a woman if you can't respect her. Don't let money be the denominator, the glue that keeps you together. Because when they fight, somebody's going to lose. And it's not the person without the money. They're the ones that will gain, as history will repeat itself. Who wants to be in a relationship? I use that famous line where a very sharp sword is being held over your head, about to chop your head off if you don't comply with something monetarily. And then you amicably settle this, knowing that, shit, man, I could stand to lose a lot of money, but maybe we could amicably, settle this and give her some money, and, all's going to be fine. All's going to be fine. Little amicable settlement, and they're all happy and smiling until the next event. How long could you go on with something like that? How long? Do you want to put up with that shit? That's how you're living a life in a relationship? If your relationship is as such? Having to do with the fucking wallet? The only thing that keeps them with you is your fucking wallet, your ability to take them out for nice dinners, and taking them on trips? Is that what it's all about? That's shallow. That's shallow. Horribly shallow. Can you guys hold on about 2 minutes? Okay, and I got a question. Do you honestly think that anybody else, or even me, would be on here if I had or you, or somebody had a devastating illness? What, trading insults with people? Really? No, because you'd be focused on yourself, which you should be anyway. Because nobody would care what somebody says about you. Nobody would care what somebody else says about somebody else. If you were actually in a position, and I don't wish anybody to be in that position, I really don't. No matter what you believe or think about me, I don't wish that kind of ill on people, really. Not really. Trump, that's another story. I think they need a better sniper. But for the majority of people on here, as I said, I'm not hating them. I'm feeling more sorry for them than hating. But like I said, do you think they would waste their precious oxygen coming on YouTube and attacking people if they had a serious health condition? No, they wouldn't. Because they're going to be concentrating on something that is much more important. But apparently, their life's not as exciting as they try to make you to believe. Or else they wouldn't be coming on doing what they do. You know the examples. Popeye's a key figure in this. I mean, shit, I watch TV, but I'm not going to sit down and watch soap opera all my life and use YouTube as my drama playground. That stuff just catches up to you on here, but we all get involved in it one form or way. But don't make it your life. I mean, that's what I'm saying. Don't make it your life. Because the truth is, life is that if you had a really serious health condition, you're in pain or you're uncomfortable, you're not going to come on YouTube. I don't know, maybe some of them still would. Maybe. But you're not going to come on YouTube and attack people because you're worried about your health, whether you're going to live or die. Suddenly, YouTube doesn't become important to you anymore. It doesn't. It takes something to happen. It amazes me how Eric and Mcfish get affected. Okay, I read that already. I'm flabbergasted by what I witness on here. That these people, some of them not even retirement age, like Scotty. I don't know what he's surviving on. I think he's living basically off YouTube revenue. I don't know what kind of work he had. I don't know if he has supportive parents or something that send him money. Guy has no direction. There's a lot of people on here that have no direction in life at all. Stay in your own country and hack it out instead of going to some foreign country and making a fool out of the streets with your fucking camera trying to photograph babe-a-roonies. The guy's nearly 50 years old. He's calling women babe-a-roonies. What kind of immature shit is that? It perplexes me why Eric basically leaves all his life in Da Nang. Surely a man of his means has better options. Well, he don't want to go back to Philippines with his family because, well, that might not be a good idea. And we don't have to go into that if you know the history of why he don't want to settle in the Philippines. Well, I'll just say it. Because if something happens with somebody special in his life, like it's happened before, he don't want to go down that road. Because there's adultery, all that shit's going on. Down the list. Remember that sword I talk about over his head? There you go. That's what I'm talking about. He's not innocent. Never was, never will be. And he's not better than me. He's not better than anybody on here. There's always a reason why he don't want to. He downs the Philippines a lot. Oh, this is much better. Well, Jim, Asian Adventure, says the same shit because Jim, same boat, he can't come back to the Philippines. He says he's going to make a trip. But he knows he can't live there because, well, she has proof that he could say it's adultery. Shows him the bed, the girl staying at the house. That's adultery. And yes, the person involved in the relationship can say, hey, we're still legally married. And I got you on video. Cohabitating with somebody. Big time. That's a tool that a Filipino can use against you. And certain people know this. So they got to be a really good boy in a relationship. They're not going to go back to the scene of the crime. They will not go back because maybe the girlfriend happens to be a national of this country. And they know that if they went back to this country, then they could be in a world of trouble if they got into an argument. They don't want that. They're going to be a good boy and give the woman what they want. Cave in. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Taking the nice dinners, take them on trips, satisfy them. But they're not going to return to the country, the Philippines. They're not going to go back there. They know better. They've learned. So all these people, and these people that swore by the Philippines, they loved the Philippines. When they were living in the Philippines, they loved it. Boasting about it. And their fancy condo they had or whatever. Oh yeah, but then when something happened in the relationship, oh, I don't like the Philippines. Denying is a whole lot better. You see how this works? Oh yeah. It's always better, greener on the other side, but you still haven't gotten rid of your problems. And who the fuck wants to be in a relationship where you got to walk on eggshells all the time? Oh God, if I do something wrong, I have some money and I could tend to lose that money. I better behave. But I'm not going back to the Philippines. Oh, no. The cards are not going to be dealt right to me if I'm there because something happens. I'm going to lose a lot of money again. And the last thing they want to do is to lose their money. Shit, a lot of these foreigners have been cleaned out. cleaned out of their money from Filipinos, cleaned out, dry, when they had a lot of money. But they made mistakes, big mistakes, that they apparently don't learn from. They can talk about all about their riches, and I got this, I got that, I'm living a better life than you, and blah, 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 blah. Shut the fuck up, is what I say. No, you're not living a better life than most people on here. And if the shoe fits, wear it. If it applies to you, then it applies to you. Suck it up. Suck it up. Just suck it up. He weighs up his options that he won't get implicated in PI. There you go. I'll give Eric this. He's smart. He's no fool there. His method, there's a method to his madness. Well, there's a method to mine, too. Oh, absolutely. Sometimes they learn their lesson. But I've heard a lot of people, just like, Asian Adventures with Jimbo. He knocks Philippines left and right. Only because his wife is there. And he couldn't hack it in the Philippines. His drunken belligerence got him in trouble, as it always does. And it always works that way. Drinking has got to be one of the worst fucking evils. I got to step out for a second. I might have a 2-second disconnect at some point here. I got to run some water. See how that works? All right, well, the guy you're talking, I don't hate the guy. I just think that he's wrong with his assertions. I think he's wrong with his accusations. I think he's wrong with a lot of things that he does, but that's my opinion. Last I checked, even in this country, I have an opinion as well as having an asshole. But some people don't just have an asshole. They are an asshole. Oh yeah, they're not going to return to the scene of the crime. Oh, no. So they knocked the Philippines. Oh, I couldn't live there, and there's too much of this, and not enough of that. Oh, you're going to hear that story all the time. It gets old. It just gets old. It gets as old as the person telling the story. Their life is so goddamn perfect. When it's not, and we know it's not. We know it's not. I mean, should I even care about any of this shit? It's not that I care. It's just that let's set the record straight with some people. That's all I'm saying. Let's set the record straight, but be honest. Be honest. Set it straight. They either did something or they didn't do something. They either said something or they didn't say something. Which is it? Well, if you heard them, seen them, say it online, then it's got to be true. You can't hide the truth as much as you'd like to. You can't hide the truth about somebody. When they've already gone online, more times than you could count, and made a fool of themselves, said horrible things about other people, and they're pointing their finger to me and other people, saying, oh, Frank's a bad person. Why am I bad? Seriously, why am I bad? What have I done that's bad? What, put Barry in jail? That's probably the most prolific thing that's ever happened, ever, in YouTube history. Did he deserve to go to jail? Of course. I don't think there's anybody that's going to argue that, except a couple of people there, the high rollers. When they know how much wrong to him and continues to do, but they still support him. Maybe. There's always some commonality between these people. There's always some kind of commonality. Because Trump supporters just like him. They're the same. They think alike. They act alike. But here's historically speaking, we got 23 out there, good audience. Historically speaking, it doesn't take much for a human to believe another human if you have a charismatic person, whether you're somebody representing Amway or whether you're the president of the United States, they're going to attract alike people. And I used to joke about Amway. I had a girlfriend. Oh, you got to come to this Amway. They're having a big to-do at some auditorium. And if you're charismatic, people are going to believe whatever you say. And a speaker on there giving his little dissertation to get people to, buy and sell the Amway products, which are shit anyway, wasn't worth the salt. That you're going to be driving, look what happened to this. We're going to give a prime example. This guy owns a mansion now. He drives a Rolls Royce. And he did it through his networking in Amway. What is the chance that's going to happen? It takes a charismatic figure like Trump, who is charismatic in his own way. He knows how to manipulate people. He's an expert at it. Okay, let's see here. Mama Son. More bar gossip. Here we go. B.I. asked him why he's taking 2 women out of the country. He bragged, he told them, one is a babysitter. A babysitter that you share the same bed with and have a child with? I don't think so. I don't know, these people amaze me. They never cease to amaze me. But let's talk about Frank. What about Frank? What about? I'm probably the most honest person that's ever been in this genre. I tell it like it is. I hold prisoners, I created a prisoner, but for good purpose. I don't regret that. I will never regret, no matter what happens afterwards. No matter what, and I mean anything, no matter what happens. I don't regret any of that. I never will. I did what I felt needed to be done. Oh, look, I searched my soul, if you want to call it that. Should I or should I not? But the best of me said, yeah, you should. It's gone too far. And some people go too far and they figure they could get just about anything. But historically speaking, it doesn't always work that way. They're either dead or incarcerated or something. No, it doesn't always work in their favor. Look, I'm so used to the bullshit on here that nothing phases me anymore. Nothing. Nothing they could say is going to faze me. Nothing that hasn't been tried or said before is going to faze me in any form or way. It just doesn't anymore. There might have been a time when it did. I took things to heart. But I've come a long way since those times. More bar guy, I'm taking 2 women. Well, the thing is, there's 2 sides to the story. Look, what people are going to do with their girlfriends and wives and all that is their business. But if you put it public, then it becomes everybody else's business. You know how it works? That's exactly. Then it becomes everybody's business. Just watch what you say if you're going to come on social media and talk about it. These days I have to watch everything I say, obviously. I am very creative. I manage to say things I need to say and keep within the legal guidelines of what I say. But not everybody does that. No. You got so many people trying to find fault with you all the time. You got to watch what you say on here. You know the scenario. Sorry, I'm rinsing something out here. Oh my goodness. That's right, I'm cleaning them off. That's what I'm doing. And I ran out of bleach too. And I hate to put laundry detergent in here because I might have to. Unless I rinsed out real good, because if I'm off the floor of laundry detergent, that could be like an allergen to the dogs. See, I'm just thinking about somebody. Even think about the dogs. What's good for them? There used to be my girl. Talking about my girl. People would sing a little bit more, get their mind off all the crap. Be positive. Life is a short adventure, man. Because life is an adventure. More adventure than jumping off free diving off a cliff. It carries more gravity. It's life and death. Life and death. Concentrate on your life. Don't worry about somebody else's life. Concentrate on your own life and what's good for you. Now, what's good for you may not be good for everybody else, but that's a choice you have to make. Don't expect everybody to do what you do, because most of the time what you do doesn't really work out for you, and it ain't going to work out for anybody else, for that fact. Do what you feel you need to do, and don't let other people influence you into doing things that you would not normally do. Don't go there. Look, use them as an example. The people that are preaching this shit. How did their life turn out? Hey, that's a good question. How did their life turn out? They're living in very complicated relationships. Very complicated. Get into trouble all the time with their so-called loved ones. The chosen few that would give in to succumb to the size of their wallets. It's not a relationship. It's a business. It's not a relationship. It's not a real one. If it's based in money being the sole denominator of that relationship, that's not a relationship. Certainly not a loving one, because that's all bullshit. Now, I remember a certain individual who did a Facebook thing, and boy, he was attacking his wife like there was no tomorrow. The truth came out. He was attacking her like there was no tomorrow. I heard it. Like there was no tomorrow, he was on the attack of her. Calling it this and calling it that. And greedy. Only with me for the money. Well, wait a minute. He said it himself. He said it himself. I heard it. Come here, Ginger. Lay down. Let me see your owies. Lay down, lay down, lay down. Okay. So I even take care of my dog, too. You used to be my girl. Used to be my girl. Boy, you gotta stop the scratching. I'm putting a special stuff on her. It's supposed to be antifungal, anti-inflammatory. I don't really want her to lick at this. All right. See what I do even for the dogs? No lick. Some of the stuff they lick off could be a little bit toxic. Gotta be careful. Just like I can't cure all my dog's ailments, I could only control or deal with certain things in life. Or maybe I can't solve everything, but you make your best effort to do so. And if it works, it works. If it doesn't, well, it'll at least be a learning experience, if anything else. A learning experience. And that's valuable. It's worth more than money. Learn from mistakes. Don't proliferate your mistakes. You're going to do it over and over again until something gets a lot worse than it actually is. But you see, you do that to yourself. Nobody's forcing you to say anything, and nobody's forcing you to do it all on your own. And if it's good, it turns out good. If it's bad, then, it's your gig. You did it. What will you do for the next New Year's celebration? It's just another day. be with my family here. May not sound like much to you, but it means a lot to me. The fact that I could get up for New Year's Day, hopefully, and breathe the air into my lungs. The fact that I'm in a great relationship. The fact that I could get up every fucking morning is just another day to me. I'm not going to make any major resolutions because you don't make a resolution unless you keep it. Live with yourself the best you can. Recognize your good points, recognize your bad points, and try to improve upon the bad. New Year's Day is just another day. Just another commercial holiday for people to buy more booze and get more drunk and destroy their liver. And become belligerent and get into fights, get themselves killed, or get on the road and kill somebody else. As you can see, I'm not an advocate of liquor at all. Too many innocent people are dead because somebody decided to get behind a wheel drunk. Too many people getting into fights because they're drunk, or killed other people because they're drunk, so they wasn't thinking clearly. So I'm not an advocate, even on a health-wise matter, I'm not, because I know what even one drink could do to your liver. One hard liquor drink. One, not two, not 6 or 7 or 8. One simple drink. So what am I going to do for New Year's celebration? Well, I know what they will do here. Even if they go to bed, they're going to get up at 12 o'clock. Before 12 o'clock, and what most Filipinos do is they have food around. They're going to eat before or after New Year's. They're going to wait up for the clock to turn to 2026. But then the question is, how much better a year you're going to have? It's going to be up to you. It's another year. It's just a change on the calendar. It's nothing to me. Well, it is something to me. It means that I've lived another year. How many people can say that? There's people cold in their graves right now that didn't make it to my ancient age on my dusty island. Yeah. I got better things going for me than most people do on here, at least on YouTube, I could say that. I don't have any reason to lie about anything. Sometimes I'm a little bit too open, I must admit that, and that could be troublesome, as proved to be. But at least when you listen to my show, what you're going to hear is a guy who actually is very, very humble. Humble pie. And I ate that fucking humble pie the first time I ever came to the Philippines, and I seen with my eyes how people were living and children. That was probably the most humbling experience I ever had in my life, and I'm still humbled. I don't think I stand above these people. They're my equals as far as I'm concerned. I don't look down on them because maybe they got a few pesos less than I have. I don't make the judgment on what kind of an abode they live in. Well, it's a little kubo, a little shack. I don't make that judgment. They're living within their means, and they can't help it. They can't even get a job if you're over a certain age, if you're a woman out here, if you weren't aware of that. They want young nubile, supple young women to be in their retail business to attract customers. A lot of prejudice. Oh yeah, that I could say about the Philippines. Where a man's word will take precedent over the woman's, generally speaking. So what will I do for New Year's? Well, it's going to be a normal day, New Year's Eve. I'll go to bed at the same time. I'll probably be woken up because they're going to be awake. And they're going to be blowing on horns, and you're going to be hearing fireworks going off in the neighborhood. I'm not going to drink New Year's Eve because I don't drink. I'm going to wake up without a hangover, without feeling sorry for myself, saying I shouldn't have drank that much. I feel like shit. I got a killer fucking headache. Well, don't drink then. What do you expect? But they continue to drink. They feel like, they got to follow the cattle and they got to do what everybody else does. To me, it's another day. It does represent another year, calendar year anyway, that I'm alive, other than my birthday. That's something. Other than that, unless I know somebody's birthday's on that date or it's a special date in my mind for something, then it's just another day to me. It's just another day. But it's a commercial holiday like that they all are. These holidays don't have any meaning anymore. Not anymore. Not anymore. It's not the old days, Bing Crosby singing all his Christmas songs and so forth. Those times are gone, brother. They're gone. So that's what I'm doing for New Year's. Same thing I do every fucking day. Except I'll probably be woken up at 12 o'clock. Happy New Year's. Well, I hope it's going to be a Happy New Year. I certainly do. I certainly do. Get rid of all the fucking negativity that goes on out there. And if it means me actually leaving YouTube, then that'll happen too. Start afresh. Start anew. So no, they'll probably eat a lot of food or something. And those people who drink will get drunk, but nobody in this house drinks. Her kids are too young, the ones that live here. The rest of her family's not going to be here. But they don't drink. They're too young and hope they never do. She doesn't drink, and I don't drink, so that's all good. It's amazing how people get together just to drink. All part of a big club. It's okay I drink because I got everybody surrounding me that's drinking and making a fool of themselves and killing their liver. We could all do it together, like genocide. It's fucking genocide. As far as I'm concerned, drinking, especially drinking, it's genocidal. Let's all go together. Let's drink our liver to oblivion. Let's get into a car accident and kill some innocent person. Because I want to drink and celebrate New Year's. They don't need New Year's to drink. Alcoholics drink every fucking day. Every day is New Year's to them. Okay, I've been over here for 2 hours and 20 minutes. Time to get off. I already ate, so... Oh, I'm sure you are. I'm sure you are. Join the big club. It's a big club out there. A club that I'm not a member of, I'm very proud to say. Go have your liver checked out and your liver enzymes sometime, son. And let's see how much more you're going to be drinking after you get your results back. Do that just to humor me. Go ahead. I dare you to do that. I dare you. Double don't dare you. See if I get a different opinion of you after they tell you that your liver is shot. Shot to fucking hell. It's like jelly. But don't listen to me, because I don't know anything. I don't know anything about that stuff. Drink away. Eat away. Drink away. Whatever floats your boat. But don't start bitching when your drinking and your diet catches up to you later on, or tomorrow, or the next day, or the next month, whatever. Don't start bitching. Oh, feel sorry for me. Got to do a GoFundMe to help me out because I got this problem, and the problem that I caused on myself, and I expect everybody out there to bail me out. Isn't that what happens? GoFundMe. I was voluntarily an asshole. I was voluntarily a fucking crazed alcoholic. And now that my liver is gone and my kidneys are infected and my other organs are breaking down, now you got to bail me out and feel sorry for me. Donate to my GoFundMe. Queen Mum lived a long life with her brandy. Good genetics. And that's not the average person, though. If you got good genetics, yeah, you could overcome some of that stuff. Not many of us do. And even so, your genetics are about tops 25%. It's not 100% genetics just because there's no heart disease in your family or whatever. might have run your family. You know, it's because it's only 25%, which is better than a kick in the ass, I guess, you know. But hey, do what you normally do. I'm not stopping you. I'm just talking about it, that's all. I have my own preferences as well as you do, and that's okay. You should have. You don't have to listen to me or take my advice. But please don't cry later on to your friends and family or YouTubers or whatever. Oh man, my drinking caught up with me. Jay's going to figure that out. Ricky's going to figure it out. They're all going to figure it out. They're all going to figure it out. When they're facing some horrible operations, horrible prognosis. I should have stopped drinking, but I couldn't help it. I understand about that. I know what an addiction is. If anybody knows what an addiction is, I know. But I don't drink. Since we're just talking about drinking, we'll talk about that. I know what addiction is. I know from personal experience, and I know from a family member's experience, which was horrid, completely horrid. I learned from that. I'm probably alive because my family member did drugs and did heavy alcohol and everything else. I didn't want to be that way. Certainly not with street drugs, certainly not with alcohol, I can tell you that. When you travel, beer is safe. I don't know what you mean by that. Mad Max Rising. When you travel, beer is safe. Huh? Why is it when you travel, beer is safe? Oh, yeah, well, I will agree with you with that. Look at all the cruise ships. People getting sick left and right on cruise ships all the time. Somehow, their septic on there, whatever, is leaching into their water tanks. I hear it all the time. It's not nothing new. Most people take a long trip on a cruise. They're getting sick. Well, for a lot of reasons. Because one, bad sanitation on there. Do you remember, what was this ship? And listen, good one. Everything broke down on this cruise ship. And people were left there to fend for themselves. There was no power. And the shitters weren't flushing, they were coming up. People were shitting in pails and trying to throw it overboard. People were getting sick, they were in a panic. They couldn't shower. And they were stuck on the ship for, I forgot how long. This is a true story. And it wasn't no century ago or anything like that. This is a true story, modern day. And they were stuck on their cruise ship, and they explained their experience. They shared it on social media. It was a horrifying experience, how people acted. They went into panic. Their hygiene went out the window. They couldn't even shit in the shitter because that was overflowing. Everything, their water was contaminated. Everything, they had no power on the ship. What a disaster that was. Oh yeah, they were offered, free tickets to do a future cruise, but I doubt these people wanted to take it. They'd probably give it to somebody else. What did my dogs do during noisy celebration? They're not that bad with it. I think they have a slight concern hearing these explosions, but they're not, like some dogs are, highly reactive. There's actually a kennel, a small bird fly from my house, really, with a shitload of dogs. And when they hear stuff going on, especially have this siren that goes on every day, in the morning at 9, at noontime, and at 9 o'clock p.m. And that siren really just kills the dog's ears. And you could hear that kennel, which is several blocks away, all these dogs reacting to that very loud siren. Oh, I hear them. I hear them when they're going to be fed too, They're not that close, but they're not that far. No, but they're not too highly reactive to that. They're aware of it, but they're not, they'd rather be indoors instead of be outdoor and hearing all these explosions. But
It's not that really terrible where I lived. You will see people displaying fireworks in the distance. You hear some people setting off explosive things and all that, you know. They might even be shooting some guns, which is, you know, ridiculous and dangerous. But it's not like a big war going on out there, a battle. It's not that bad. You'll hear it, but it's not that terribly bad. I can deal with it, you know. And actually, my house is built pretty solid, too. And my bedroom is like in the back of the house. And a lot of this shit is happening toward the front. And my walls are, you know, some of the structure here is actually solid concrete. And some of it is hollow block, you know. But some of the structure here is actually solid concrete. And my windows are nothing special, but it seems to drown out or help with a lot of that shit. So it's not too bad. Well, anyway, I hope you guys nevertheless had a great holiday. You had a great Thanksgiving. And that you had a great Christmas Eve and had a great Christmas Day. But it's over. Go on with your life. Just another day. Some like to celebrate. Some people like to just kick back and not get involved with all the cattle and go to a noisy event with karaoke turned up like 200 fucking decibels. You come out of there deaf. You want to be around a bunch of drunkards that can't hold their liquor and they get into a fight with you or witness a knifing or something. I don't want to be part of that. That is part of the culture out here. It actually is. No hiding that statement. I will not retract it. But it is part of what goes on in the culture out here. But not just here, but it does happen here. People can't hold their liquor, man. They're all celebrating it. Hopefully, our new year is going to bring riches to us. We're going to win the lottery or something. That we're going to live a better life financially, that the economy for tourism is going to be way up there. But I hate to offer these people bad news. Financial experts doing their own predictions. I don't have the ability, just sensibility, that things are not getting better in the economy. It's worse ever since Trump is in office. The peso's losing ground too lately too, which, you know, the trade with American dollars is pretty damn good. It's over 58%. We'll benefit, they won't. But then a machine, if you do the ATM, that's going to take away all your profit anyway. There are fees with everything. You missed the noise of karaoke? No, not me. Hell no. Most of them can't sing, and at least if they had a real wonderful voice, I'd say, wow, she sounds really good, or he sounds really good. Maybe I want to go over there and listen. That they were that good, but I don't see a lot of that. I don't hear a lot of that. And they don't have to blast their fucking amps, to maximum volume. You mean you're 15 feet away in most of these places, in these parties? You mean you can't hear that music unless you turn the volume all the way up? I know. What's going on with you, Frank? You're getting old. When you were young, didn't you go to concerts and the speakers were blasted? I didn't like it then. And I don't like it now. I can hear them quite well. But they try to create this exciting atmosphere by turning up the amps. What, do you think they're stupid on stage? They're all wearing special little ear pieces in there so they don't go deaf. And there's a lot of stars, musical people that were going deaf. So they woke up. Your tympanic membrane, which is your eardrum, in case you didn't know that's the name for it, most of you probably don't know what that is, can be damaged. Your nerves can be damaged. When your nerves are damaged, you can't get that hearing back. I know. I speak from experience. No, I don't miss loud noise. I really don't. I don't. That's one thing I don't miss. I don't like crowds. I don't miss loud noise. Unless they're all cheering against Trump's demise of office or life, I'll be in that crowd cheering with him. That's the only time I'll be cheering anything on with a big crowd.
But if I'm not with a big crowd, I could do it in spirit anyway. I'm out of here. 2 hours and 32 minutes, so 22 minutes is enough. Hope you enjoyed the shoe. I think we covered everything from A to Z on here practically this morning, as I normally do. I thank you for being a very, good audience of kind of hanging in there and listen to what I had to say. Just keep in mind that don't worry about what people think about you or yours. Are you living their life? Are they living your life? Ask yourself that. Does it matter what they say about you? Do you know the real truth about your own life? Is what they say about you true or not? That's all. And examine the source of where it's coming from. They're not living the lives that they're trying to show you on here. They're a bunch of fucking losers. They know they are. And they're bitter about it. That they can't have perhaps what somebody else has. Perhaps what I have, like a real relationship. One woman. Almost 10 years. Same person. No infidelity. A person who's not after my money, that's the denominator of the relationship. Sorry, man, it's too shallow for me. I couldn't handle it, not at my age. If I'm going to leave this earth, hello, double chin. If I'm going to leave this earth, and I will one day, it's all guaranteed. That's one thing that is guaranteed. All of us, we're in one big club you can't get out of. That I'll go to my grave knowing not only I was a good father, I was a good brother, I was a good son, that I was good to the woman I have in my life, that she's been good to me, and that I'm living the life that I want to live, not what somebody else expects me or wants me to live. I make my own rules. I govern my own rules. I live the way I want, not the way somebody else said or says that I should live. Am I broke? Am I? Do you know that? You could be right. I could be broke as a skoke. But although you could do your research, there's no way you could go into my bank account. That's another thing. There's no way. You can find public information about this or that, but you can't go into somebody's bank account. That ain't going to happen. So if you think I'm broke, okay, say I'm broke. If it makes you feel better. If you think I don't have a great relationship, fine. If it makes you happy, think I don't have a great relationship. Although you know better. Some people don't have what you have, and sometimes you don't have what other people have, but examine what is it exactly they have that you would want? To be an asswipe? To be a cheater? A womanizer? Breaking your own laws? Personal laws? In relationship laws? Fidelity? Infidelity? You live your life how you want to live it. Doesn't mean I have to live my life the way they live it. You see, you do have choices in life. It's just like I do. And I make my own choices. Whether you approve of what I do or say on my show or otherwise, that's not your doing. You're not going to break this tough skin. You're just not. No matter what happens to me in the future. I'm a tough old bird. I'm not fazed by negative things people say about me or each other. Deal with it. Do what you feel you have to do. May the wind be at your back. But remember, what goes around comes around. Oh, we'll wait a few minutes here. Okay, good afternoon, early evening on the lovely island of Santa Fe, Bantayan. There we come. There we go. People. There's people. There's actually people out there at this time. I don't even know what time it is. I just had a dinner, which I always eat early. I'm sick of chicken. John Smith. Good evening, John Smith. Do you ever get sick of chicken? God, I've had that for the past couple of days. We eat a lot of that around here. Now, unless it's in a cream sauce or something like that, or cooked a certain way, it gets pretty old fast. But I don't eat pork and I don't eat fish, and that just leaves beef, which, you know, only beef I have is an occasional ribeye here and there. Or buy some ground beef and mix it in with vegetables or something to make it interesting. I'm kind of running out of food choices. I don't know. Oh my goodness. I threw together something tonight with some leftover chicken, mixed it with some mixed vegetables. What else was in there? No, it was just, what else was in there? Chicken. Oh, God, I threw French fries in there, if you can believe that. Yeah, I seasoned it with something, but... that's all you could afford. Everything's going up. If you happen to smoke, I know that each year some excise tax is going up. Holy shite. Australia and there's another really foreign they charge for name brands. God, sometimes Australia could be over $25 a pack to 37. God, Jay must be having a real budget crisis going on. That guy smokes like 3 packs a day. So you mean to tell me he's spending 35, upwards of $100 a day on cigarettes? Holy shit. I truly would quit. Thank goodness I don't drink too on top of it like he does. I don't know how he could even afford to make a trip anywhere, actually. Man, I'm telling you. You want to know what they sell for here? Legitimate ones. Anywhere from 160 up to 180, going up by 5 to 10 cents per pack. Pesos every year. Australia is second highest, and I've got to some island somewhere, not here, but some of it. It's like $40, $50 a pack. Can you imagine that? If you got a 3-pack a day habit, $150 a day, you'd have to be rich. Oh man. There's also a little market going on here. If it doesn't have the right government stamping on there, there are some places. Actually, the cigarettes, a lot of them are made in Japan, manufactured there and sent to the Philippines. And if you buy some, you call it fraudulent stuff in Mindanao and some other area that doesn't have the government stamp on there, then it's loaded with all kinds of shit, even sawdust in there, you name it. You got to look for that stamp. So if you happen to be one of these people, unfortunately, to smoke, well, yeah, that's what's going on. Yeah, broccoli is crazy. I can't afford it here. No, I buy the frozen bags when I find them. I buy the frozen. I'd rather have it fresh, but frozen is still good. It has all the nutrients in it. This way you can open the bag up, take what you want. Because if you go buy some fresh broccoli, you just buy enough for that night that you're going to eat for dinner. That's all. But if you buy the frozen, that's why I like to buy frozen vegetables when I can find them, especially where I live, other than peas and carrots and corn. I've got a bag of that. Gave some mixed in with the dog's kibble because they have to have some vegetables. They don't offer much, really. Oh, you can find strawberries out here in Van Tine Town. Certainly get them in Cebu, but I haven't had blueberries in a while, which is one of my staples in the morning. Yeah, nothing's cheap. Everybody's talking about prices to live here in the Philippines, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, well, things do vary. And it's according to what your lifestyle is, what you eat, you know. I can't eat straight broccoli, though. It has to have a cream sauce on it, it has to have butter on it or something, flavored with something, but I can't eat straight broccoli. I like broccoli, you know, but it's got to be seasoned. I could eat raw carrots, I like that. I mean, you know, I love carrots. But broccoli, and I could eat celery, regular raw celery, but you can't find it. I mean, you do find celery over here, where I live anyway. You know the diameter or circumference of a pencil? That's how thin it is. I'm not kidding. I don't make this shit up. Hell, when I lived in Hawaii, which was my last place, fucking, yeah, the celery was as thick as I don't know, as your dick. If you even have that kind of girth. You don't find that here. I need a hell of a lot more celery. And when you do find it, but I suppose you could go into Cebu, you go to the market there, and you could probably find some real celery, but I don't know where they're getting it from. Maybe local people try to grow it, and, you know, because it's too hot or something, it could only grow. Same as lettuce. Where I live, you know, in a lot of provinces, you go to get lettuce, it's like the size of your fist. Because at the lower elevations, the lettuce can't grow big because it's too hot. And that's why if you go to a place like Baguio, mountainous areas, yeah, you can get, you know, a nice full head of lettuce. Fuck it. Yeah, hell yeah. I enjoy having some celery, you know. Sometimes I put a little peanut butter on it. It's really tasty. But you just can't find the right stuff. It's sad. You got to see the market over here where I live. It's really sad. I don't know where they're getting their shit from. Throwaway stuff, I don't know. Who knows how many rats have climbed over that and pissed on it overnight too. I mean, I don't know. They just close their steel doors at night when they close. They don't, you know, whatever's rats are walking around, and that's why I strongly suggest that you clean off your produce with like white vinegar, fresh water. Take the time to do it. Just take the time. You might be saving your life or some horrible abdominal discomfort or some disease from a rat. No, they don't have a great choice over here. I don't even know what vegetables they eat half the time. Do you ever get bored with food? I mean, truly get bored. And then, truthfully, I've seen oh God, this was in, where was this? China? Always in China. Oh man, these Chinese restaurants, you know, they were serving rat and cat and all kinds of shit, and you never even knew what it was. But there were places that were still open that had violations, and that's all over. It's in the Philippines too, that have violations. Well, I don't think the health department even comes by other than like a big supermarket. But the small stores around here, you know, you don't know what you're getting. Well, I mean, the restaurants, it might be clean in the restaurant where the seating is and everything else. Their CR, you know, the bathroom might be clean. But have you ever been in their kitchens? See, that's the whole thing. That's the whole thing. You don't know what you're getting. You seriously don't. I mean, I'd rather go to a restaurant that's being run by a foreigner and his wife than I would, you know, a Filipino, because they try to cut corners on stuff sometimes. You don't know if there's been cross-contamination of their meats. And I'm seriously thinking, you know, of not going to restaurants anymore. I've been lucky so far not to get really sick, but there's more of this goes on that meets the eye. You got to see the horror stories I've seen on the internet of how horrible these restaurants were, how disgusting. They'd have cooks where their sweat is going into the food. There's cross-contamination in the refrigerator. From one kind of meat to another, the blood is dripping everywhere, or it's not up to temperature. It makes you not want to eat in a restaurant at all. Now, mind you, I'm not a germophobic, but I should be. I should become one. If you're living in foreign countries like this, you really don't know what you're getting. My suggestion, for the most part, buy your fruits and produce, whatever. Clean it off very well at home, vinegar, whatever you have to do, prepare your foods at home in an environment that you could trust. Because seriously, I've seen cans of food in local stores here where the top of the can was rusting. But from the uric acid and the piss from rats, because you also seen little black clumps on there, which is rat or mice shit. So make sure when you buy canned foods, look at the top. Guarantee it's been laying there a while if there's dust on there. If you see any kind of dry, which looks like it was moist from something and discolored, it could be rat piss. Because the thing about rats is that they piss on everything. They piss all the time, shit and piss all the time. Hope I'm not ruining your dinners or anything. Gotcha. No, truthfully, man, you got to be careful. Oh, bullshit, no bullshit, but, you really do got to be careful. I try to be. I've gotten sick a few times, but I couldn't say definitely what it was from. I had diarrhea from something, and I don't know what it was from. I'm happy to say that all the years I lived out here, I wasn't that many times sick in my stomach from eating food. A few times. And you could probably count them on a hand or so, but let's just say I got lucky. Because you just don't know what you're getting, man. This conversation has taken a negative turn. Well, say bye-bye then. Because this is part of my topic matter. What do you want from me? Sing and dance? I usually sing. Sometimes I dance too. Go find another channel with drama. That's what you're looking for, right? Drama? Of course you are. I'm going to save you the trouble, my friend. Hold on here. I'm going to save you the trouble. Bye-bye. There you go. There you go. I aim to please. I aim to please. Nothing but movies today. It's one of those days. One of those days. Movies. Some of them that were awfully stupid. I'm still trying to search for something with some people I can recognize in there and something I haven't seen, and that's almost impossible. I go to Netflix, and I'd rather go to YouTube on TV because I'm not finding shit on Netflix. I don't have a bunch of, I don't got this package of anything here. I don't have, all these different types of movie channels and shit to listen to. Huh. But it's just a movie day. But I'm really serious about the food thing, man. At least have some healthy snacks. I don't care. Bananas, oranges, have something around. Or just kind of a pear. God, what the hell is this thing? It looks like it looks like a freaking apple. It's big in size. It's more of a pear than anything. It's not shaped by like your standard pears. I don't know what you call this. Keep it cool in the fridge, then slice it up. I tell you, it's really good. Hold on. Okay. But yeah, that's one of the things. And I'm not saying no provinces have them all. I'm not saying that all provinces don't have a big supermarket, but a lot of them don't. And I happen to live on an island in a town. And you just got to depend on the local tiny markets they have here, or mom and pop stores, or whatever you want to call them, and it caters to Filipinos. It doesn't really, most of their products will cater
to Filipinos. After all, this is the Philippines. And all you're going to find is, canned sardines and some kind of mystery meats in a can, Spam, sweet tomato sauce rather than, Italian sauce. I don't know. It's so limited. That's why when I go to Cebu, I try to stock up on some stuff. And you know what? I got to the point that I don't care if it's processed. It's frozen processed food. At least the damn shit has some taste, man, I got to that point, And there's some interesting choices, but, we eat some of the same shit around here all the time. Didn't know what to eat, we buy the biggest chicken. Sorry, I had a little bad connection for a second there. No, I'm absolutely burned out on that stuff. And there's not much of a variety. Ever see a man get excited, not sexually, but generally excited if he walks in a local store and sees something, wow, can't believe they're selling that. Wow, I'm going to buy it. If you see something you like at a local store here on an island, don't even worry about the price. Buy it and buy all of it. Because you may not see it again. That's a fact. Just like anybody who's selling blueberries locally, I'll buy a number of packages. One place in Bentayan, they're selling, frozen broccoli. Not the best, but I'll buy several packages of that. I prefer fresh. Yeah, I do. But it's a one-shop stopping deal, You cook it the same night or the next day. I couldn't believe I was actually... There's one place that was selling broccoli that I buy my produce from in town. They must have heard me. And they had this really beautiful green broccoli. Oh my God. And they actually cut the heavy stem off it. Maybe they remember me saying something, because it's very rare that they have nice fresh broccoli and it looks fresh. It's not all yellowed out. But it's got this big ass stem that weighs 4 times as much as the crown does. I said, I'm not buying that. I eat the crown. I don't generally eat the hard, thick stem. If it's a little small stem, it's very edible and tasty, but a big fat stem, no, man. So they're starting to sell that there. Well, at least one place I've been going to. And yes, I'd rather have fresh broccoli than frozen, but if that's all that's available, I will buy frozen. It's still good. It's packed, fresh, frozen, it's fine. And you can just take as much as you want, put it back in the freezer for another day. That's why I try to buy the frozen vegetables, stack up on it, But shit, it got to a point where, not that it's unhealthy, but I eat a lot of kidney beans, which are really healthy for you. But I guess the point is you're eating too much fiber. Let's just say, having a lot of fiber is good for cholesterol and all this other shit, But too much fiber can make you go like 3 times, 4 times a day. Then you combine it with anything like vitamin C or magnesium or something, then you're going to go in the other direction, if you know what I mean. You can't win, really. You can't win. You're trying to do good things for yourself, but you can't win all the time. Hello. So, I know we have a couple of frozen chickens in there, but I'm going to definitely tell her I'm going to pass. Come on, girls, come on. I'm going to pass on the next time she's going to do a roasted chicken. I mean, if I'm hungry enough and there's nothing really around to eat, yeah, I suppose I'll probably eat it. But I need to do something, make some kind of a sauce, some kind of a tasty sauce to put on it, I like curry. Chicken curry is good.
That's if you make it with boneless chicken, not like, unfortunately, you're going to get in the restaurants. You're getting chicken with the bone in it, and they give you the worst parts of the chicken. The stuff they get, and I noticed that too. In even in Hawaii when I lived there, mostly what they were doing is you get like chicken backs or something like that with your meal, and like even if you go, you got to specify. Even if you want to eat some shit chicken like Jolly Bee or something, you tell them what you want. No, I want chicken legs or I want breasts. Otherwise, how they make their money is, you know, not a lot of people want like parts of the chicken that are not very popular. You know what I mean? That edible. So they'll load it with like, you know, I don't know what the fuck it is, chicken backs or something. And you give it back and say, no, no, no. Give me chicken legs, but then they're going to charge you more for that. You can't win. Can't win. Unless you're a smart shopper. And most people are not. I'll give you a good example. Lord knows I use a lot of toilet paper. A lot of people say I'm full of shit. Well, they're not too far from the truth on that. With all my fiber. But I see people, well, when I was in Hawaii in the States, they're in like Walmart or something, which I used to go there, and other stores, but certain things I'd like to buy in Walmart that were cheaper. But they're over there, they're going to buy this huge package of toilet paper, right? I swear there's like fucking 12 or 16 rolls in there, right? And I know better. You see, those rolls may only contain, maybe if you're lucky, 200 sheets. But if you buy Scott tissue, it has 1,000 sheets on it. Okay? So what you pay for that one roll of 1,000 sheets is going to be probably, you know, equal to half the package of that jumbo package of toilet paper you're buying. Got my point? So I even told a woman I was in there one time, I said, you know, and it's not always the softest Scott tissue, but it's not bad. Even here, I see that too. They sell bigger packages of toilet paper here with a big price on it. And everybody says, oh yeah, it's going to be good for the whole family. Well, anybody that uses that out here, you know, people have another way of, you know, getting the job done, if you know what I mean. They don't always use toilet paper, Filipinos. They use their hands in a water bucket, whatever. But it's the same thing. People don't read the labels. They don't read the labels. That's why here, I go into a drugstore over here that sells these rolls, and they're about, they go about 80 pesos though. I think so. Is that much? 1,000 sheets. Now that's going to last you longer than a roll with like 400 sheets, which is average. Can't believe I'm talking about toilet paper, but why not? Why not? You just got to be a smart shopper, that's all. Just be a smart shopper. Extend your money, extend the product you're buying, but by all means, if you see something in your local market area where you live, if you're living out here, that you don't normally see, they get a lot of stuff from S&R and Cebu. You'll notice that. You'll see it comes from S&R. Some good stuff comes from S&R. Buy it. Now, if you see something that's really different in your little local little food markets, whatever you want to call them here, that you don't normally see, and it's something that you eat, buy it. Sometimes I like to have those flour tortillas, the flats, you know. And there is one store that does sell it when they have it in stock. Sometimes the restaurants buy it off them. But if you're going to buy that stuff, use it within a few days or so. I put everything in there, really. I could put eggs in the morning to make it more interesting, whatever. You could put meat in there with cheese, whatever you want to do. Make it a little more Mexican style. There's other things too. You can get Philadelphia cream cheese locally here. We like to have a little cream cheese here and there for the calcium. Trying to think of any products that I found that were. Oh, forget it. If you want to buy like a big bag of pistachios or something, there's one store that does sell it. You're going to be paying ginormous price for that. An average, if you know the bigger jars of Skippy peanut butter, it's going to run you about 800 something pesos, which is about $15. I don't know what they're selling for in America, but you're going to pay about a good $15 for a bottle of Skippy peanut butter. All right, come on. I hear you barking. Come on. In and out. In and out. In and out. Your den. It's their den. My den, too. But here's the deal. If they sell something you like, you just buy it. Don't worry about the expense. Unless you're on that much of a budget, then don't buy it. If I see something I need, I buy it. Generally. Now, when I'm in S&R, I carefully look at everything they have in there. I say, am I going to really eat this? Is it something the rest of the family would eat? I like it to be something also that they like to eat too, unless it's individual packages of something where it doesn't have like a lot of stuff in there. Buy it for myself or whatever, but you know, I gotta sneeze. Damn. Pardon me. Just buy it. And if you live on the outer islands like I do, and you're not in Cebu that often, if you see something you like, just buy it. In fact, stock up on the meats. If you go to S&R, just stock up, buy some ribeye and whatever cuts you want to buy. Stock up on that. I could get it locally here. There's one store that's actually a little extension of a restaurant that buys their stuff from S&R, actually. So I have this little restaurant, and they do sell these little cryovac frozen ribeye and strip loin and something else they have there. Tomahawks now and then, T-bones occasionally. Hello, hello. Oh, that's IKEA. Okay. So stock up. Because you're going to pay more if you can find it locally. You're going to pay more. Because it has to come from Cebu, transportation fees, whatever. I usually bring, well, the largest cooler chest, that I have. And that's not always enough. I could bring a couple of them. I got a small and mid-size. Because you can only fit so much in there. But the funny thing is, I go there to S&R. And many times than not, I get disappointed. Oh shit, they don't have blueberries in, they don't have this in, they don't have broccoli in. You come on a bad day because a lot of grocery stores buy that shit too. Oh, excuse me, restaurants. They'll stock up on the same stuff that you're looking for. Yeah. Tell you what, go to the supermarkets like Metro or something, right? Go look in their aisle for like, a lot of common foods that foreigner would eat, even certain canned foods. Go look what they're charging for a can of vegetables or, I don't know. You're going to say, or you see some box food or something there that you like. That's where I tighten my belt because I say, you know what? I know I can't get this anywhere else, and I usually will buy something that I really, really want. But then I ask myself, how bad do I want it? Do I want to pay that ridiculous price? They have an aisle called international aisles. And let me tell you something. They'll charge you 5, 6, 7 times more than you'd be able to buy that in America. And you got to ask yourself, do you want it that bad? Well, if you do, you buy it. If you do, you buy it. Peaches And me and my girlfriend, we love peaches or nectarines. Go even into S&R. You get a little sealed package with 2 freaking peaches or nectarines. You could be paying about $8 to $10 for 2 fucking nectarines. We've given in once or twice. She loves nectarines. I do too. If they're fresh, you know. Very juicy. But if I had the land here, I'd grow some stuff. But I'm at sea level. Certain things won't grow well here. You know, we have a couple of fruits in the yard. I mean, we have, you know, very limited because we don't have a lot of soil or yard space. Should be your best friends. Amazon, Shopee, Lazada. They're not going to send you frozen foods from Lazada. Not that I know of. I do shop on Lazada, but I haven't done it lately because I have to. Oh, I fucked up on something. I changed my email address and some contact information or whatever. I don't know. I have to go I don't know, kind of re-sign up again on Lazada and all that. I've been dealing with them for years, and we usually get cash on delivery stuff. Like when I run low on vitamins, I ordered from Lazada, and I'm getting low on a couple of key vitamins that I take here. Not frozen foods, of course, but everything else. Yeah. Go look what they're going to charge you for. I don't eat that crap. I used to growing up. A box of Kraft macaroni and cheese. Huh. You're going to pay the equivalent of about, I don't know, $3. Remember you used to buy those things, 5 for $1? I may be going back a bit here. 5 for $1. And at worst, 3 for $1 in most stores. In America, anyway. But that's not here. Oh, I've seen prices that were so... In fact, go buy some fresh blueberries. I love fresh blueberries. You've got this little plastic sealed with saran wrap type, you know, containers in the fresh produce section. And it's little things, it's a pint size, like a pint size of blueberries. It's going to cost you, what are they charging for that? I don't remember. I could shoot off a price, but I won't be accurate. But let's just say it's extraordinarily expensive. So what do? Same as strawberries, what they're trying to get you for. Go and buy the frozen strawberries. Sure, fresh tastes better. Of course it does. But, you know, they're flash frozen and all that stuff. They're still got all the nutrients in it. That's why I buy the frozen stuff. One thing I like to find is peaches. Every now and then you might find, you got to look, but it's rare out here. You might get like a frozen bag of peaches. They're not the greatest, I'm sure, but you could do that too. Yeah. But yeah, I always come out of S&R with something, but sometimes I said I get really disappointed. I'm looking forward to going there, then I come there with bad timing because, you know, the restaurants from all over the place, they hit it up 2 in the morning. They know the days, actually, they're actually pretty, I don't know, they're privy somehow to when they know when more deliveries are coming in. Because they're there. They're in the morning when it opens up at, 9 o'clock? They're there. And they're going to buy all the good stuff. They're going to buy the blocks of cheddar cheese, blocks of mozzarella, all this stuff. The restaurants are going to stock up on this shit. Because that's where they're getting it from. Places like S&R. That's where the food is coming from. Meats, all that stuff. But the one thing I cannot find out here is real, and as I said, I don't eat pork, really. But I'm willing to eat a good Italian sausage if I could find it. It's got to be seasoned. It's got to have the fennel seed in it. Like I used to eat, you know, when I grew up. You'll get cryovac containers in the meat department that says Polish sausage, German sausage, Italian sausage. I've tasted their Italian sausage. It's horrible. I don't know. Maybe you could add your own fennel to it or something. split it open and throw some fennel in there and cook it. I don't know. Maybe that'll do. There's other spices too. You just can't find a real McCoy out here all the time. And when you do, you get excited. Oh man, they actually got this in. And then you look at the price of it and say, that's okay. I think I could do without that. You want to extend your shopping? I'm very price conscious. I mean, except if I really, really want something, I'll pay the price. Like what I said earlier. If you want something bad enough, you're not going to worry about how much it costs. You say, wow, they got that in here? Cool. I'm buying it. Buy a few of them. I'll do that. But if you also notice, if you go to S&R, they don't have much canned goods there. Maybe you want to stock up. You know, they always say, you know, for emergencies, you want to stock up on canned foods because they last a long time. It's a good idea to do that. I got a whole room. It's a pantry here. You're not going to see shit except maybe some kidney beans, garbanzo beans in cans. You're going to see a couple of cans of tuna here and there. Cream corn, which I hardly take, but there's nothing. And if you want to buy a can of Campbell's soup, chicken noodle, you think it's the cheapest thing in the world you could buy? I mean, there's no stock in there. You ever open up a can of Campbell's chicken noodle soup? It's mostly this high concentrated sodium, salt content broth with very limited noodles. They call it chicken noodle, but they got this little molecular sized little pieces of chicken. So they're not lying. It's not false advertising. That's how they make their money. I did take a course in advertising concepts when I was in New York. I actually did at New York Tech. Didn't major in it or nothing, but I learned a little bit. Times have changed since then, you know, but open up and see what they charge for a lousy can of chicken noodle soup. I bet you're paying, what is it about? Again, you're probably paying at least $3 American or more for a can of chicken noodle soup. But what do you get? So when I ever did that, I don't anymore because the sodium content is just too much. It's just too much. You need sodium, but, you know, only so much per day. If you've got high blood pressure, you can't eat canned foods. But I'll give you a little hint. Before I was buying the frozen mixed vegetables, I started buying just cans of S&W, you know, peas and carrots and whatnot, you know, cans of vegetable mixed vegetables. I didn't know how much sodium was in there. I gave away most of what I had. I bought like 7 cans. I have about 2 of them left. You got to rinse them off real well to get as much sodium out of it as you can. It's still going to have about 40% of the original sodium in there, but you could actually wash off a certain amount of sodium you can get. And that's why they last a long time, because they're loaded with salt. They got to produce these products to last on the shelf. It's the shelf life is what it is. And that's why these products are just loaded with tons of sodium. No, yeah, we make our own sometimes, yeah. You're retired, get a hobby like cooking. Oh, I do some of the cooking, but she does most of it, though. I put my own little deals together. You know, I eat healthier than anybody here in this house eats, I can tell you that. Because I don't always eat everything she cooks. I'll say, nah, I'm just going to make some. Shit, I'll resort to some freaking kidney beans, protein and fiber in there. I mix it up with, if I have a little bit of meat left, I mix it with that, or I incorporate it into a salad, which is really, I love that. Oh, I love salads. But that's the other thing, try to find romaine. You can get that in S&R. The local stores are going to give you iceberg lettuce. And I said they're about the size of your fist. And it's not as healthy. You want to get like romaine lettuce. And I love romaine. I could even make the croutons out of toast, or just buy a package of croutons. I'll put, you know, kidney beans in there. If I'm lucky enough to have any kind of seeds, you know, like sunflower seeds, whatever I have. You put some stripped carrots in there. If you have black olives, I love black olives. They're very expensive though. I'll put black olives in there. But the problem comes with the dressing. Again, unless you know how to make your own home dressing, everything you're going to see, Wishbone, all these products out there, you got your Caesar salad, Caesar, you got I like the blue cheese, by the way. Ranch is okay, but Caesar's, but it's just loaded with sugar, even high fructose, it's loaded with salt. You can't win. So the thing is, you got to eat, right? And this is where the Filipinos come in on this. They're going to eat what's on the table. They're not going to care how much salt is in it. They're not going to care, most of them, that everything they're eating is fried. And that's why they're having kidney problems, liver problems. They're getting diabetes. They're getting high blood pressure from all the sodium. And the oil is, any kind of seed oil is what you don't want. Stick to, if you could find a good, and even, you stick to an extra virgin olive oil. It has to come in a dark bottle. Read the label. Does it have any certification on there? Otherwise, you're buying something that you think is pure olive oil, but it's actually mixed with different seed oils that you don't want, the seed oils. Okay? Now, you can use canola oil, but that's still not the healthiest. If you have to do anything out here, maybe canola, but even that's not good. But to find a real extra virgin olive oil that's quality, made in Italy, you got to pay. You pay. But it's worth it. It's also medicinal. Of course, if you combine it with other supplements like vitamin C and magnesium, you're going to shit like a fucking racehorse. There's always something to it. Always something to it. But seed oils and high fructose sugar, you have to stay away from. If you want to even be remotely healthy, you could give in to some sweets here and there like I do. Don't make a habit of it every single day or more than a couple of times a week. You're going to suffer from it. You really will. You honestly will. The worst shit is high fructose sugar that, that is put into so many different foods and bottled foods, and look what they're feeding their kids for cereal out here. Hell, for years I used to eat Cheerios. Different variations, I was always thinking because they're made of some oats, I thought they were healthy for you. I didn't realize how much sugar is in that shit, even that, and so many other ingredients. You gotta read the labels. Okay, that's if you're health conscious, okay? And if you're not, eat what you want. Okay, that's what I'm saying. I'm a little particular as to what I eat. Because, I made it to the last quarter of my life, beyond, and I want to keep things copacetic, I want to, status quo. I want to stay alive. And no matter what I'm doing wrong, I'm going to try to do some right. Not that it really balances out, but it might help. But at least in my diet, anyway, I try to eat healthy stuff. And by the way, there's nothing wrong with eating butter. Don't eat the salted type if you have high blood pressure, though. There is nothing wrong with eating butter. And guess what? Let's talk about cholesterol. Your body needs and uses cholesterol. Don't go hog wild on it, is what I'm saying. But don't feel bad about eating a lot of butter. Don't feel bad about eating some meat. If you want to be real picky, cut some of the fat off it, trim it off. But your brain absolutely needs it, and your liver actually manufactures it, and it needs it. Okay? And cheese. You could eat cheese. It's a dairy product. But unless you're, dairy intolerant, a lot of people after the age of 20 are dairy intolerant. And you can simple little tablets you could take for that. Ice cream, too much sugar. Cheese, balance out. For example, if you're going to eat a high fiber diet,
well, if you're going to have high fiber like I have almost every morning, I'm going to cut it down a little bit for certain reasons. You know, I don't care what you got around. You got a piece of cheese around? Get some cheese with the calcium in it, you know. Has calcium in it. It has protein. Balance it out with protein. But the same is like if you're going to eat white potatoes, which are, you know, simple carbohydrates, and that could, you know, turn to sugar and calories and all that stuff. If you're going to make it, cook it, clean the skin real well. If you're going to make mashed potatoes, you're going to make fries, or whatever you're going to make, eat it with the skin on, because there's fiber in the skin. It kind of counterbalances the carbs that the potato produces. But you don't know that stuff, do you? I do. You balance things out. Life is a balance. So be smart when you eat your foods. It's hard to find a lot of good natural salad dressings, things like that, and even an SNR. And if you're real savvy with making your own stuff, you can make your own dressings. Now, the Italian dressing still, it's made with a lot of vinegar. Really, it's too for me, you know. You can make a simple salad with apple cider vinegar, but you got to balance it out. It can be too strong. Hell, I used to eat cucumbers with, you know, peel it up, or not, slice it up into slices in a bowl, and I put a little bit of vinegar in there, you know, apple cider vinegar, a little bit of salt, a little bit of black pepper, and if you have any powdered onion powder or something, put that in there too. And that's pretty tasty, and it's healthy. I do eat a lot of cucumbers when we have them. Our blender broke. I got to buy another blender because we make these fruit drinks, you know. We got passion fruit that's grown wild. We got them over here. We mix that with some different stuff, you know. According to what we have, we can make carrots with, you know, we make a good healthy drink. If we got mango or whatever we might have, or papaya, we make a really tasty drink. And when I have, you know, strawberries, you don't necessarily want to mix it with vegetables, but you could. If it's more for the nutritional value, you can do that. If it's for taste, you'll be traditional. You know, you'll make like a smoothie or something, you know, out of your blueberries and strawberry, whatever. It's fun to do that. It's really healthy, you know. But don't forget, fruits have sugar, natural sugar in it too. And it's something you didn't really know about. And I'll make it my last comment about food on here. Let's see. My train of thought is gone already. Oh my goodness. Boy, I tell you, I start thinking stuff in my mind, something else comes in there, and I'm like, okay, what was I just gonna, I thought was important enough to talk about. It'll come to me. Maybe not now, but holy shite. I was gonna say that one thing you didn't know, I forget. I see, my mind is a very busy mind. I'm thinking about multiple things at once in my mind. And the one thing I'm going to talk about, I forgot. What was I going to say? No, I'm not going senile. Maybe I got attention deficit disorder or something. I don't know. A lot of people have that, especially online, I noticed. Let's see. There's one thing you didn't know. What was that? Think, my boy. Think. What was it referring to? I guess it was about food. Oh, hell's bells. Could have been that important. Or maybe it was. Well, maybe I'll wind up thinking about it later and say, oh, fuck, now I thought about it. Okay, well, I guess that's out of the, out of my thought at the moment. I think it was important enough to tell about, but could have been that important that I forgot. Oh, well. All right, well, we'll get off that for a second. I'm going to be getting off here soon anyway. Just be a wise shopper and read the labels. It's not as you think it is. If you see something in a can or something that says no added sugar, it fools you. What does that mean? It doesn't mean it doesn't have sugar in it. They're saying that they didn't add any more sugar to it. Okay? That's important. Especially if you got diabetes or something. Read the label and understand what it says and what it means. No added sugars. It don't mean there ain't no sugar in it. There's plenty of sugar in there. Sugar, sugar, honey, honey. Oh, okay. I remembered finally. Took that long. Okay. When you are going to, well, actually, really, that was it. Actually, about the no sugar added, and there's a lot of sugar in. That's actually what I was going to talk about. Actually, just read the label. Read the label. It's not that hard if you know how to read. But there's one more thing. One more thing I was going to talk about. Damn, I'm telling you, man. Maybe I am getting old. Holy shit. Damn, I guess it was important enough I to remember it. Give me a second of thought here. Let me, ding, 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 ding. Oh, well. Here we go again. Yeah, I'm getting up there, man. I'll tell you that. I guess it wasn't that important. I told you, my mind's like a highway. There's so much information going through it at one time that I'll forget things because one thought gets replaced with another. I guess that's like attention deficit disorder or something. Something to that degree. I guess it must be what it is. Okay, could you hold on a minute? Yeah, make your own. I've seen that one. Okay, we back. Yeah, I think that's about it. There was something else I was thinking of, and I lost my train of thought on that. But just be a wise shopper, and just buy what you can when it becomes available. Because in this country here, it's very hard to get everything you want, and you're going to pay dearly. That's why I kind of laugh when I hear these shows on here, and they talk about the cost of living, which is one of the, you can't think of what to talk about, and that's your topic matter, or about how to get a girl out here or something, or whatever, you know, whatever. Then you talk about the same old shit over and over, but you don't calculate other things into the formula. You know, it's like, do you have a specialty food you like to eat that you just can't find, but you will spend a lot of money when you do see it. They're not, what they don't really put in the equation is if you have a
you come from a Western culture and you have strictly a taste for that. Okay, they don't mention that a lot. You know, they don't mention how much you're going to be spending on what you call comfort foods. They don't mention that very often. So whatever budget they say, oh, I could live on here for $800 a month, and I would argue and say, no, you really can't, even if you're alone. And if you're going to date somebody, have a live-in partner or whatever, or have any children, no, 800 is not going to work. And we can't stop like I'll tell you, I'll tell you what, man, it's hitting me because I'm still trying to think about that one thing I was going to mention. And I get pissed off at myself because, then the thought will come back and I'm just finishing up something else I'm talking about. Then the thought disappears again. Don't you hate when that happens? Yeah, it does. It does. And that just kind of pisses me off. Because then I'll think about it and I'll say, well, fuck, I just did the show. I'm not going to come on to tell people, you know what? I just remembered what I was going to be talking about in the show. It just came to my mind. No, I'm generally not going to do that. Although I think I've done that before, but it's not something I'm normally going to do. But if it was that important, then yeah, I will come back and do a show. And by the way, I forgot to say, hey, I'm getting fucking old. What can I say, man? No, it's not my medicines. Although that can contribute too. I'm sure of it. Put it all in a package. Say what you want. It's okay. I'll buy everything you say. It doesn't have to do with medicines you take. It has to do with your age. All that shit. Mix it up in a bowl. Let's see. We can't stop it. Just don't eat it. Buy something else. And that's referring to what? What's that in direct reference to? But sometimes I get pissed at myself when I'm doing a show and I'm about to say something and then it totally eludes me. Okay, what was I just going to say? Because, I get that train of thought all the time. I have what you call a racing mind. And that's why I don't sleep well without the help from my friends. Oh, I get by with a little help from my friends. My good friend Benny. That'll fuck you up too over time. Age will fuck you up. I think I'll have to train my mind a little bit more. Well, one thing I don't want to wind up is no goddamn Alzheimer's disease, some shit like that. Look at poor Bruce Willis, man. They're ready to donate his brain. He's not even dead yet. Did you hear this shit? So that science could study his brain in the hopes that they could find a remedy for Alzheimer's. Oh, to wanting expensive food items. No, look, I generally don't get everything I want when I go to S&R or these other stores. I generally don't. If something that stands out to me and I can't find it anywhere else, I'll go and I'll buy that. I will. Generally, I will. But if I'm on a budget when I'm going to shop, I'll have a cutoff point and say, well, first of all, this is all I could carry home anyway. And my cooler chest, that I put the frozen foods in. I tell you what, it lasts all the way home. They're very good. I still prefer to still stick a little bit of ice in it just for safety. If I got a lot of expensive meats in there too, I want to be, I don't want to waste all that money. Because, you might be waiting for a late ferry or something. But, they generally work very well. I've had my food that was still very frozen when I came home from a long trip. Figure all the transportation I had to take to get to Cebu or something, to go to S&R and all that stuff, So, It ain't big enough. It's a good sized chest, but it's not big enough for the amount of stuff that I like to buy. And boxes are fine. You can carry boxes. You have porters that can carry that for you if you got a bunch of them for the ferry or whatever, bus, whatever. Or you'll grab taxi or something like that. The porters can do that for you. You always get help. You can't carry everything. You only got 2 arms. So if you got to get a little help from somebody, you get a little help, pay them the money. It's worth it. You don't want to carry all that shit anyway, All I can say is just buy. If it hits your eye and you've had it before, it's a tried and true product. Buy it. And I will give you one example of something, and I grew up on this. And I refuse. This is one product. It's not the healthiest thing in the world. It's White Castle hamburgers, which they now, of course, for years have sold them frozen. You get 6 little sliders. They call them sliders. I never used that expression, but that's what they're referred to. Yeah, they slide in your mouth and it's gone. You're going to pay, $8 at least for a small box of 6 little sliders, White Castle with cheese. Fuck, I could inhale that package. I could inhale it. And as a kid, I told you I used to go to the Bronx where my grandmother lives. White Castle was right on the corner. She'd give me a couple of bucks at the time. They only sold for 5 cents 5 to 10 cents for one of the burgers. Tiny little things. I mean, I could eat 10 of them, quite frankly. But if you don't know, White Castle was one of the first fast food type places for burgers and stuff. White Castle. King of the hill with that, yeah. I love them. You can only have so much of everything, but what I was going to say is that I see that in SNR all the time. They generally do carry, you generally will find it in there most of the time. But I look at the price on there and I'll turn to my girlfriend and say, nah. Make like a good, kind of a semi-unhealthy snack. When you're hungry for something and you just throw it in a microwave or something, And I really love them. There's only a few times I gave in and I bought that. But I will get stingy. I will get kludiput and say, no, I'm just not going to pay that money for that. Oh, Sara Lee products are really good too. They make a lot of good products. Sara Lee. Everybody wants Sara Lee. Some of their pies and stuff are fairly good, I'd say. Yeah. I'd buy that now and then. Oh, and then, okay. Then you want to buy some Marie Collander's pot pies. That was always my standby, even in Hawaii and in Seattle too. I'd buy some pot pies. When you didn't feel like cooking, you got your choice of turkey, chicken, and beef. I think my favorite was, the turkey. I don't know. Whatever they had available, I'd buy. And, I'd microwave them. I mean, the best thing to do is put it in the oven that way. This way the crust gets... But I think my microwave here has and I never use all the functions on here. I got to look at the buttons. I don't use all the functions. I just hit it manually. I'm going to put something in there for 3 minutes. I go on the one minute, I go 1, 2, 3. You hear me do that in the morning with my tea. You're always going to hear it. You're going to hear boom, boom, boom. 3 beeps. I give my tea water 3 minutes. And you got all these buttons for different functions, for heating up vegetables, for doing this, for doing that. I never use the functions. It's got some interesting functions on here too, actually. I never use them. But yeah, pot pies, something that I'd buy. When you're really hungry, you didn't really feel like cooking something, and you're really going out of your way. Yeah, pot pies kind of worked for that. And they, Marie Collander's, they do make other types of meals too. And yes, of course, they're loaded with preservatives and all that shit. Just face the reality. If you're going to eat, you might have to wind up eating something with preservatives. Unless you're that picky and you're that health conscious, which a lot of people are. And I am to a certain point. But if it's something I know is really yummy and it's a frozen meat product or something, I've had it before, tried and true. I wound up buying it. But if you want to look at this, you're charging now for one of these pantry deals, Marie Colander or otherwise. Forget Banquet. That's the shittest, cheapest fucking shit you could ever buy. But look at the price they put on those cheap Banquet, little TV dinners, if you want to call it that. We used to call it that, TV dinners. If you remember those times, you'd have a little fold-out table near your favorite chair in the living room while you're watching TV. That's why they came to the name TV dinners. And you put it, instead of going to the table, you'd have a little folding table right there. But some of the products are really good too. And yes, of course, preservatives. That's the only way they're going to have what I call shelf life, even in the freezer. Okay, that's what they all do. So you got to make a choice, starve or go out and eat grass. Because just about almost everything you eat has some side effect. Or you have a medical condition perhaps that doesn't allow you too much carbs, it doesn't allow you too much sugar, it doesn't allow you too much salt. Nice to joke around and say, you might as well just eat grass like a cow. If you got to worry about every single thing, I don't worry about every single thing. Because I give in to some of these products, I certainly do. Someone brings home a delicious mango cake over here, I'm going to have a couple of slices of that. Absolutely. There's no way I'm going to resist that. Or some kind of cake that's really yummy. Or a homemade chocolate chip cookie. As long as I got my almond milk around, and I got some really good homemade type, really quality type, not shit like Nabisco comes in a package. I don't know, for some reason, Chips Ahoy used to taste good to me when I was a kid. What did they do? They changed the taste. I mean, I used to have Chips Ahoy cookies all the time growing up. Now, they're still around, but I don't get enjoyment from them. That's why I was going for the, my other poison was buying the, in the supermarkets in Hawaii had them, and you could find them out here too in some of the supermarkets. You could buy these packaged cookies, You got the Nantucket, you got a bunch of different type of flavors that were really, 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 really good. And that name, it is two different brands. One's kind of a copycat of the other. But I used to buy these cookies all the time when I seen them. And they do have them in S&R. They got another brand that's not as good. I don't like the soft baked cookies. No, I don't get any enjoyment out of that. It has to be the regular crunchy cookies. And I'll drink that down with some almond milk. I think you know the cookies I'm talking about. Out of sight, out of mind. I haven't bought them for a while. But always in Hawaii, I would always buy a bag of this. Might cost about $3 or so. I don't know, according to what kind it was. And they had some different flavors. They had it in oatmeal. They had chocolate chips. They had different types of chocolate chips like Nantucket. And other different names. You don't eat what? What shit? Oh, you mean like Marie Collander's? No, I don't eat much of that either. No, we don't. If I saw it on a special sale, I'd buy a number of them. But I don't need a shit. I don't need a shitload of that. No, it becomes too convenient and just, as I said, you gotta have some sodium in you. But I don't want too much sodium. And as far as the preservatives, I'm a little bit cautious on that, but sometimes I do throw caution to the wind, and I'll give in on certain products. Then they sell this frozen, supposed to be Philadelphia cheesesteak, in S&R. They don't taste that good. I mean, they're edible, but they're, you're not going to get the real thing in S&R. Obviously, go to a place that actually specializes in things like cheesesteaks, and you could have a really,
really tasty one, but generally the frozen stuff doesn't taste that good. The other thing I used to buy, and out of desperation, and that was really unhealthy, and I don't buy it anymore. I used to buy these frozen bags of Italian meatballs. The one thing I do give in, though, is the cheese ravioli. When I'm in SNR, I will buy several packages of that. When I get hungry, I don't even need a tomato sauce, really. I could put a little salt, pepper, and butter on it and eat it like that. Is the cheese ravioli. I like that. But they sell these packages of pre-cooked, already cooked meatballs, and they're really expensive too. But they're highly unhealthy. They have a lot of salt and crap in them too. It's hard to get really good quality products anymore. Everything is mass produced. It has to be mass preserved, and they're going to throw everything in the kitchen sink in there. And you're not always getting, well, when they say meat, that's another, kind of a lie. Well, they're not lying. They call them meatballs, but you're thinking that it's beef. But what it really is, there's all kinds of shit thrown in. There might be chicken in there. There might be pork in there. You don't know what you're getting unless you read the label. Unless something specifically says, all natural, it's pure beef, or whatever it is you're buying. Okay, that's different. The hot dogs you eat, you don't want to know. That Slurpee, when they're making it, comes out of a machine as a gooey crap. You got chicken beaks in there. You got every piece of an animal that you don't want to have. So what's the best Franks to eat? Well, I used to buy Hebrew National. Excuse me. They're not as tasty as Nathan's, though. Nathan's taste a lot better, but unfortunately, Nathan's has a lot of shit in it. The sodium nitrites, the nitrites you don't want. But the Hebrew National, I don't know, I guess it has the better parts of the beef in there. Well, all the other hot dogs, Now, if you want a tasty hot dog, I've never seen them frozen in a store. When I grew up in New York, and anytime I was, in the city, Sabrett, Sabrett, Sabrett hot dogs. They had all these hot dog stands on the street. Oh man, you couldn't get better than that. Go to Coney Island, get a Coney Island dog. They were really good too. They sell these things, they call them Coney Island dogs, but they're not really. But if you ever had a Sabrett hot dog, anybody's been brought up on the East Coast, they have all these stands. They got the propane going, They got the hot dogs kind of stagnating there, in the water under good temperature, Oh, you got to see what they're charging now for these suckers. Sabrett hot dogs are the best tasting hot dogs you could ever have. If you're going to be in New York City and you're going to see a guy in the stand selling that, you're going to want to buy it. But I'm going to tell you, they're going to charge you at least $10, maybe $8, for one lousy hot dog, man. But it's worth it. It's worth it. And if I get a hot pretzel with the salt on it, they sell that in the store frozen too, but it's not the same. But the Sabrett hot dogs, that's the best hot dogs you could ever eat. I mean, not health-wise, but for taste, no matter what they put in it. Anyway, I got to get off here. I appreciate the dialogue. Hope you enjoyed your Christmas Eve and day. One more holiday to get through will be New Year's Eve. That's coming up on us pretty quick. Hope you picked up a few ideas and a little learning from my show here and my thoughts about a few things. Even though I lose my train of thought on something. Yeah, a little bit of everything I serve on my plate on my show here. Shit, I was even talking about fucking toilet paper. I do have an active mind, I could tell you that. Maybe too active. I like to put on a good show. And I gotta go. Gotta go, Bonomo. Keep yourself nice and dramaed up. Keep yourself nice and entertained. Plenty of troll channels out there. A lot of crazy people doing YouTube shows. A lot of losers chasing their tail constantly. Don't know what they're doing, where they're going, what they're going to end up with. Half of them don't know where the hell they are. No clue about anything. But, you know, like my old roommate used to say, hired a handicapped. They're fun to watch. See ya. See ya. And we got a lot of handicapped on here in their own mental way. All right, man. Let's kind of get out of here. Ah. Sooner or later. And my phone goes through some glitches. Frank can't even operate his phone. He doesn't have to turn off his YouTube show. Well, of course I do. But my phone ain't always cooperative when it overheats. I'm trying to X out again here, but it doesn't always work. That's only lately this